Every single point at the end of this is going to matter.
Every point matters.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh,
What?
Driving around that angle. Party's already moved down. Worked once last time. Has got to work again. Nades going out. Doesn't bounce inside the compound, but it's at least going to be scary. Hey, guess what? FFC was what's going on. They're going to come in. Hey, the Grenade King is back. Lands a big one. Now,
this shouldn't take too terribly long. And yep, now Talaj has been taken down by Mime. And this is all academic at this point as Tig pulls up. We'll find one.
Seed swap by Tiggleton. Alo now with the opportunity, but that's 2 members down immediately for SDK. Vegas also down to the knock.
Oh boy, you can see Sonic's turn immediately around too. I thought who it was that they knocked. And Penta now suddenly the last one up. He'll find Mime. Maybe try to go and get the flush here, get the point at least, but the seed swap comes through, and there it is. So Tokyo Magican can stay in their compound, they can deal with Elevate, but Yahoo really up against it right now as Luminosity is just choking the life out of them. Trying to push in with throwables. Easy LG win if they can finish these guys off cleanly.
Well, the last time we saw these 2 teams fight in a somewhat even fight 3-on-3, it was Yahoo coming out on top, but it looks like LG this time are absolutely not going to let that happen. Complete domination on their side of the circle and now pushing it. Look how far they've also pushed out to make sure that Yahoo is taken care of.
But as you said, Snaker's hitting the big shot when it matters.
Yep. And again, just these smokes to deny vision are so difficult to deal with. And now here comes the push. Reload drives in. That's another knock for them onto Gas. And just systematic destruction, man.
Sucks. Hopping in the vehicles, they're making the Sin down, trying to move into a defended position right up next to Snakers. He's just gonna crest up. He's gonna go down. Mime in the back finds the angle. The other 3 for LG need to make it happen. Tiggleton is gonna go down from Rillo. Now LG is starting to find the angles that they need to work with.
Things are kind of falling apart in all the chaos, in all the utility, but the revive can still come up. A great grenade coming up from Flood. Knocks 2. It is all on to H-Win right now.
Can he make another one? Moving forward, grenades are gonna flush out. Goes for the spray to 1. The hero effort isn't gonna come up. LG 17 kills with a massive game.
They're gonna get the point, and they're actually feasting on this. They're third-partying FF and FBI running into each other.
Oh, Funny Business is in a world of hurt. Just bunt the last one.
SDK have been pushing so hard, so fast, and they would try and get a revive, but he's scared of grenades.
Smoke being played right now, going for the pink Tiggleton.
Into friendly fire. So really good hold, but now they are going to have to deal with LG, and look at the aggression from LG.
Oh yeah, they're in a lot of trouble here. LG and Funny Business are going to be coming from the other side. Rello and Kickstar just peeking that beautifully as Snakers will go down. 11.
Sonics are in such a terrible position right now. They are pinched in the worst way. They opt into going more to the east. They've got shotguns in hand. They just roam around. H1 connects with one. They're looking around. He knows where the other one goes for the spray. H1 is the key to success right now.
They're going to try to go for this hill on the north side. 4N already here, but they're just going for the drive. You can hear the spray coming through.
There was an outbreak. They killed everyone.
You do what you gotta do in here. This place has a way of changing you.
These aren't accidents. They're all connected somehow.
Welcome to the PUBG EMEA Championship Spring for 2023. We are back.
Direction, there will be Play that back. Give me that again. That was fantastic.
Double the turret on top of the Mirado gets 2. The driving ain't done just yet. Here comes Ab.
Oh, race! Oh, it's almost over.
While that's going on, MTV trying to fend off against. Wait, what? There's the what?
No.
I have Correction on my team too, James, so you're... Don't put your hopes up, buddy.
Coming out from them, sees all the bodies where he is, and then Smoke gets it. Ascend is able to do it in the final moment. Of course, you've got your hands in your head. So have I. Got Ruin, been able to shut him down. The kill feed lighting up at the moment. Everybody's fighting everyone. BBL is able to kill off Howl.
They have to be fast on this execution. Peeks over, not finding the first one. First one falls. It's just Naylor that's alive now, trying to go. Falls. Naylor down. Entropic down. Short of qualification. On forward, last already down. Doesn't want to go for it. No, because the man denies it. Finds the double as well. Doctor picks one up, but the man again. Down. Ruin finds one. Goes for the second. Shotgun denied.
No.
Now it's a 1v1.
Using it as a very easy. There we go.
I didn't even know he had a shotgun, by the way. I just realized when he was driving by that he has a shotgun.
He was hiding it in the car.
A new assault rifle, some balance adjustments to old favorites, and a few terrain changes to Destin. All this and more as we dive into the Update 22.2 patch report. First up, a popular new French assault rifle is hitting the battlegrounds. The FAMAS is a 5.56 AR capable of single fire, burst, and full auto. You won't find this new weapon among normal loot, however, so check care packages and other special areas where powerful weapons spawn. We're also giving a couple tried and true ARs some balance adjustments, with the AUG, M416, M16, and the Mutant all receiving a few changes. Check out the patch notes for full details on these. Also, with the introduction of the FAMAS, the AUG will now spawn among normal Battlegrounds loot. Destin is also getting a few changes, with the addition of several hills between Barcliff and Tarita, to aid players making the long and perilous trek. There's also a new dirt track south of San Carno, to break up sightlines a bit and add some more interesting flavor to that area. And since the PUBG 6th anniversary is fast approaching, we're also putting up some festive decorations around Erangel, Miramar, and Sinnoh. We've also updated the Hall of Fame on Erangel with special items to commemorate the PGC 2022 winners, so check it out on your next drop. That's it for this quick update. But as always, you can find all the details on these changes and more in the official patch notes. Update 22.2 is here, so find yourself a new FAMAS, and get ready to celebrate the glorious 6th anniversary of PUBG. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It is time for the grand finals weekend of the PUBG America series. We're going to jump into the action. My name is Toffees. I have the pleasure and the privilege of being your host as we go through the next 3 days of awesome action. But I'm not doing it alone, so let's bring in the heavy hitters, the big brains of PUBG. It is the Cammy D and Porosaurus. Welcome back, gentlemen. It is finals time, the Big 16. I know you're excited.
Yeah, I'm beside myself, Cameron. I don't know about you.
Yeah, listen, to have these regions come back together, both regions looked great in the regional qualifiers, and now we get them. It's going to be a fantastic time. We have a lot of good rosters that are going to be meeting for the first time today.
It is going to be awesome to watch. Before we get into the action this weekend, we're going to remind y'all how we got here in the first place. So let's take a look back at the journey our teams began. 64 started, a whole slew of open qualifiers resulted in 16 teams going into the regional playoffs, where we crowned the top 8 from each region to come together to be the big hitters here in our grand final. Now, if you're new to PUBG, we got to go over the points for you. I know if you've been around a while, you're familiar with Super, but if not, it's pretty simple. First place gets you 10 points. 1 kill gets you 1 point. Anything below 9th gets absolutely nothing, and we only have 15 games to put up as many points as you possibly can. But what do you need those points for? It's for the prize pool. It's big. $95,000 up for grabs, $25K going to our first place team. But it's not just the money. It's also about that little thing. It's a small plus, but it's a big win. It's a PGS 1 auto bid for those top 3 teams. They're making that cash. Now, if you think that you want to be competitive just like they are, you can play along at home. Again, we're doing our fantasy league. Yet another year, 5 points if you survive to the very end, but I wouldn't hang your hat on that one. 2 points per kill, 1 point per 100 damage. And if you have the bad luck to pick a player who dies early, that's minus 3 points. So don't forget about avoiding that. But who will be taking the field? Who are we watching? Let's look at the big 16 teams coming into play. The left side of your screen is the North American qualifying teams. The right side is Latin American teams. And that is who's going to take the field. So let me get our guys back in here, because it's not just about the pride of winning this event. That is a big deal, Poro, but it's more than that. It's those PGC points. This is when you can start to earn them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we came from last year where we had the one international event in PGC as well as PNC. But now this year we have all these international events. Everybody wants to get in there just to get more experience on land for that PGC, that big global championship at the end of the year. So you got to come out swinging real fast. There's no time for rust.
And if we take a look at how those points are distributed, Cameron, it really is a little bit of a change up from last year, but still a lot of points if you can come out swinging early.
Yeah, there were fewer events. We had 4. Now it's down to 3, but that just means that every single event now matters that much more. You get a 300 for the first event of the year here. That's a lot.
It's huge.
It is huge. So I'm going to show you guys. I know it's empty right now, but this is something we're going to be tracking for the rest of the year. The road to PGC, it begins to fill at the end of our 3 days of play. And as Cameron said, with only those 3 matches, there's a lot on the line. And because America's only has 4 slots, every single chance to get those points is going to count. Now, in terms of slots, something's a little bit different this year, Poro. PGS, we saw 3 teams auto-qual, but the Sonics are going no matter what. Can you explain that to me?
Global qualified team, global partner team, Sonics is the only one from the Americas region, so they are guaranteed to go to these PGS events. But at the same time, they still have a lot to play for. They've got PGC points to play for. They've got money to play for. So don't expect Sonics to be taking it easy on this lobby. They're going to come in here fresh and ready to go.
It should be a lot of fun to watch. And since we've got 4 teams going through, we thought, why not have a little bit of fun and bring in 4 guys to talk about what's going to happen here in the pre-show. So we're bringing in the Mustache Dave. He came back to us in regionals. He is here to stay. It's great to have you, Dave. How you doing?
Hey, thanks for having me, man. I am super excited for today. We got 3 days of exciting gameplay here, Toffees.
Our general theme is excitement. And so what I want to go into here is I'm excited to see these 16 teams take the field, but we can't watch all of them at the same time. So I got to depend on you guys, my experts, to break down 3 teams to watch or talk about as we get in to match number 1 in just a little while. Cameron, why don't you start us off?
Yeah, so the team that I really want to look at here is, of course, going to be 0-0 Nation. GZero and Sparking on the same team full-time, not just a one-off like PNC, full-time. That alone is enough to get excited about, but then you have the supporting elements of LFP and VHZ. This is such an exciting roster. They played very, very well in regional qualifiers. And the scrims from this past week are a little shaky, but I ignore scrims. I'll be honest. I ignore scrims, and just alone GZero's numbers are looking fantastic. Him as a solo player, solo carry, is one of the largest that we have in the game right now, just looking at the numbers. The only concern would be if he does have a bad day, a bad game, can the rest of the team pick it up? We know that the potential is there, but is the team play formulated there for that to happen?
I mean, you're absolutely right. Gizera is an absolute monster. Sparking is an absolute monster. I'm really excited to see how that team plays, but I'm more excited to see how the boys from Luminosity play. This is a team arguably best in America. I know Sonics fans will take a little bit of an issue with that, but I think they arguably have a shot. And Kickstart, I think, is probably the best player in the Americas right now, going toe-to-toe with Tig a lot. But let's be real, Kick's stats have been a little bit better recently. Not by much, but just a little bit. But I feel like LG is hitting on all cylinders right now. They're a team that's coming in with a little bit of chip on their shoulder because they didn't get one of those global partner spots. So they want to prove that they deserve that. They deserve the credits, and they deserve that top spot in the Americas. They deserve the respect. Who do you got, Dave?
Hey, I love the 00 pick from Cameron up above, and the Luminosity pick, of course, is a strong one. Kickstart is just popping off here this season. But I got Bilu, who recently got picked up for Decimate. So they're looking to decimate the competition here tonight. Talking to Haze 10, this squad has put in a lot of effort, a lot of work, and a lot of man hours between the worlds that they just recently competed in, well, 6 months ago until now. So the young guns of Latin America here, they're looking to pop off here today, fellas.
I agree. It's a long road from globals back to where we are now, but I got to hope Haven does well because he's on my fantasy lineup. I believe in him. And I want you guys to know that if you are interested in being involved, just like we are all year long, you can play PUBG Fantasy on twire.gg. Test your PUBG knowledge against your friends and us, the experts. I'll use that word loosely to see how you do. You have a chance to win prizes throughout the year by playing. And you also have a chance to win prizes in our show today. So keep your eyes towards the end of the show on the screen. We're going to be giving away a code for free G coins. So don't go anywhere at the end of the show. Stick around to make sure that you get your code for that. Now, I said, guys, I made a little bit joke about us being experts, but we do have to put our picks out there to show everyone at home that maybe we know these players just a little bit. So without further ado, and huggabaloo, I don't know what the actual word is for that, but let's show our fantasy rosters. It's huggabaloo. It's an old item.
It's not that.
Hullabaloo.
But whatever.
Well, I'll tell you who's got a lot of hullabaloo going on about them. It's Kickstart. He's on every single roster except one. We're going to find out about why that happened later. He's great, but my eyes, Honey Badger. This guy, if you sort by damage, he is the #4 damage dealer in North America. And I think he's a great pickup for 19,000. So I'm hoping that he gives me that little extra to take my team over the edge. Cameron?
Yeah, so I don't have Kickstart. I have Gizera and Tiggleton as my main carries. I mean, Vegas and Maji, super value for what they cost. But the reason why I don't have Kickstart is, do I think Tiggleton is a better player? Not necessarily. Do I think Sonics are going to dominate LG? No. Am I leaving Kickstart out because this is the one way for me to potentially beat everyone else and just hope that he has a bad event? Absolutely yes, 100%. I would rather be first than or last than in the middle.
Man's coming with the straight gambling
deep, right?
strategies.
I like it, man.
He's learning the ways. Well, on the other hand, I can't not pick Kickstart. I mean, he's just been so consistently good, always putting up great numbers in fantasy, and the fact that you can afford him and another big hitter is huge right now. So I decided to go with Shrimzy. I was very, very impressed with what Shrimzy was able to put together for Sonics during those regional qualifiers. I think he's really hot right now. Kickstart obviously really hot right now. Capitan, I'm taking a gamble, man. I'm really hoping that Fiumba will stop their early game shenanigans with Third Eye, and that Capitan will actually make it to late game and put up some points, because I feel like he's a monster. And then Casa Grande, I believe that he's going to be one of the cheaper picks that will actually put up some decent points there in damage and kills.
Good picks. Just to remind everybody, regional NA, I was #1. So just saying, I'm going to continue on with that. I got Pippa from Synergy. This man did 40% of the team's total damage during their regional playoffs. Kickstart from Luminosity, 42 kills, 7k damage done during the NA regional finals. And then Guzera, same deal. The stats man at the top, 31 kills, 6k damage. You can't go wrong with that, fellas. And then my sleeper pick, Zig, best support Latin America, baby.
Love it. Love it. Love getting your picks out there. I can't wait to see how they go as the day continues. Remember, fantasy is just fun, but unless you win, and then it's all about bragging rights, because Poro knows you lost by 1 point last year, and I have not let you forget about it.
And here we are. Yet another moment for you to bring it up. That's great.
I bring that up, but you brought something up when you did your fantasy that you're worried about some of the hot drops that have been going on, some of the struggles that a few of our teams have been having. Now, we brought Mustache Dave in because he's the interview master, and I want to see if you have a chance to get maybe a hold of Adam to find out more about what's going on with that. So I'm going to send you out to chat with him and find out more about strengths, weaknesses, and what they're up against.
Adam from Third Eye qualified through the opens, top 5 in the regional playoffs. Adam, how you doing today, man?
What's going on, Dave? It's nice to see your friendly face up here again. I'm doing good.
So Adam, let's just get right into it here. I want to know, what were some weak points from the regional playoffs to now that the team is trying to correct here today?
I mean, there's always weak points here and there, right? But to be honest, that's not really something that we've been focusing on. We knew we had to be prepared going into this hot drop for the finals, so we've been really focusing on that and making sure that we just don't leave, and we stay with our job spots.
All right, so if I'm hearing this correctly, I've been watching the scrims. There's been some hot drop action. The game plan today is still dropping it like it's hot, like 1991. Is that what's going down here today, Adam?
Absolutely, yeah. Still sticking with the game plan. Nothing's gonna change until the real game, so we just gotta stick with it. And we know that our mental is just up there. I've been playing the game for 6 years. I've dealt with so much. Lost my hair playing PUBG because I've dealt with so much shit. So sorry for the bad language, but yeah, I mean, we're just gonna have really rock hard mental and stay with it.
We'll bleep it out here. So you lost your hair due to the hot drops, but anything else kind of you want to let the fans know about this squad? Because I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of eyes on Third Eye here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, we're a really confident, aggressive squad. Like to take gunfights, like to put ourselves in positions to kill teams, and that's what we're gonna try and do throughout the event. And yeah, hopefully it just all works out for us.
All right, well, best of luck tonight, Adam from Third Eye, with those drop spots, man. I'm gonna be watching.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave, and thank you, Adam. F's in the chat for the hair, I guess, if that's what's caused the loss. But something that he brought up in the interview that I thought was fascinating, and this is a good one. Campora, we don't really ever talk about hot drops because they're so rare. But going into this one, there is an active live hot drop that I'm watching for. Is that correct, Cameron?
Yeah, there are actually a couple. The big one is going to be between Third Eye and Fiumba, who on both maps share the same drop spot. And over the course of scrims and the Maestro Invitational the past few days, it's been almost, if not every single round. Neither of the teams are giving up. I have to imagine that one of them is going to, because every single time a team is like, we're never going to leave, and then when the event actually starts, 1 or 2 rounds go in, and then one of them leaves, right? But it's kind of insane.
So I have a follow-up for you, Poro, but I want to show our map schedule because it goes into sort of this contest. Is Cameron brings up the fact that they've dropped on both maps, and we are starting on Erangel today, moving to Miramar. Is there an advantage to either of those teams? And sort of like, if they win the hot drops in Erangel, they don't have to worry about it in Miramar potentially?
You know, I don't think that's going to be the case. If they even if a team just 3-0s them on Aragal, I think they can expect the hot drop on Miramar as well. The problem for them specifically on Miramar though is that you've got Sonics that's looting just off to your south. So if you do try to take this hot drop, and towards the end they started, both teams, Fiumba and Third Eye, started kind of doing these strategies where they try to wrap around Power Grid and kind of come for these different angles. Well, if you take too long doing that, Sonics is going to, if you have a northern circle in any shape or form, Sonics can just come up there and just boop you and get a couple of free points off you when you're trying to focus on the task at hand. So either way, I think both teams, if you're gonna do it in game 1, you need to do it in game 15. Don't do it halfway and then quit, because by that time it's going to be too late and you start questioning yourself. Just stick with it all the way through if you're going to do it in game 1. That's my opinion.
It's valid. I mean, at the end of the day, though, it seems like America's has a pretty terrible history of dealing with these hot drop situations. Like
yeah,
David,
we do. It's true.
Is there anything you can look at? You're like, yeah, hot drops are a good idea, or is it just generally across the board? This is never going to go well.
Yeah, I know we are going to hear from Godspeed later on, and Godspeed hates it. Me personally, I love me a good old fashioned hot drop. It's always something to watch here as a viewer. Of course, as a player, you don't want to be put in that situation, because if you do get taken out early, you get the goose egg that game. And we got a couple hot drops here, fellas. We got Third Eye, Fiumba on both maps. We got Trogloditas and Friendly Fire on Miramar, Shoot to Kill and Synergy on Miramar. So there's a lot of region versus region conflict here.
For the record, the STK Synergy on Miramar is purely SG's fault. They're in Los Leones. You don't have to fight. You can have 2. We've seen in old school days, but we've seen 3 teams in Los Leones not fighting. This is purely SG being like, they're chaotic, they're active, they're trying to get these kill points, whether it's the hot drop of the team right in front of them, or even when they leave and they find someone else on the edge. Like, that's an entirely separate issue.
And we'll see that when we get to Miramar. I want to pivot a little bit. We talked about Third Eye. Let's go to another team that's actually featured in the Third Eye logo if you flip it upside down. That's Friendly Fire. Last night, I was watching the Maestro series, and Friendly Fire performed incredibly well. And I actually, I was thinking to myself, maybe it'll be a return to the 3 Kings. We said that in the regionals, but Friendly Fire looks good. Is there a world, Cameron, where Friendly Fire becomes sort of a 4 aces scenario here in North America?
There's always the world, right? We know Roth is a great fragging IGL. They have Korosek, they have Maji, they have Sharpshot, who sometimes can have dips in his performance, and sometimes is just fragging out of his absolute mind and is one of the best in the region. The real question is, like, will the stars align for it to happen? We always get teases with these rosters in whatever form they are, previously Dignitas and BBB. We always get these little teases of, like, greatness. It's just, can the follow through actually be there? And you're right about Maestro, the Invitational, them playing very, very well. My only concern is that there seemed to have been a little bit of, like, them trying to figure out how they were playing while playing, which is what scrims are for sure. But when you have the big hitters, like, showing up full time when the matches that actually count, which is this weekend, like, can they continue to follow through and play at that performance?
What do you think? Let's ask that question, Poro. Do you think they continue to follow through and play at that performance?
I mean, I think you look at Friendly Fire, they had a very specific strategy that they wanted to go into regional with, and that was just brute force. Like, they just wanted to face roll everybody, W key right into every fight they could. They were going to get to these finals on kill points alone if they had to, and they did, and they found success with that strategy. But as Cameron said, watching through scrims this week and watching through the Maestro Invitational, they've kind of pulled back a little bit. You can see that Roth has those gears turning. Roth is a brilliant mind, great IGL, great thinker about this game. So I don't expect them to do the same strategy as they did in the regional qualifiers here in finals. And you could find them having success. Like, they were making to late game very consistently, playing the way that they were playing here in this new mixed lobby. So I'm excited to see what Friendly Fire does. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see them switch it up again, though, and go brute force once again if they're feeling it.
I think especially when that lobbies first come together, that's your best chance to go a little brute force. And by that token, do you think Maestro maybe hurts some of these teams a little bit? Because in the past, we've seen that first time that they come together in competitive play, some of our brute force teams, or maybe teams that are lesser known, can take advantage of the unknown on day one. I don't know. Dave, do you think the fact that they saw each other already in competitive play affects it at all?
Listen, you always want to come out the gate swinging. You know, you want to have your strong games at the early start of a tournament so that you can just snowball from there with that momentum. And one thing I noticed about Friendly Fire, they love the 2-2 splits. They love the high risk, high reward plays. Hopefully it pays off for them, because what I know for a fact is if they get wiped out early, game 1, game 2, the mental aspect, it's gonna hit them hard. So hopefully they can bounce back from that here, Toffees, if it doesn't go their way.
I'd be happy to see them in a 2-2 split. Yeah. Usually they're all over the place.
In a 1-1-1-1. Yeah.
Very, very high information gathering, but very high risk type of situation. But hey, they know how to play it. So
right.
But
go ahead, Cameron.
Steve, your other question though about like, does this sort of break the first experience of competitive play? They're just scrims, right? There was something on the line. It was broadcast. There was a sponsor. They earned like 80 KG coins or whatever it was. But it's basically just scrims, right? It's not like this grand final is going to be the first time these teams ever see each other. So I wouldn't that's why I'm not worried about Sonics in 4th place. Not particularly worried about that. 00 Nation 11th place. Not particularly worried about that. It's like they were still, I'm pretty sure, by most of these players treated as scrims for prep and practice for this weekend, where it actually counts, where the plays actually matter.
Okay, so hold on. We're talking scrims here. Sorry, Talk. I got a bone to pick with Cameron still, man. Taking out Kickstart from the fantasy picks. We're talking regional NAs, number 1. We're talking scrims, number 1. That tournament yesterday, number 1. How are you going to do my boy like that and take him out of your pick?
Again,
here,
no. If I was
number 1,
if it wasn't for the fact, the only reason is because I didn't want to just be neck and neck with everyone on this crew on our own fantasy leaderboard. I needed to make a gamble of either first place or last place, and that's what I did.
That's what you got to do, especially if you're playing in a cash fantasy league or you've played fantasy football for a long time. You know that's the way to win, is have a different roster and hope it works out. I will say, for those of you watching at home,
and Matt, and you're just holding hands through the whole thing.
It's you and Godspeed last time we got together. There's a theme here that's developing, and it's Godspeed holding hands with somebody roster-wise.
He's so mad about that.
He is. Okay, so you guys at home, just so you know, we are not holding any longer than we can. The players need a little extra time to get themselves into lobbies, so we're going to chat a little bit more and help you sort of get to know these teams. Now, you said you're not worried after this, it was scrims and whatever. I want to talk about a team I'm a little bit worried about. They came through the opens. They barely made it into regionals. They fought like banshees there and managed to get here to the grand finals. That's family business. It's an interesting roster. My question for you guys, the experts, is do they stand a chance of that top 5 here this week? And if so, how do they get there?
Top 5, I think like 5th place. Man. Potentially 5th.
Okay.
Everything goes really well.
Yeah, so the reason why Funny Business, I think I hold them higher than you is because, one, I think Tater is great. He's a new up-and-coming talent that I think has a lot of potential. And also their ending placement in regional qualifiers was according to TSOC, they played so well on day 1 that they kind of played day 2 like they're already qualified. And because of that, they almost lost their spot. And he swears that they had figured that out. They're going to go in with a better mental energy this time around. I still don't think that they're going to be able to like really trade blows equally with the top dogs of Latin America or North America. But I think certainly top 8 is where I hope to see them. And if, as Poro said, if everything goes right, like maybe 5th place.
Nice. And I will say this, since we're on the topic, Matchroom just came in as our sideline reporter and let me know that we talked about Tater being the key here. Crop, the coach, the sub is actually playing game 1 because Tater is at his baby shower. So already the deck stacked against him, and they're going to have a little bit. Yeah. Little Tater tot. Oh, God. That's great. Solid. That was worth everything in that. Okay. So that's good. I think they're going to do great. Let's talk about a couple more teams here. We've got Elevate. Now, here's one that I'm a little bit curious about. I want to get your take on this one. Poro, we'll start with you. They're wild and out. I don't know if that works at this level of play. Is it going to work with what Latin America is bringing to the stage?
It actually might.
Okay.
So one of the things that one of Elevate's biggest issues I remember from the regionals was these long blind sends from outside of circle, coming in late to circle and trying to go for a more central position late. And that was kind of, they were losing guys early. They were having to play as 2 or 3, or they were just getting wiped completely early on. that was an issue that they were having at the beginning of regionals that they kind of fixed towards the end. Now with scrims, it's looked like they've stopped really trying to do that. They're starting to do this like little bunny hop thing where they don't go farther than they can scout, and they'll scout and just kind of make their way in. So I think that they have the firepower, like mechanically, like, I mean, Gats and Ethan are just nuts, and Honey Badger is as well. Hikerman has always been extremely consistent. Like, that team is extremely capable. Now, the only issue that they have is, as you said, it's the meta, right? It's sometimes it works against them. So I think if they take that slow approach, and if they maybe get a little bit of circle luck as well and find themselves towards the center and holding a hard cover compound position, they could very easily end up in the top 5. I mean, they have the weaponry to do it.
Do you think that bunny hop system, just to follow up on that, do you think that's the right call for their team to move into this short scouting? Yeah, awesome.
It's something that LG does. If you watch LG, you know, they'll just hop in vehicles, move a couple of yards, hop in the vehicle again, move a couple of yards. They'll just seeing who might have an angle on them, trying to take their time and scout out the best possible position, or just taking their time, even if they know where they want to go, just taking their time to get there rather than just full sending it in. And Elevate's issue was that they were sending it to places that they had no vision of. They were just kind of making these wild rotations. You know, honestly, Decimate had an issue with that last year as well that they ended up fixing. So hopefully Elevate has found a way to kind of remedy the issues that they had early on, at least in the regionals.
All right, so it sounds like we've got a player crash, so they're going to get the game paused while they get that player back in before we start the match.
Oh, come on,
Fairness is important.
Let me in then. Let me in.
I might
because what I'm hearing.
Get in here, Dave.
I'm hearing Poro compare LG to Elevate. First of all, we're comparing the two. Okay, I see where it's at. I mean, I'm looking at the last lobby. Elevate had 50 kills. Luminosity had 108 kills, so they doubled their kills. But I get it. And then with Tater being out today, getting that Tater tot action, I feel like Tater was the glue for the squad here at Toffee. So I'm actually a little concerned for that team here today.
I'm concerned for them as well. It sounds the games are about to get underway. So before we jump into it, though, I want to ask you guys, for our viewers at home so they can play along with you, what is a team that you're watching and maybe something to look for as a indicator of success in game 1? Cameron?
STK. Don't overthink things.
Nice. Poro?
Yeah, I talked about it a little bit, but hopefully if Fiumba or Third Eye can just pull off of their hot drop and just get to late game, I think that would be beneficial to both squads.
And Mustache Dave?
Sonics, man, this team thrives on momentum, so if they can get a strong start, easy snowball here today.
All right, you can see the players falling out of the sky. It's time for us to hang our hat to turn it over to the delicious duo of Matchroom and Godspeed.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all of the insight moving into what's going to be our first game of this series. Very excited to get into everything. Hot drops being the key component of a lot of this conversation, Godspeed, and we got to remember, on all that talk, a lot of these things about hot drops left and right, but remember Shoot to Kill back in 2019 over in LA, in PGC. Hot drop, Hacienda, 4 a.m. came out on top. I'm excited.
I hate them. I hate hot drops. I literally hate, as a former player, I can't stand hot drops. I feel like, oh, wait a second, Capitano Haven. That sucks for Haven. It's not the way you want to start. Let me tell you that. No, but back on the subject of hot drops, it's just, I understand why a lot of teams tend to stay in hot drops. Obviously, you don't want to, send the message that you're willing to just get pushed off of where you like to drop. But at the same time, how many times, Matt, have we seen a team just not do well simply because of the fact that they were too stubborn to stop the hot drop? I mean, all these teams have alt drops. They all know how to play from those alt drops. So if it's not going to come to fruition, if a team's not going to leave, especially after you're wiping them like 3-4 times, then I mean, come on, man. Is it really worth it?
Right? I mean,
is it really worth it, man? I mean, that's just how I feel. That's how I felt on every team I've ever played on. And we've done well from alt drops in teams and situations where we've had hot drops. So that's just my opinion on it. I get why the players are doing it. I don't like it. It is what it is.
It's early in the year, so I figure it's just a matter of them kind of make their statement. So I get it, but I also get your side on the whole situation.
I get it, but I don't like it. I mean, like I said, the understanding is there. I don't think these players are dumb.
You have a bad taste in your mouth for hot drops, right? I mean, you got fined whenever you did one.
Yeah, but that's that's a whole different situation. It's another can of worms that we'll open for another time. But it does seem like we actually don't have any. Look at that. Third Eye is actually clean.
Yeah, I like this, especially in the first game. Try to play it a little bit smoother. This circle is leaning more towards the main island itself. Yeah, it does have a pretty decent chunk of the fact that Military Island's in there as well. But, I mean, when you look at the math on the circles, highest likelihood it's going to be going to the main island itself. Unless you see something I don't there, Godspeed.
Nope. This is probably going to go to the main island. I think the very first MPL circle I ever played was this exact circle, and it went to Millie base. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case here, but yeah, this is probably going to go mainland. And interestingly enough, Fuma actually didn't move very far, right? They just went straight to the east, loot a little bit over there towards new compounds there by Pie Road, and those guys will be just fine. So I'm glad. I know it's really boring for viewers. Trust me, as I've transitioned as a caster, I've started to enjoy hot drops more and more, but in this situation, I'm glad there wasn't any. Sorry,
okay,
guys.
you can come with us to the dark side of the forest. As a reminder,
I've
everybody,
been there. I've been
Tater
there
is not playing in only this first game, from what we have been told. So if you have him on your fantasy roster, it shouldn't be the end of the world. Just keep an eye on that for you guys, because I know that there's been a lot of talks about what that team and what that roster can do, and also a lot of talks about the fact that Godspeed, you have good taste. Apparently we picked the same players and everybody's picking on you about it. I'm sorry. I'm not judging you for it. How dare you pick a good fantasy team?
I mean, what is there to say? Like, there's a fantasy roster, you have a certain budget, there's obviously going to be strong players to pick. Yeah, a lot of teams are going to be similar. If you look at regionals, Poro's just upset. That's fine, I get it. Cameron just doesn't want to win, so he's picking different players just to be Cameron. Yeah, it's all good, man. I like to win fantasy, therefore I like picking stronger players. If someone else has a similar team, whatever. It's fantasy, man. What do you?
For me, and then I used it in the regional section,
right? Which is we talked about
Badger this time,
and I wanted to pick the same team last time as well, but I was like, I'll try something else. But this time I was like, you know what? I'm gonna stick to my team. So I'm gonna feel good when I beat Poro and everyone else in fantasy. When we beat everyone in fantasy,
yeah, we'll hold hands. We're starting this thing off
fine.
casting together, and we'll hold hands at the fantasy finish line together as well.
I'll hold hands all day, baby. I ain't scared.
Just taking some shots. That's not friendly fire. That's at another team. But a lot of centralized movement coming in, specifically whenever we're looking along the coastline itself on the main island, or around like the gas station right after you look at the bridge. Nothing too crazy. We all know. We've seen this a million times. If you watch a lot of PUBG esports, this is going to be a slow roll at the start. You're going to try to it's vulturing right now. You're just trying to pick off somebody in rotation, seeing if maybe you spot somebody that's in a weak point, get the kill, get the knock, whatever you can, and then just try to get back out and get to where you want to be out as fast as possible.
Well, specifically for friendly fire too, that's what you're talking about. They actually have a very strong position right now, splitting here on this 12 pack near the bridge on the west side, and even Elevate, right? They've taken those kind of prio compounds just near Crossroads. So ultimately, this is a good setup for both teams, especially off the shift, because they can both rotate where they want to, Matt.
Getting in and saw the fact that we had 0-0 Nation for a while, which I will never not see with the PUBG font as donation. Every single time I see it, man, it messes with my eyes.
Baby. Double O. I mean, that is such a strong team, man. Talking about everything that the desk was putting forth, that roster is absolutely disgusting. There's obviously so much talent, specifically with, Gizera and Sparking, right? You talk about PNC, you're talking about what these guys were able to do together, and now they're on a team, and they have two solid supports in VHZ and LFP. So Double O Nation has the capability of really making another case of pushing towards the top three. Obviously, we know Sonics being as strong as they are. LG just looks incredible, and STK as well. I mean, starting in the regionals looked amazing. So this is a stacked lobby. I mean, we say that every time the Americas come together, but specifically this year, I mean, this is a really, really strong lobbies where I feel like the entire field is very competitive.
We're moving into the 6th anniversary of PUBG. So, of course, every year is going to get better. The players just get stronger. They figure out more and more stuff. We're doing a lot, I guess, our fanfare of these last two maps before we start bringing in some more fun into it. So this is a lot of good reasons to be keeping an eye on what's going to be happening here. Just giving you guys an update. Really, it looks like Synergy, and that's about it on the outliers. There is spam down to the south that's going to be coming in military base, but everybody is making the commit towards main island. So whenever we're doing a quick talk through about how everything is going to be going, do remember the fact that we have tons of extra insights that we can give you. We actually got a chance to catch up with Rello this morning on what makes his team so great, what play style they plan to use, and if there are any teams that they're watching out for. So let's get it straight from him.
What makes my team great, I'd say, is time and experience. We've all got 4 to 5 years of experience. Me personally, I've been teaming with Snakers since he was 17, and he turns 21 next month. It's been quite the ride for all of us, and There's been a lot of ups and downs, but we've worked really hard to be where we are. Our mindset isn't different, really. Initially, we'll probably take things a little slow to see how the lesser prepared teams will play under more serious circumstances, but otherwise, we're just gonna play our game. I think there's a lot of talent and like prospect, especially with teams like SDK, but our rival is always gonna be Sonics, always has been for the past few years. But we don't really have like an intricate plan to stay ahead of them. We're just gonna play the game and find out Sunday.
There you go. Talking about one of their players getting to 21. Oh my God. Godspeed, we're getting old.
I mean, I've watched Rila grow up, so I definitely feel
it feels like
as one of the older players in the league too. You know, back when I was playing, it was definitely, it's surreal, man, to see him and Snakers and all the young guns who have come up in the scene who weren't even eligible to compete in certain events because they weren't 18 to not only see them successful, but I mean, some of them are the best players in the world, right? Which is awesome. It's truly awesome to see. And you know, happy birthday, Snakers, when that comes. 21 is, you know, it's a big year. I remember when I was 21, I felt like I was on top of the world, and he literally is on top of the world. His daddy is going to take shots at Fuma now, here just below Death Road.
Ooh, doing a regroup. There's several teams that have sightlines into this, so have to be very, very careful moving in. You can see that Synergy taking a much slower approach as looks like actually they've decided the fact that they're going to try to defend this one up. Ali's in some trouble. DraftKings is going to go ahead and toss the nade in. Isn't going to connect, but it looks like Fiumba is doing a quick regroup out and around this. Keep in mind where Rebo is going to be coming in up in that northern area. At the same time, Synergy is trying to collapse in. This is a very, very strong compound inside of this location. That's why you can see there is some vying for position, but this is dangerous from both sides. And there it is. Capitan is going to spout out Pippa, and now Fiumba has the tempo.
Yeah, Fuma doing a really good job here of trying to hold down and isolate the members of Synergy that are trying to go around for a flank here. You also have to be careful about Double O Nation. They could very easily send a duo up if they want to potentially third party this, but you're right. This is a great position to fight over. Obviously, you have good rotations to the north and the south, and that's why Synergy realized that, but they're going to pull off. Great defense there from Fuma at the start of this game.
Spam off in the middle of nowhere right now, chasing after the blue zone. They will get there sooner or later, wrapping around the southern part of Military Base Island, not too far away from where the next circle is going to be popping, but we've got about 7 seconds before we show that one. See a defensive line set up for vehicles and everything else like that. With the fact that they are like bringing over a stack of vehicles, I wonder how they're going to make the push in. And oh, Pachinki Center, Godspeed.
Pachinki Circle, and who does that make you think of? Sonics, baby.
Yeah, look at him. Still sitting there.
Beautiful
right
split. Yep. Mime has got a nice little split on Pachinki Hill. Obviously, they realize that's going to be a little sketchy to hold with two, especially dead center. But yeah, Sonics, pick of the litter. They have a great position here watching their northwest and the south. But look at all these other rotations coming in.
Yeah,
look at LG coming in the back.
This is going to be messy down in the south. Look at the fields that are over there.
Look at Crossroads,
you got FF, STK, everybody's starting to intersect there. Elevate might be able to see some of this. This is going to create a kind of bottleneck. Do you think that we're going to see a couple more teams have to crash into Pachinki due to this, or are they just going to try to take up position around the hillside? I don't know. With the amount of there, that's crazy.
It's so hard. Obviously, you're seeing Double O Nation come in right now. They've seen that window, and Double O Nation have actually been really good at this in scrims, and just as of late is almost playing LG like, right? They'll play from the edge, have a really strong position there, hold their edge well, and then when they see an opportunity to go center or in a good position, they'll do it. And that's exactly what they're doing. But shoot to kill now with shots onto Funny Business. Alo not going to get the knock, just a little bit of damage.
I love this setup from Shoot to Kill. We're seeing a much more aggressive styling coming out from them, moving center much faster and trying to set up some trap positions. Really, it is just going to be FB that's going to take some of the damage on that, but that's about it. Friendly fire, it looks like FB's just going to send it down. Okay, they're just going to make the crash in, say, all right, we can assume that Pachinki's going to have some friends inside of it, so we're just going to go ahead and find ourselves in the low ground.
I mean, it's definitely not the worst spot in the world. Yeah. it could be a lot worse. They found us, but they didn't get anyone knocked initially driving through STK as well. So this is good. This is very good for FB for the time being. Obviously, a shift could very much make their life hell, but we'll see. The only other issue, Matt, is as you were talking about earlier, there is the potential for them to get crashed and potentially lose that hold. But I mean, Chopsticks, it's a different beast fighting in there because it's just one lane. So.
Well, especially with the Pachinki chopsticks, because you've got that Pachinki hill back behind it. Oh, man.
A lot of open angles. It's rough.
It's pretty much just hunker down. It's the epitome of trench warfare as Spam has managed to get their vehicles off their boat. They're coming off a ferry pier now and making their way into the circle. They don't have anybody really in front of them until Pachinki, so I think they'll be okay.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, just all the teams are basically set up, aside from Spam and maybe a Synergy, who are just chilling on the East Coast, right? Simply because they lost one early. No one is going to move. Everyone is now set into a position where they're just waiting on Circle. What I'm looking at is the teams that are actually in a good position to rotate out of this if this hard shifts, right? You look at Sonic's split up to the northwest. You're looking at a team like Elevate, who still is not committed, a team like LG. A lot of these teams on the outside are not going to have to deal with that issue if the Circle does indeed post off of Pachinki Center, or proper, I should say.
We can see that Systematicos as well as Peak are taking some shots between each other. This is down in the southwest of where the Circle is. This is right along the edge, as you can see. So there's not going to be any really third partying coming out right now. Looks like that we are going to see that get picked back up. Peak is in a good position down in this lower ground. If we do see a hard southwestern shift, though, this is going to be chaos.
It's going to be chaos simply because of the fact that there's nothing to play there, Matt. It's open fields. It's all open fields. There's some shacks there. I mean, there are some berms and like little ridges that teams have used, especially if they have vehicles, but that's not even a conversation we need to have, fortunately. But yeah, that would have been a really difficult situation for these teams to navigate. Now it becomes, is it too early to send it into Pachinki Center, right? As a player, as an IGL, you have to think about that simply because if it shifts off, you're then get stuck. Most likely, though, I think this is probably going to go Pachinki, Matt.
I love the fact that where we see LG already making their move into, a couple of teams now making the run pass. Remember, Systematicos, we saw just had one of the players get down, but now going to leapfrog using the hills to try to sneak in. Looks like LG making that pathing I was talking about beforehand. They're going to go ahead and drop down into the craters. Off in the distance, that is going to be Third Eye that gets position of the good compounds. But I feel like this is such a strong spot because you can pick off so many kills if this does shift away from Pachinki here.
Yeah, the biggest threat to this is the hill behind it, right? And there are teams that could absolutely play that hill. Elevate looking to be one of them, potentially SG. As we see Troglodytes here, this is on the northwest side of the circle, taking shots over towards Delta and the rest of the team. Dynamic, though, and this is the problem. You've got to know that Sonics is already here.
Yeah,
that was more or less a blind send from Dynamic, and I mean, it's rough, right? It's going to be a difficult rotation through all these different teams.
Oh, and it's not getting any better. Look back over on the east. Pumba set up, and DraftKings going to go down. Hasten says, hey, don't forget about me. We've got Pumba as well along this angle, still just trying to make sure that they hold it together, trying to move away from where DraftKings got knocked at. Couple of smokes coming out, but Capitan keeps the fancy feet going and does manage to get behind a rock for some form of safety. This is going to get awkward as here in just a second. We're also going to have Synergy join.
The rest of Fumba as well. This is a big fight, man. This is a big fight between two very strong teams starting off early in the circle. Still 16 teams alive, not a single point to be gained if you're eliminated here. So they have to be very careful. And remember, I believe it's Fumba's down one as well. Yeah, they're down DraftKings, so have to hold on this east edge. And they have terrain to work with somewhat, but I'm worried about their utility, Matt, more than anything.
I know that they've got a foothold on the opposite side of the hill in that little dip that kind of like is the L itself. And yeah, looks like that's where they're going to regroup at. That's the safer bet, especially given the fact that Synergy is going to be coming in. It does look like Synergy is eyeing this pathing, as you can now see on the mini-map down to the bottom right. Most movement now done. Everybody's kind of calm. There is nobody, though, I want to point out, in the northern part of Pachinki. This is a still full southern setting.
Yeah, and I like the position that Decimate have taken, right? This is like old C9 hill. It's a very strong position. They'll be able to even see Elevate coming out. But this is Pachinki right now, right? This is it. This is what you're going to see for the majority of this, is unless we see some crazy hard shift. A lot of these teams, again, are just setting up for Pachinki. And as you stated, the north side is completely clean. A team like Trog could easily see that, or not easily see that, but they could kind of get closer to scouting and realize that they have a very good into the circle.
Gotta say that Tater's got to be feeling pretty good. You know, he's over there doing his baby shower, watching everything that's going on, glancing over and seeing his teammates hiding inside of a trench right next to Pachinki, hoping the fact that nobody kills him. He's like, yeah, okay.
They're center, man.
They're center, but, you know, it's a scary way to be center with another shift coming up right off the southern section of Pachinki itself being centered up.
Okay, now teams are starting to try to make the trek. It is Trog, again, coming in towards the north side, but they have to realize that it's fairly clean once they start moving building to building. And that's the difficult thing at Pachinki, Matt, is when you're trying to clear building and all those unknowns.
Oh no, Decimate. Oh no, manages to at least get by the first side of the gauntlet. They've got their eyes set down in the trench.
Oh, this is the crash!
Down into it. Keegan! This is just
just massacred. Gonna lose one of their members. Keegan's gonna go down. Trying to hide outside of this Molotov. Gonna land right on top of Hasten. He's gonna end up cooked. The rest of FB now looking into this, and this is a massive problem. And one trying to see if maybe he can get enough throwables out to buy something, buy some time, because you can see Funny Business.
That
Nate lands, and this is just mutually assured destruction. Everybody is just watching from the high ground, enjoying the show.
And this is exactly what we were talking about, Matt. It's so difficult to hold, but also to crash this. It's just one lane all the way down. So much utility can land. We saw that grenade land right in T-Sock's pocket. And now it's up to Croc. And Bunt is burning.
Oh, he's about to be Bunt burnt.
He recovers.
So he does manage to survive.
Crop has to hold the smoke. That's it. He just has to make sure the smoke does not get pushed, Matt.
Is anybody else coming along this path? And Spam is now coming in as well. They're going to be shoot off by Elevate. That's going to be over to their right, but directly in front of them is going to be shoot to kill. No tires, no comfort position. Looks like they're going to try stopping that dip, and that was scary.
Well, not only does he have Elevate to deal with, they're going to get that knock as well, but don't forget, SDK is just over this ridge. And friendly fire, so everybody is piling in on Spam, and that's a rough one. I mean, that's not a great spot.
Oh, new contender approaching right now, as it does look like Fiumba is being sent along a similar pathing. They're going to crash right in front of the trench, though, as shoot to kill is just really peppering everybody in. Only got one kill, but God, they are just making life miserable, as Decimate is going to be our first team to get eliminated. We do want to point out, remember Elevate a second ago? They still have to make a move into the circle, but luckily they've got Spam that's going to be in front of them that they've been doing a ton of work to. Fishing with the Dynamite, not coming up too big yet, but Honey Badger's going to go down. Still 2 members up for Elevate.
Oh, they made the push.
Eyeing the high ground. Are they going to be able to find this one? Trying to spot it out. Can they see the last member up? And they just can't get a clean angle into this.
No, and now SG, as you said, is starting to take shots in the backside of Elevate. Hackerman is going to go down. It's just up to Ethan, so a team that they had initially just trapped in this little bowl has been able to fight back with the help of another team off their back, and it looks like Ethan is just going to have to clutch this.
Well,
I believe.
I don't know. Synergy's just going to come up and spank him from behind right now. Ethan now has to run back in the smoke. He's going to go down. Elevate's gone. Synergy just walking through this when they know the fact that he was fighting somebody. SDK did stretch out this direction to kind of feel what was happening as well. But with the new circle, we still have the chopsticks in play and the southern part of Pachinki Hill. So really, shoot to kill not having to move too much. It's much more about how Synergy wants to handle this.
I actually really love the way SDK is split this kind of high ground on that hill and the bottom side of the road. So they're actually hidden from the angles of Third Eye and LG. Such a good split, and the way they've been holding it as well, making sure no one's been cresting them from the top where friendly fire is, and they've taken control of the southeast side of the circle. So beautiful stuff so far from SDK.
Synergy making something happen here is they had a hard path into the circle. Looks like they are going to find the last member of Spam in just a second. Already down below half HP. Just trying to spot him. That should be about it.
There it is.
Yep. But now, guess what? Good job, Synergy. You managed to pick up 3 kills. But STK is mad because they wanted those kills. I mean, this is what's going on also inside of the craters, though. This is going to be a hard rotation.
Yeah, remember, SG lost one early fighting just around Death Road to Fiumba. So the fact that they've kind of they've retreated to this edge, have gotten 4 kills is very good. But look at this, LG in the killed feed lighting up 2 of Third Eye.
Still, the Chopsticks fight continues. Troglodytes is also kind of eyeing a similar pathing in. Luminosity wants to finish this out so that way they can find a path. With Shoot to Kill kind of being distracted by Synergy, this is their time. They need to get something out of this one. Snaker's going to go ahead and get the flush out. There we go. Third Eye trying to roll by. Loses one, loses the other, and that's going to be Third Eye eliminated. LG, their patience pays off, but now they've got to make a run through what is going to be, I'm looking at, what, 4 teams that should probably have vision on them?
I would be very surprised if LG make it through this. I know they have vehicles. They're going to get a crash here. I don't know if they're going to survive it, depending on where they go. I imagine they're going to try to wrap around a little bit and just go through the smokes.
Oh no, they're pushing the solo member of Fiumba. Yep. Looks like they scouted this well. They just jump out, going for the spray into it.
Oh, Snakers! Yeah, this is the hard part, though. Getting there was not the issue. It's now dealing with the team of Double O, as well as everyone else, and a nade is going to take 2 of them down.
We do get a
It's just really one flood.
Kickstart drops it back onto him, so now VHZ is going to go down. LFP is going to go down as well, and now it is just Sparking. We've seen him make some hero plays, but now he has to run into the smokes. This is just a reset coming out. Now LG has to take that same time to try to figure out what's going to be going on. Sonics do have vision into some part of this fight, as well as Troglodytes, but not the cleanest of angles, so this is going to slow down for just a moment.
Sonics were instrumental here. They knocked 2 members of Double O Nation, so they absolutely affected the fight as far as LG is concerned, which they saved LG, Matt, straight up.
Okay, now here comes the throwables.
Beautiful recovery.
Flood's got himself a sneaky angle to play from, but look, there is just no vision to be had. 0-0 is going to go out. LG now gets control over this territory, and they still have FB that's pretty close to him. Systematicos still getting caught up with Peak yet again. This is a fight that started a while ago with Nox Exchange. Rick Burial lost one up. Looks like he's going to make the push in, but he's going to get spotted, and Peak picks him off in the end.
Nicely done. Very nicely done by Peak, and now they're going to be able to move up on the south side of this mountain, this top of Pachiki Hill, but they have to be careful because if they crest too much, they're not only going to get shot by Sonics or Trog, but they also have to deal with the teams underneath, and Synergy and SDK as they're fighting right now. It's just up to Benya, and he is fighting for his life.
I mean, 4 members of Shoot to Kill know exactly where you are. They got Matt in the circle.
Sweet
That's
Prince.
going to be the way it ends. Good grenade balance while they are Shoot to Kill, and we've been commenting the fact that they've been using their aim more than their nades. They still got that threat. They know how to do it.
They have much evolved from the moniker of nade to kill. So these boys are, you know, they're still expected to be good with nades, but this hold, honestly, on this road in the south side has been just chef's kiss for SDK and Luminosity. The fact that they're still alive, that recovery with the help of Sonics, so strong. Now they have to assault this ridge. They have to assault this trench, this chopstick, Matt.
I don't understand. These guys are supposed to be rats, but I keep seeing them fight all over the place. How does that math make sense? As they're going to wrap down to the south,
We're going to go to the hill. I like this.
This is very good. Shoot to kill on one side. Sonics are going to start taking some shots in, but it looks like LG do manage to navigate at least for a while. Looks like they do get to the dip that they wanted to, but can they get there safe enough?
Yep. They just want that shack just to get a little bit of breathing room, and this is good because running into the team of Funny Business right now, especially with Trog on the other side of that, is going to be difficult. So I do think this is probably their best play. And they made it. And they got 2. I mean, they're still alive with 2.
And FB is still alive. Let's point that out. They made that into the trench early, and they have been having to deal with a lot of harassment. STK now starting to make their creep up. With the tree line, they might be able to find a sneaky approach into LG, but Peak also looks like they might be sneaking around, and Peak going to be getting the peak of the hillside. Love to see it.
And SDK, this is the problem. They want to peek over, right? They want to be able to get those angles and take shots, or potentially just get rid of LG in that shack with utility. The problem is they can't really crest over. They're going to get shot by Trog. They're going to get shot by Funny Business, which, by the way, to your point, Matt, Funny Business is awesome, man. Watching these teams in regionals and still seeing them here now, I mean, this is an awesome team that I'm glad they qualified because they're looking real strong, man. I hope they continue this.
We won't talk about the fact that since our fantasy teams are both the exact same, that Keegan went down and under.
He did get a knock though. That's some damage.
That is true. That is true. So we're not gonna feel too bad about that.
Don't sleep on young Keegan, man. He's still got the damage. The spray comes out from Spellfish onto SDK, and this is the next fight we're probably gonna see. As everyone else is very comfortable in circle right now.
I don't know, like poking the bear that is STK right now. The way that they play is so much more aggressive. It's still tactical, and it's still what we know how STK wants to play, but it's a lot more move centered, and they just seem to be very aware of everything that's happening around them. And whenever they decide that they want to take their firefights, they find the comfort inside of it. Look at the crossfire lines that are set up with the map up right now. That's how Alo is going to get the down onto it, and it's just beautifully played time and time again. They spot out another one, going to go ahead, and it's just systematic as they just pick apart Peak.
Yeah, I mean, they used this position. They knew the circle was going to favor Peak moving first, and so they've absolutely capitalized on that with 3 members down. STK has dismantled Selfish and the rest of Peak at this point. With just 1 member left.
All right, MVOA, what you going to do? You got yourself the high ground, but I don't feel like this is going to be an Obi-Wan victory. This feels like this is going to be much more about Anakin managing to climb up after it, and I think that MV's feeling the same way. Not doing a big move, because remember, he does not have the best of cover, because what's going on down here is Troglodytes is having to move forward, as finally the chopsticks are no longer going to be in the safe zone.
The thing is Sonics is just sitting here licking their lips. Like, it's fine. Everybody can fight. No problem. We're just going to hold this. And LG to an extent as well. It's going to be a nice knock coming out from Butt. But both of these teams are going to have to contest with the teams on the south as soon as the circle pulls away.
Okay, so how are you going to navigate this? It looks like FB, who's been fighting for so long, still have some type of utility, some type of meds left. They're going to make the push through the smokes. This is where it's going to start getting scary, but they do manage to spot out one to open up the doors for them. Now starting to make the play into it, trying to see if they can spot up something up over the smoke. That is going to be Shoot to Kill, spotting out the last member of Peak as well. So now they've got themselves their hillside, and they're looking down into LG's position. The smoke battle still continuing as FB are just making a push near on no vision. But Necro, he's got himself a nice defended position. Firing through it is the sneaky angle. Going to be enough. Tries to step out, but FB still survives.
I love that he tried to go for that seat swap, but it just didn't work out. And still, funny business, man. This team has been so impressive. They're able to hold that chopstick for the longest time. That's the second team now that they've held it against. And so it's come down to Shoot to Kill on the top of this hill with an AWM in hand. Vegas, you love to see that. That's a classic if I've ever seen one.
But I don't understand, Godspeed. How did we pick such a terrible fantasy team that has all 4 teams still up with 1 member apiece on it?
Well, to be fair, Keegan is dead. So,
yeah, I mean, but this team's still up. So.
Well, I mean, like I said, fantasy is fantasy, man. You're gonna pick strong players. If it is what it is, Us can do what they want about it. That's fine.
Let's be honest. We're kind of watching FB die at the time, while Shoot to Kill is going to be watching LG. This is probably going to be a clean lineup between Shoot to Kill and Sonics. The Sonics do get circle favors. They have been harassing a lot. Just because of the fact that they don't have high kills, don't assume that they've been sitting on their laurels by any fashion.
Oh no, they've had definitely an impact on multiple teams now, and this is what I was talking about. I mean, congratulations, Funny Business. You had an awesome game. You held out multiple teams. Now you're stuck. Circle did not give them any favors. And so they're going to have to make a pretty desperate run here, which I imagine they're probably not going to make.
I mean, respect.
This is just SDK. Well, SDK is also not in a great spot either, Matt. They have to still move in. They're out of circle. They're going to try to assault the shack. But there's no way that Sonics is going to let them do that for free. They're going to get peppered in that smoke.
I love this. We keep seeing Purdy make these off moves to really support his team, putting himself in a very high, like, visibility, high danger position. He's creeped down very, very close. And now look at the firing lines that his teammates have set up. They're covering him, allowing him to try to sneak his way through this one, trying to see if maybe they can set up a molly or something else. Alo's going to go ahead and connect in. It looks like Purdy's just going to go ahead and make the run through. Is he going to go Sonics? For the flush out, steps out. He's going to go down. But they did manage to pick up their 10th kill, using that opportunity now, trying to make him run along that hillside. Are we going to see if maybe Shoot can find some safety off of it? Now looking into FB as well. This is just a straight up firefight with only Sonics having some type of cover. H-Win making a hero play of his own.
Yep, get the points, and Shoot to Kill is just on survival mode at this point. That push from Purdy was good. It bought them some time. Obviously, drew a lot of ire from Sonics. That's what Kurt wanted. He just wanted to get across. He just wanted to be able to get rid of them. But Sonics, from an incredibly strong position, looting Pachinki, getting the Pachinki circle, but not just, as you said, resting on their laurels, and picking up some kills and a hell of a lot of damage.
I mean, that was just an absolute bloodbath. I know, I love this. I love this more kill-focused STK. They are, one, amazingly fun to watch, and secondarily, just, I don't know, there's just something about it. It just invigorates you when you're watching them. You just get hyped.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this team has been a storied team that's been around forever, but Sonics, man, it just, their knowledge of Pachinki and the area around it and the circles, the way that they play them, they could have taken the double barns that we saw Third Eye take, but ultimately they didn't. And yeah, they constantly do well and win games from that position in the south side of that Pachinki barn. So Sonics, well done, as always.
I mean, just good reads on the circle, and we've got our usual suspects hanging down there. I mean, it's been years upon years of skill coming out for these players, and that's no surprise, because, I mean, like we were talking about a second ago, we are sneaking into that 6th anniversary coming up from Pubg. And Pubg is marking its 6th anniversary as we are going to be celebrating the occasion with our community in style, including a new dev talk, fun collaboration with artist Tristan Eaton, special in-game item drops, new background music, and more. Whether you're a new player dropping in for the first time, or you've been eating chicken dinners for a while now, it's never been a better time to check out Pubg Battlegrounds. Guys, we've got to just take a quick break to get everything set up to move into our next game. We will be back in just a few minutes. This is just the start of the action. Stay tuned.
안녕하세요. 펍지 배틀그라운드 총괄 PD 장태석입니다. 2017년 펍지의 첫 출시 후 벌써 6년이 지났습니다. 함께 해주신 플레이어 여러분에게 감사드리고 펍지를 대표해 6팀의 이야기를 소개합니다.
It's been 6 years. I just wanted to personally thank you for helping make PUBG what it is today. your insight, your passion, your headshots, they all come together. And we've made a cool game together. And I cannot wait to show you what the next year is going to bring and beyond.
배틀그라운드의 즐거움을 더하기 위해 매달 맵, 피처, 모드 등의 새로운 콘텐츠를 업데이트하고 있습니다. PUBG 모드는 특히 기억에 남네요. 커뮤니티에서는 펍지는 만우절 모드 개발에 진심이라고 이야기하시는데 저희의 노력을 알아주시니 감사합니다. 앞으로도 새로운 업데이트로 더욱 즐거운 게임을 선보일 예정이며 만우절 이벤트도 기대해주세요.
매년 배틀그라운드 출시 기념일마다 플레이어분들에게 감사의 마음을 전하고자 다양한 이벤트와 보상을 준비하고 있습니다. 작년에는 펍지 레거시를 살린 노란 트레이닝 슈트를 이벤트 리워드로 선보였으며 이번에는 그 슈트를 미래지향적으로 해석한 스킨을 특별 보급 이벤트로 제공할 예정입니다. 이 이벤트는 6주년 업데이트 기간에만 받을 수 있으니 꼭 참여해보세요.
We would like to express our sincere gratitude to all of you for playing PUBG Battlegrounds with us over the past 6 years. We want you to know that we always listen to your feedback, discuss it internally, and make every effort to incorporate it into the game. We look forward to creating new experiences together in the future.
익숙하지만 새로운 그리고 다음이 기대되는 순간으로 표현하고 싶습니다. 여러분들에게 익숙한 삼등맨을 새로운 방법으로 표현하여 신선함을 더하고 그 안에 6년가의 추억과 감사의 마음을 담아냈습니다. 이 메시지가 여러분에게 꼭 전해졌으면 좋겠습니다.
지난 6년을 돌이켜보면 게임 시장뿐만 아니라 플레이어들의 플레이 성향 등 많은 것이 변화하고 있음을 느낍니다. 우리는 계속해서 펍지의 오리지널리티와 코어를 유지할 것이며 필요한 것에서는 적극적이고 긍정적인 변화를 만들어 나갈 것입니다. 펍지의 6주년, 앞으로의 6년, 그리고 66년 후도 잘 부탁드립니다. 그때가 되면 게임도 그리고 우리도 좀 더 나이를 먹겠지만 여전히 서바이버로서 치열하게 전장을 누비고 있기를 기대해 봅니다.
Else, Alo's going to go ahead and connect in. It looks like Purdy's just going to go ahead and make
Purdy's
the
getting through. Is he going to go Sonic? For the flush out, steps out. He's going to go down. But they did manage to pick up their 10th kill, using that opportunity now, trying to make him run along that hillside. Are we going to see if maybe she can find some safety off of it? Now looking at
Game 1 is done, and it is honestly not a huge surprise for the folks watching. Sonics come away with the first game. I mean, it is right next to their home base. It's an area they know how to win. In fact, my favorite part of that Cam and Pour was listening to you guys discuss, like, which game was it when we saw this win scenario last time and naming off like 7 different matches, right? Because it's them. They play it well. Beautiful game. Let's take a look at the winner dinner screen and the victory that came out of that for them. I mean, it wasn't flashy, but it seemed nice, Poro.
It was effective. It is very effective. Yeah, I mean, Cameron is. I think it was like deja vu, man. I swear we saw a game that finished the exact same way last year. I can't remember what event it was, but it ended up pretty much exactly the same as we saw here. Sonics get the win, keep all 4 guys alive. A little lower on the kills, but that's just kind of to be expected, isn't it, when playing from that farmhouse there, Cam?
Yeah, and especially with SDK bulldozing everyone else that entire game. This, I mean, people have alluded to, is this just a honeymoon period with Vegas? But they are playing on there's a different sort of energy that I get watching these guys from like the past couple of years, where it felt like they were almost too textbook and how SDK approached the game. This time is a lot more just like, hey guys, we gotta actually perform and get the kills this time around. You saw Purdy Curdy just like solo rush.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, I think you're hitting the nail on the head, man. It's I loved the position that they were in from the very start. You know, you said it's one of your least favorite parts on the map, but man, it is super effective place to play, especially on circles like this. And one of the things that I feel like we're seeing from STK now that we've maybe not seen as much in the past is that ability to make those snap judgment decisions to make those aggressive pushes like that. In the past, it felt like, you know, let's leave Luke up top and from range. Let's leave Penta over here. Maybe Purdy will go and try to make a push. Not this time, man. They're leaving Vegas up there, and you can see the absolute faith and trust that they have in Vegas to give them Overwatch with what, again, you said it as well. How does he keep getting on?
How does he keep, every single game we see him, at some point he's gonna have an AWM in his hands? Do they just have a crate magnet? It's ridiculous, actually.
Very effective.
It's just, it's the benefit of Vegas coming back, AWMs everywhere. But Shoot to Kill does make the right decisions. They come out with 16 total points to basically tie the Sonics in terms of what they walk away with in value on that one. But it's all about the big 3, Cameron. They come out 1, 2, 3. Yet again, the 3 kings of PUBG in North America are back in action.
It's, the more things change, the more they stay the same. I don't
know. I mean, you look at, you know, obviously it's just one game and a kind of a one-off thing, but out of the 3 top teams there, LG had probably the most difficult road out of all of them from very early on, and they still somehow managed to snake 14 points out of it, and the 2 winners took the 2 top teams took 16. So I mean, look, LG was in a very, very bad spot. They didn't get any circle of that time. They had to fight their way through, and they still managed to get a whole bunch of points with 0 luck on their side.
They didn't get circle love, and they didn't get a ton of luck, but they got a lot of team love from their rivals, the Sonics, Cameron, who literally saved Luminosity there midway through that game.
Yeah, they certainly helped. LG had a great push onto the position held by 00 Nation. We actually saw that in the highlights with the Snakers pop out with using the momentum of the vehicle, but he swings out and takes some damage from it, but he's able to shift around and get the angle. Oh, that was sick. A full-on boost there from the Send. But yeah, Sonics also helped with some shots there, but LG able to survive with as many as they did through that engagement. That alone, it takes skill and just shows how strong LG still are after all this time.
And Poro, we moved away from the classic PAS rule that we're going to start with wild circles that go off to the polar ends of the universe, starting at Pachinki. I think that's about as fair as you can get for all the teams here, right?
I mean, you can't really ask for a whole lot more than just a donut after donut after donut. And I think everybody, once it started kind of falling on Pachinki, those circles do tend to shift south eventually. It's just a question of how long it's going to take. And I mean, it's one that these guys are very, very familiar with. They know how to play these. But again, you saw some teams that even teams that may have not talked about too much coming into this are still coming out ready to play. I mean, we saw Friendly Fire get taken down instantly, and they were in a really good position there.
Yeah, I thought their spot was they'd be able to do so much more from that position. They had a lot of good angles, and I'll be honest, seeing who they're up against just to their west of Systematicos and Peak, I thought Friendly Fire was going to be able to wipe the floor with them, but that's just not how things turned out.
Yeah, I mean, Elevate found out the hard way, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. A couple teams found out the hard way. I saw a lot of teams taking some good risks to come up with these kill counts. This is our top 5 from the last match. Illa with 5 just outlines, and Penta at 4, just how aggressive STK was. But I like seeing how some of these teams chose to take fights when they knew they were in trouble, Cameron, like Decimate and Family Business or Funny Business. They chose to go at it inside of the chopsticks instead of sort of taking a risk running across the field.
I mean, to be fair, Decimate chose to go at it. Funny Business were there first, but really, it was a really good hold by Funny Business, who actually were able to survive all the way into the late game, and not even just like snaking things out. They got themselves a good number of kills as well. I think they ended it with 7 kills in 4th place. So like that also really good performance by them, even if it does get shadowed just a bit by Sonic's SDK and Luminosity.
Well, game 1 is done. Number 2 is ready to get underway. The plane is in the air, so let us waste no time and send it over to Godspeed and Matchroom with the call.
Game number 1 did not disappoint, and game number 2 is going to start Zarky and end over Milta Power. So looks like we're not going to see a military-based circle just quite yet.
Nope. We don't know where this circle is going to go, but I would venture to say a lot of these teams might have some ultra ups they might want to try out and kind of see how that one plays one out. But the Dusk, I mean, made a really good point as well. We've definitely seen that circle before. It seemed very reminiscent from something we'd seen in the past, and it almost did feel like deja vu.
Yeah, this has just been a treat so far. I love the fact that we're seeing such strong things. Like the desk was talking about, the fact that we've got the 3 kings. I just love watching them anyway. Like it's at this point, it's just so fun to watch because these 3 teams know each other, know the tactics so well, but we still keep seeing new innovations coming out from them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a constant evolution of these teams, as you said, right? Especially, you know, when you are the top 3, you inevitably are bringing up the teams around you, right? You're elevating your region, you're elevating the region of Latin America, especially when these lobbies combine. And so I think that's been the main attributing factor to see why these teams have become so much better. And that is a circle I love to see. Zarky is my fave. It's my favorite spot on this map. I'm a Zarky boy through and through. I've won, you know, games off of Zarky in tournaments. So I don't know, dude. It seems so far away, but there's actually some really solid rotations you can take from there, as well as good scouting practices as well.
I love that whole area, specifically east and south of Zarky.
Yeah, big same.
It's just really, really fun. The way that the terrain works out there is just so fun to watch, especially in competitive play. I mean, I already got my trailer park ending. Do I get a Zarky ending like 2 weeks later? Can I live in that timeline?
Your fascination with Trailer Park, man.
Dude, I got 2 Trailer Park games. Come on with me. I finally got it.
Okay, that's great. Have you ever played there? Have you ever fought there?
Were those games not fire?
Okay, to be fair, those games were actually pretty good. See? But as a player, fighting there sucks. There's nothing there, man. This is a barren wasteland.
We were talking about
look at this. Sorry, real quick.
Side of casting.
Look, eventually you'll get me there, I'm sure. But look at spam, right? They're able to just loot Subverti normally, but this is going to be very telling, at least for me on this team, is where are they going to choose to play, right? They have all this control. They clearly are the first ones that are going to get the pick of where they want to end up, you know, resting in the circle. Where are they going to choose?
There are so many good options in this area.
There is multiple good options, whether it's above shooting range or just to the left of it on the coast. But go ahead, Matt.
I mean, in this circle, with the way that it's set up, are you eyeing more of like shooting range or more of like plane crash?
I would even venture to say like towards plane crash. Obviously, that's dead center. You don't want to put yourself dead center, though, especially early in a circle like this, simply because the chance of getting surrounded and just third-partied or fourth-partied is very high. Plane, generally, we see teams can hold that early, but they tend to wait and come out on the outskirts and try to assault that from different angles, right? Because you're essentially in a bowl when you're at the bottom of planes.
Look at friendly fire.
But anything around that would be great.
Look at the scenic view that we get up here. Like, there's so many reasons I like Stolber.
I like Stolber too. Fighting here is actually not bad. Sonics loves fighting from Stolber, especially in those north circles. I have to agree with the Des, though, when it comes to friendly fire. I really thought they were going to win that fight on the West Coast between, what was it, Peak and Systematicos, I believe. I thought for sure they were going to clean that up, but they did not.
I did also want to update everybody, looking over at Funny Business, Tater is now in. So he is done with his baby shower. So your fantasy team shall be saved as he just missed that first game. That said, they are the farthest team from the circle by far.
Yep. Shout out to Crop, though. I mean, he did his job in that game. he got his, so to speak. So yeah, Crop was able to come in and sub, and Tater's back. And Tater's obviously a very impressive player we're all very excited about. So looking forward to see what he can do as we now watch this just lovely rotation here from Third Eye. Adam, probably one of my favorite IGLs when it comes to just overall macro knowledge and just generally getting his team into positions where they can frag. And that's his thing, right? That's what he said in his interview when he was talking to Dave. you know, they're really good at team fighting, which I agree, but their real strength is just getting into positions where they can capitalize on punishing other teams, punishing other rotations, you know, good edge control. I mean, they just have such a good foundation of playing the beginning of the games, which is what gets them to the end game.
The way Adam can navigate a map and realize exactly like the cleanest path to get to positions is just astounding to watch. Like, go and watch on the map feed and see how they move through stuff. It's just always so logical, so clean. You can tell he knows every single dip and corner of this map.
Well, yeah, he paid the ultimate price too, his hair. That man is bald now because of all of that, you know, stress of learning all these rotations. And the most impressive thing about that, because we have other IGLs that are incredible, right? And we're looking at STK, you talked about Purdy, think LG, Relo, Sonics, Twin, right? Like Pio for Genji, all these but Adam has done it with so many different rosters, I feel like, at this point, right? He's been on different teams and he's still able to find success as a leader, which is very important when it comes to an IGL. So just huge shout outs to Adam and really like Third Eye. I like what I saw from regionals as well.
I'm also really liking the innovation that we're starting to see with more IGL play movement. Like, it's been a thing, let's be honest, every once in a while we see in PUBG, the IGLs kind of like hang back and they're doing this and whatnot. We've really been seeing like Purdy putting himself in very high danger positions, and same with H-Win. Just kind of moving out and trying to be a playmaker, so that way if they go down, they can kind of still, like, they can still kind of have an idea on what's going on with the rest of the team, to provide some insights. I really like that.
I feel like that started to happen a little more in 2019 as well. But yeah, I think more so now we're just seeing better IGLs, right? Like IGLs like Purdy. Purdy, when he first started, was not really known as like the best fragger or the best mechanical player. But over the years, especially like 2020, 2021, 2022, like Purdy's become an incredible player. The same thing with Relo, right? Relo is a disgustingly talented mechanical player, but he's also one of the best IGLs. And so a lot of these teams now are starting to garner these incredibly high skilled level IGLs. And
Where is 0-0
leveled up the
going?
game.
Are they trying to set up a bridge camp?
They're chilling, man. Don't even worry about Double O Nation. They're just having a good time. You know, checking out what's going on in the south. About
I think that's
10 kilometers outside of Circle. It's possible, yeah.
So as we've got the bullets being exchanged inside the circle, it looks like FB is eyeing both bridges as they are as separated as you can be on military base island, essentially. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one, but most other teams look like they've already found a comfortable position to play from.
Yeah, let me tell you, I actually don't hate this from Double O Nation. As a team knowing this circle and seeing the plane path, they're probably going to guess that most teams are already in circle somewhere safe, right, Matt? So why not just potentially spend a little extra time, come in late on the circle? That way you avoid a lot of the early game scuffles potentially anyways. No one's really going to be on that south edge because of the river. So why not see if you can get some points? Camp a team coming out from Millie base late. Unfortunately for them, Tater saw it. You're absolutely right. They're going to East Bridge and they're going to dodge that. But I like the notion from Double O Nation.
Hey, I mean, and last time they had to make that cross down near the ferry pier very, very late. So you already know that this is a team that, due to the way plane pathing has been coming in, and sometimes just due to loot, has been running a smidgen behind the rest of the curve and getting into position. So exploit it. The problem is, trying to exploit it means the fact that you're now going to be behind the curve as well. I wouldn't be surprised if they probably just stopped like Rajak Ruins or something like that. I mean, they're both these teams are pretty much stopped playing edge for a second.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. These teams, I mean, specifically for Funny Business, they know that they're going to come in circle late. They've already decided that. If anything, that's allowed them to get more loot. The call was probably made, hey, just get fat on whatever you can meds, and then we'll go afterwards because we're going to be late to this circle anyways, which is probably more or less the same of the mindset that Double O Nation had, just trying to get points. So they will be late, as you said, Matt, but I severely doubt they're going to have issues getting into this circle.
Next circle shift, though, is where, man, I'm just, no matter how this goes, I'm going to be excited. If it goes south, we're going to get Rajak, and we're going to get the river running through everything. Southwest, we're going to get Georgia Pole. Just west, Zarki. East, we're still going to get those Badlands right around the Stalber foothills. If it goes center, we still get shooting range in Saverny, man. This is just going to be lit no matter what happens.
But you're forgetting about the most devastating shift.
What's that?
North, baby.
North.
If this circle shifts hard north, that is going to be absolute hell for all the teams just above North George, as well as just on that southern edge. It's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a bloodbath, Matt.
If you're a believer in the crate logic, we have 2 crates that are to the northwest of the circle, so there's a chance that it might go that way. STK,
Vegas
both of them
swimming for this.
Yeah, no, I was like, he's got to be going after that arm sooner or later, right?
The fool should be in the water already with his scuba gear on, getting those crates in that arm. Could you imagine? Oh, dude, nothing feels better if you get 2 crates in a comp game and you have like 40 bullets. It's the best feeling. I think Los had that in one of our MPL games and just feels good. 40 bullets with an arm feels real good.
LG is making a cross very, very northern here. They came up, pretty much went all the way up to the top of Stallber, and now we're moving along the coastline, expecting this to kind of lean in and just going to go pretty centered, all considered. So they should get a pretty easy path into Cerverni itself. Couple of shots on, it looks like, G, as they're trying to leave the location, they're going to have one of their members go down. Fiumba's got a good sight line into them, but that's kind of it right now. Everybody else already kind of playing position, expecting this to be where the circle went.
Yeah, and looking kind of at LG right now, this is obviously what they do. They take their time, they come in circle, but this is a little more of a kind of difficult edge to play, especially just because of Synergy. Synergy is right in front of them. They're potentially pulling into the spot that they might want to go. In the sands, there's a few dunes, or even if they go straight into Cerverni, it's going to be kind of difficult for Luminosity to rotate around unless they can rotate around that north coast, with the right timing, which I'm sure they'll find. I mean, it's LG after all.
Yeah, they can also still just use that slight decline in the beachfront.
Oh, look at this.
Sneak by. Oh, this is pretty centered right along the shooting range line. Looks like Sonics were kind of venturing down, and it's going to be DCM. I think I said DGM a second ago. I'm sorry about that. It's DCM. My brain
just 22 plus and 1 FPS.
My brain makes bad decisions sometimes. So Sonic's going to get shooed away, but they're going to move back up the hillside as, hey, like remember 0-0 and how they were trying to bridge camp? Well, they're now going to be running right into Elevate right as they crest the top of this hill.
They're crossing actually right into the Cube. This is Cube Hill, and this is a really good spot to actually scout for them. They're going to see a couple members here of Elevate, as Gizera doesn't have an optic on his mini. That kind of sucks. Oh god. Iron Sight mini. Gizera, if anyone could do it, it'd be you though.
Ooh, Cam's fantasy roster is crying right now as looking and seeing that Iron Sight. He made a gamble with this one, but I still got faith. 0-0 Nation is so strong, so we'll see if they can. They just plan on killing some people to pick up the optics. See, that's what they got going on. Actually,
yeah, I mean,
are they actually sending it into Elevate's position?
Yeah, they're putting pressure on them. They've already forced some utility out of them, and now they're pulling up on the hill. And as you know, Matt, this is absolutely a team that is down to push.
So, looks like they've managed to shoo away, and they're fine with the little bit of control that they've got. But now, as they venture to the north, they're going to bump into Troglodytes.
This is better, though. I like this rotation. Is if they can just get rid of Rusty, they can then fight up this position.
Oh, they're running in. They're coming in late. And Zera has a good angle, but has to step away from catching some airtime in the vehicle. That's going to cause a problem. Systematico's already got the down on 2, but Zegas is going to go down as well. Now having to just kind of move away from it. You can see just roaming around the outside of this one.
What is this fight?
He gets up and no. Funny business now. Down and out. That one hurts.
That was the biggest just mess of a fight I think I've seen. Whoever was in that UAS that started doing cartwheels.
I think that was King. I don't know. We shipped away from it the very last second.
It was, I mean, good on Systematicos though. What a wipe. They were able to recover and at least keep, I think, 2 or 3 alive. So Systematicos might even recover all 4, but Sonic's just above them. They need to be very careful of that.
That's kind of been the cement in. SDK is now taking some shots into Peak. Looks like Sonics with their harassment in the Systematicos. They should be able to regroup LG now, the moving factor in. I think that they're just going to try to sneak along this hillside. I doubt that they're going to push into any of the locations. There are a couple of bunkers that they could choose to stop at. I wouldn't be surprised if that's probably their target.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either, as this shift is just going to go more center. So, I mean, Sonics is, again, in a wonderful position to just hold the southeast edge. LG now are going to take this hill. If they can actually hold this more towards the north side, they can actually have a decent foothold to try to get rid of Fiumba as well as Spam, though I don't think Spam is going to be their immediate threat here. Or they're just actually going into the waves at shooting range. Okay.
Ooh, okay.
I just worry about them getting shot in the back from Fiumba. That hill that they were just on is my biggest worry for LG if this is the position they try to take.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty center, but if they got to leave, man, they've got high ground from shooting range that's looking at them. They've got the hill that's back behind them. Meanwhile, back over in Cerverni, you can see that it is going to be Synergy that's trying to make the cut across. Fiumba's now taking some shots in.
Synergy and Fiumba.
Long wrap around through this one. Danny's making the run in, but it's going to be Draft King spotting out one. Already aware where the second one is, trying to defend up, but Capitan's got his back. Nate should go ahead and finish this one out. DraftKings low on life as Synergy taking some losses, but still trying to find a way to push into this one as Pippa has at least managed to make a foothold point.
Yeah, and this is now the second time we've seen Fiumba and Synergy fight early. Obviously, Fiumba is getting the better of them yet again in that first fight. They were able to take down one member. And now it's Capitan and DraftKings. Capitan just upstairs by himself. He has an awning to jump on if he wants beautiful shots to just finish off Benya. And that's going to be another knock. Capitan, just one left for SG.
Oh man, SG, this is no bueno. Here come the rest of Fiumba pushing in onto this one, trying to make the push up the stairwell, but Capitan already reads it, just gonna go ahead and throw in the flash, get some taps into him. There's nowhere to hide. Synergy's gonna go down. While this is going on, we do have to point out that 0-0 bumped into Elevate as well as Troglodytes at the same time, and it did not go well for them.
Who had Capitan on their fantasy? Was it Steve? Someone had Capitan. Someone did. Capitan, beautiful play, honestly. That's the second time now Fiumba has been able to stuff SG in their attempts to get a compound. But look at this, as you said, Double O Nation just down to Gizera and LFP1. Matt, he's going to find one.
Oh, Gizera's going to go down, though. Oh, 0-0 now just with LFP1, the one still standing. And, I mean, here come the reinforcements from Elevate. The only thing that could potentially happen is Systematicos is also coming in pretty close, so they might hear this. Troglodytes is taking some shots in as well. Those are kind of the shots that are landing near LFP that aren't quite connecting. So, oh, well, now they're starting to connect. Can't stop for too long there, as it's going to be Hikerman that finally finishes it out.
Yeah, really nice fight there from Elevate. They were able to clean up. Can they get Badger? It looks like they are going to get Badger, and they're going to keep 3 alive, potentially 4. Actually, I'm not sure if they can get Ethan. We'll see, but Double O Nation coming in late as we saw them go for that bridge camp. I mean, they got in circle, Matt, but they ran into Elevate, and they were the wall there for them.
Sonic's finding themselves a target as they're going to be moving into Systematico's sight lines, taking some pot shots in, probably going to be forcing them down into that valley. Systematico's going to be on the edge of the zone as the new circle pops and it moves into that Badlands. So that move that you were talking about for LG going to be paying off pretty big, is it's just going to be hills and shooting range from here on out.
I still do worry a little bit about Fiumba's position on seeing LG, as we see they're taking shots now, but that shift has actually been very good because it kicks out most of the hill that would be the problem for LG in this fight. Sonics, though, again, just living so good on the south side, full control of that edge of the circle, and they're going to be able to hopefully wipe Systematico and Dynamic for themselves if that's their plan coming up next.
I almost feel like they're just holding their spot for right now. They might move forward a bit and try to force Systematico into Dynamic or Elevate, or any of the dominoes that are going to be falling out from that. Because we still have Elevate that's going to need to come in, Troglodytes along this path, and it's going to be shoot to kill on the opposite side of this sandwich. Boy, that's harsh.
Yeah, Sonics, dude, they don't need to do anything. They literally just need to let the circle play the game for them here.
We'll do a quick listen in, see how their plan is going to be coming along, as we are going to take a listen in with the Sonics.
Okay, I got you. Good call.
Artillery is clear. Our artillery is clear.
I heard we play that late. We're better here.
Yeah. I hear these guys, they drove towards New Green.
Yeah,
South
there's still people in airplanes that has to hold them out.
I think it's who killed FB? STS, right?
STS, yeah.
And they
I think this is STS.
This is them. I agree.
No. They were in kill feed while we were shooting at them.
No, this is them. Elevate fought by airplanes. I'm pretty sure it's them.
Okay.
I like mind read.
Yep.
We need to still watch edge. They can.
Mind read good shot airplanes guy real quick.
I'll get your edge.
Tell me where?
Airplanes left side.
Oh, I see that guy. Yeah.
I have the whole wrap picked up. You guys are good.
These guys are still hard edge. I think they're like forced to fall back maybe.
We can get some kills here. Like, they're probably gonna wrap
we
back.
We can see the plane wing. He's on plane wing.
One sec.
Team shot this guy soon.
I'm driving to you guys.
Shoot. Ready?
Tell me when. Yep.
Yeah,
now.
Knock DYN. Peek down.
They're hard peeking. Yeah, keep your armor.
Systematico one knock.
Yeah.
One dead.
I think STS is gonna run towards us on blue line late. I don't think they have another play. So let's be ready for that. Another one knocked on STS. We could run up and sweep them and just get these fucking kills. They're 3 knocked. Do you want to peek into them?
Yeah, do it.
Yeah.
There's probably a solo running towards us.
I'll hold the airplane wing so he can't get up, right?
Yo,
no.
is fighting. Head. STS one dead. They're fighting in shooting range.
Elevates one dead.
Okay, hold this right here. Systematico's all dead. Yep. Okay. We're good then.
Dynamics the airplane team. Let's just play smart.
Yeah, we can reset.
Let's hold this and force these guys away from us.
Elevate lost one. That was the team fighting Systematicos. Honey Badger just bled.
Okay.
Yo. Hold edge with me.
Yep. I'll come back.
I could resweep it.
Yep.
And here are the after effects. As you can see, Sonic's now stretching down, looking into FF, but Elevate finding no pathing. The new circle is going to pop. This is just going to be so difficult to leapfrog. You can see that in the north, we still have Spam that's going to be finishing out Peak, STK going to be making a path into where we see Decimate at highest likelihood as a firing line coming up from, it is Fiumba and LG at anything moving along that hillside.
You're absolutely right. This is a difficult circle to play simply because there's not that much to play, especially with LG, as you said, in those dips. But I really, really, really want to take just a second to talk about how clean those comms were from Sonics. I mean, it seems, whether it's boring or whatnot, but I mean, those are just flawless comms from a team that's feeling very confident on the edge of a very strong side with good position. And I mean, again, you want to know how to get better at PUBG or how to get better at comp, listen to Hwin. Even with Tig kind of maybe not thinking that was Systematicos, he knew exactly what team it was, where they were, and that's just good good job of keeping track of the kill feed, as well as just, you know, awareness of who's playing her edge. And that was just it's textbook, beautiful, non-interrupted comms. Wonderful. Love it.
Oh, the nade's gonna land right on top of Sharp Shot. FF in some trouble as Third Eye. Oldest just trying to survive. He's just bouncing around all over the place. He's gonna get taken down, but that is going to alert everybody, most notably Fiumba, and what's going to be going on. Decimate made a send down. Shoot to kill. Still doesn't have good vision, but I would say that it's going to be Sonics that are looking down the hillside and what's going to be happening. They've got eyes on what's going to be going on with Dynamic and the moves that are going on with Friendly Fire at the exact same time.
Yeah, well, STK has actually been doing a really good job of holding this edge. They've done a lot of damage. They don't have a lot of kills, but they've been able to kind of herd everyone away from them. But now Spam potentially going to push up this hill, especially if they see a knock. They have to know that this is shoot to kill above them at this point.
But we've got such a sneaky little move coming down into that. Friendly Fire is going to get eliminated from a crossfire multiple ways. That means the fact that Sonics now have control over this high ground and can focus back into what they want to do with Dynamic, what they might want to do to Troglodytes. And poor Dynamic, remember they got the shots onto them just a second ago. It's going to be a tag team coming in with Troglodytes on the opposite side, and Dynamic just in the worst way of eating a bad sandwich.
It's a bad sandwich indeed. That's not a sandwich I'd want to be a part of.
Sandwich, man. They ain't nothing good about that.
The Tig is going to find Necros. That's going to be a knock STK as well. Finally starting their fight with Spam as they're going to find one. But Sonics, again, just so much control on this side, Matt.
Oh, this is just continual harassment. While the kills probably, you can see, was sitting at 1. That's not what they're always after in these early sections. I guarantee you those damage numbers are great. Shoot to kill, though. They're having some trouble. They kind of got caught up in this Spam fight right now. As you can see, multiple members are down in the bottom right-hand corner. They're trying to reset out of that one and just lighting a player on fire to finish it out.
It's just meant to.
Looks like they should be able to get the res on as Sonics now finally gets vision into what's going on with Troglodytes, and their life isn't too good as this distraction could provide Dynamic a way to move.
Yeah, but Dynamic is still on the back foot, recovering reses as well as just trying to get out of the sightlines of Sonics, who are just fighting two teams, by the way, at the same time. I want to point that out. Completely holding out two teams. I mean, it's just, yeah, disgusting by Sonics. Again, that communication, listening to the comms, you can understand why they're so very clean.
I love the fact that we often see Sonics also call out where somebody is, wait for a second, and that make sure that they can set up 2 different firing lines into somebody.
Oh, team shooting. Yeah, team shooting is very important at this level. You need to punish people for doing stuff like standing on plane wing and stuff. I'm like...
It's a patience that you don't often see come out whenever you're watching. Like you're playing with your friends or whatever else. But Sonics is showing you exactly why it's beneficial. They've now finished out Dynamic. Troglodytes, the new target in front of them, as shoot to kill has dropped. With Spam over there, this is just the hillside fight for victory right now, as it's just unrelenting. Sonics pushing down this, spotting out. Mime is nice. Gonna go down. This is starting to get a little bit more hairy than they were expecting it to be. Looking in, Shrimzy's got the line in, the taps are coming, the Blues are back behind it. There's very few places to go, but Shrimzy has to step away from it. He doesn't want to take too much. Sonics overextending just a little bit, have to be careful, pick up their teammates, and then are gonna hightail it away.
And Posta doing a good job of at least getting Shrimzy and Sonics off of their back so they can somewhat move in, maybe even recover.
So good.
And I think, no, he doesn't get the res. He buys himself a little time. It was a valiant effort, but Sonic's too strong of a position. They're going to wipe them out as well as Dynamic and move forward here on this beautiful south edge that's clear just for them.
So it's the Badlands versus the Highlands right now, as everybody in the lowlands is looking up. They heard the firefight going on with Sonics trying to make their pathing in. H1 is going to go down to the zone, as that's going to be cars rolling down the hillside to give you an idea on, okay, how do we do this? They do have some trees for cover that they can try to use to block sight lines out, but it's going to be LG on one angle. And while this is happening, Fiumba is kind of scrambling down, getting into their low ground position as well. So no matter which way Sonics choose to come down this, it's going to have a full squad waiting. So Morris is going everywhere.
Sorry, man. I didn't even to interrupt you, but it just went from one angle. It almost did like a teeter-totter, like a seesaw. Just went
could you
back
imagine if it just keeps going for like another 2 to 3 minutes and then just runs over somebody in the low ground?
It just hits Snakers like reload. Probably not going to happen, but actually, has that happened in COM before? I'm trying to think.
Yeah, we've had it. Well,
it's like a random car for a while. But regardless, look at Haste 10. Decimate just sitting in the middle, guaranteeing his team and himself 4th place. And this is kind of awkward, man. I mean, I feel like Sonics are just going to get absolutely picked apart here. And as soon as they're gone, it's then going to be... I think Fiumba actually has a somewhat better position in the circle depending on the shift.
Well, that and the fact that we've got Hazeton, but I think that Luminosity have a decent idea there. He's been quiet for so long. They might be walking into a trap that they don't even know exists. The Sonics are shot to pieces. We are going to see the circle shift over into the west. They do spot out Decimate. So we are pretty much looking at the remnants of Decimate going down, and now it is a 4v4. Everybody making a rush into the circle, and it is going to be LG that gets the footsteps in first, but just narrowly. Fiumba is going to be on the opposite side of the hill from them, and this is going to be the firefight. Neither one of these teams wanting to move too much further forward because the cover is going to go away.
Yeah, this is actually a fairly even circle, all things considered. I thought the shift would be worse. Kit is going to find one with draft, and now it's going to be a 3-on-4, as that's going to be a far knock. So all the work that Fiumba is going to have to do here is going to have to be up close with utility.
High ground kind of favoring Fiumba right now, but with this, notice the fact that Flood is very, very far back. He's trying to prep up his vehicle. We'll have to see how he goes for this. If he can try to make a wide swipe around, the smokes are coming out. Looks like they're going to use that to block out any form of vision to maybe let Flood move in a little bit safer. In addition to that, they can allow also LG to kind of creep down through that trench, move in, and yeah, you can see now Kickstart starting to push up into the smokes. Kickstart does find the move on the opposite side of that one, and this is starting to come apart for Fiumba. Push coming out from Luminosity. They can hear where the shots are coming from, and now creeping in. Kickstart leading the way, spots out another one. Now it is near on doom for Fiumba. There is nowhere to go, and LG takes our second game.
11 kills, first place, 20. I mean, we saw them go there early, Matt, and we were worried about that hill. As soon as that circle cut it out, they were good to go. And man, did they do 1,800 damage. That is a lot of damage, as well as a lot of kills. Beautiful game for them. But also, shout out to Sonics, again, holding multiple teams out in the south. And then Fiumba, that's the second game in a row they were able to hold off Synergy and not only stuff them, but get all the kills from Capitan. Hell of a game to start off this event, Matt.
That's a lot of patience, I would say. That felt like the key to that game. Understanding exactly how moving through where you're going to be able to get stuff. Like Sonics realized, okay, moving down this hillside is going to be bad for us. Let's try to pick up as many kills up the top as we can. Unfortunately, Sonics were hoping that maybe there would be a firefight down in the Badlands and they could try to exploit that, but that just wasn't going to be in the cards for them. But LG and that smoke use to try to set up everything was so good.
Yeah, I mean, it's systematic, right? The fundamentals that team has is just so very strong. Their ability to just, play their edge, control it, and then move in when it's necessary. Their timing is really everything. And that Relo is just, he's such a good IGL, man. And that team with Kickstart, it's really unfair. I just feel like that team is unfair sometimes, man.
Well, I mean, it's, again, the usual suspects up at the top of it. We've got an unusual suspect that's going to be sneaking in, as we do have a new map that is going to be hitting over in New State, and that is going to be Alogna. Its newest map, and it's going to be a desert landscape similar to kind of Miramar, warped by the Fallen Sun Shield. It's a 4x4 map which incentivizes mid-range skirmishers across ridges with dozens of long-range sniper opportunities. Alogna includes new ways to travel across the map with the introduction of cable car, as well as 2 new vehicles built for riding up and down the sand dunes. There's all kinds of new updates on the map, so download New State Mobile right now and make sure you stay tuned in, because this is game 2. We still got 3 more to go, and we've got another Erangel going to be following it up, and the last 2 have been spicy. You know the third one's going to be as well. See you in just a few minutes.
starting to come apart for Fiumba. Push coming out from Luminosity. They can hear where the shots are coming from, and now creeping in. Kickstart leading the way, spots out another one. Now it is near on doom for Fiumba. There is nowhere to go, and LG takes our...
Welcome back. And in America's fashion, Sonics gets one, but Luminosity takes two with an even higher kill count. It's the 1-2 punch of North American PUBG, and it is here to play. What a beautiful game. My name is Topies. I'm joined by Cameron and Porosaurus. As we get back into the action, let's look at the winner dinner screen and talk about that victory. These guys have been battling, Poro.
Yeah, I mean, you said it exactly how it is. It's two prize fighters just scrapping from the word go, and it's been like this for what seems like forever now. But it's always fun to see in person and happen in real time, and know that coming into a brand new year, the more things change, right? The more they stay the same.
Cam, I haven't seen that much smoke since college. That is wild how much work they had to put in strategically.
Yeah, and a lot of that has to do with the ending terrain being not flat, but it's very open. And actually, a lot of the discussion that we were having while watching this game had to do with the fact of, like, when do you go down there? Because it's essentially a bowl. It's really strong to be holding those hills, but until the high ground to the south is taken out, you could also just be putting yourself in the crosshairs of an opposing team. Granted, in that case, Sonics got caught up in a really, really bad, long-lasting engagement with Troglodytes and other teams up there. So, you know, maybe not as effective from that high ground position as they would have hoped, but nonetheless, it's still a big question of, like, when do you actually go into that central position?
Yeah, it was kind of unnerving seeing that Dacia just roll down the hill and away from the boys, because, I mean, I think we were saying it at the top. If they had a vehicle, they might have a shot here, but having to make your way down on foot there, especially, like you said, after coming out of this fight, pretty utility starved, most likely. Never got a chance to hit any of those loot boxes and re-up on smokes. It was just it was always going to be a tough push from Sonics to get down the hill. But to their credit, we got to talk about LG just controlling that north side. And as you said, just picking the perfect time, not going too early into those hills, but just waiting until everything was right, all the circle was right. On top, you saw what happened to Decimate whenever they sent it. They were the first ones to go, and they got taken out pretty quickly, although they did make it to fourth.
Yeah, but I think that's what the leaderboard kind of shows us, is they got deeper, but because they went too early, that, like, they're a good team, they're good fighters, but look where they end up when it comes to the end of the match leaderboard. Luminosity walks in at 21 points, exactly, because all you can do is hunker down once you get in there. Fiumba gets a 14 with a wonderful 4-on-4. We'll talk about it if we get a chance to. Troglodytes and then Sonics, because even if they don't win, they got to be in the mix. So an excellent game number 2. We got one more match here on the Grassy Pass before we flop over to Miramar. But that was an exciting game. Overall standings, Luminosity takes the lead away from the Sonics. It puts themselves at 35, Cameron. It's looking like it's going to be a fight.
Yeah, the fact that they had a huge kill gap in terms of points, both games, the one that they got second and the one that they got first as well, is really why this lead is as wide as it is, right? That's like 9 points. It's only been 2 games.
I mean, it's tough. Sorry.
Yeah. It's 2 games, 9-point lead. That's really strong.
I was waiting for the next part. But, I mean, it kind of sucks for STK, doesn't it? I mean, you're having a great day so far. You're fragging, you're playing aggressively, you're doing everything that you wanted to do, you set out to do. And yet at the same time, Sonics and LG are still just 2 prize fighters punching each other in the mouth back and forth. Same for Troglodytes. Like, they've looked great so far today. Fiumba looked fantastic in that last game. But it's like, even when you're having your best days or good days for your squads, you still got to worry about those monoliths up there at the top.
And that's what it came down to for me watching that camera. Luminosity waited to the right moment. They moved in when everybody else was under fire somewhere else, even to the point of they didn't even passive play the last circle. They took the fight to Fiumba at the end there, saying, we're just going to take it because we have a better position geographically. It seems like they're absolutely dominant. A team that I thought would be more dominant after watching them this week was Friendly Fire. Can we put our finger on what's going on? Because 12th is not where I expected them to be after these 2 games.
So...
It's 6 points. I know it's only game 2, but
yeah. So if you want to be sort of benefit of the doubt, game 1, warming up, whatever. Game 2, they were in the mix in the shooting range itself, and that can be very, very difficult to try and play out. They got a couple of kill points, but they just weren't able to survive to the placement points started to kick in. I really think that it's just coming down to the fact that this is still a new team that is trying to come together. We talked about how during scrims this week, it still looked like they were trying to, like, figure out when they want to go aggressive, when they want to play defensive, more control-oriented. The thing is that they are running out of time to actually click it all together and make it work consistently. So I'm not off of them just yet, but it is that point of like, you have LG, you have Sonics, you have STK sort of like starting to run away with things. You can't take too much longer because we're only playing 15 matches for this entire final.
Well, we're running out of time. Game 3 is about to kick off. But before we do, let's check in with my new favorite segment. It's Dave's Drops.
Oh, drop it.
Like it's hot.
Hey, baby, first off, let me get some Tiggleton raves in the chat right now. I see you guys spamming it. Welcome to Dave's Drops. I got you covered with my important plays from games 1 and 2. So let's roll the clip. Clip number 1. Roll it. This is a YOLO send into Pachinki, into the chopsticks from Decimate. Now, I'm looking at Decimate to decimate the competition, not themselves, and that's what they did here. They got a nice little car wall going on with the smokes, the mollies, the grenades. But I think they need to slow it down just a little bit. Pump the brakes. This send, I did not like at all. Only 7 points right now, so do better, Decimate. Do better for me. Not for yourself, but for me. Let's roll that next clip. Next one, also a banger. LG Snakers. This guy pulling up with the instant knock, lean peek from the side, making it look too easy here on one of the members from Pubg. But the reason that, pause. We just missed it. But the reason I'm bringing up this clip in particular, not because the Snaker lean peek, that was beautiful, but I want to point out LG, they're being pressured. They got 00 Nation, they got 00 Nation, that is, throwing grenades at them, throwing mollies, and then also Sonics in the back line with some cover fire. So you can roll it. You can roll it here. What I want to point out is their ability to survive when that pressure is on them. So to me, this shows solid team comms, which is what I love to see here from LG, especially if you are an LG fan. So that's going to be clip number 2 after we see one more grenade right there. So let's get clip number 3. Let's get it going. Let's get this one going. And I'm going to stick with LG here just a little longer, and I want to just appreciate the Kickstart POV. Let's just appreciate it, because you know what? To me, when I'm watching this, all I see is Kickstart getting me fantasy points. And all I see is Cameron just crying because he's not getting any points. So that's my clips here for today. Let's bring back the boys. Let's see what they got to say about the rates.
Isn't it so good to have Kickstart on your fantasy team, Dave? I just don't know. I like Godspeed. I feel pretty good about it. How about you?
I feel good. I feel like Dave has always been one to find the diamonds in the rough, right? He's always going with the unorthodox, but he tends to make it work, which is why we love Dave so much. And I agree. I didn't really like that send from Decimate either. That was like a very you look at it this way as a player, right? If you're calling that, it's like, hey, look, we can potentially win the game from here, but it's a big risk. Unfortunately for them, it was a big risk that didn't pay off. And yeah, I would have liked for them to be a little patient. So Dave was spot on, man. Spot on.
Here, I'm going to do a little bit of an English lesson for you guys, okay? Decimate. Are you guys aware of what the definition means?
Tell us.
Okay.
Tell us.
It goes off of the decky, of the start of it, right? And so it pretty much means to reduce down to 10%, or the most common verbiage for it now is to kill or reduce to a small portion of. Not to win, not to take everything down at the end, but just to reduce down a lot. Is that kind of like a bad omen to name your team Godspeed?
Not really. Like, you decimate the competition, it makes sense. But
that means the fact that you're not really winning against the competition. You're almost winning against the competition.
But I mean, decimate would mean destroy or completely eliminate the opposition, right?
Well, not completely. Just reduce by a large amount.
Listen, to that point, they're decimating their points. They're decimating their points.
I'm out of here. Take it easy. Bye,
Dave,
guys.
what you got?
They're decimating their points. 7 points after 2 games, not the start you want to see. And I'm allowed to be a little rough on them because I picked this team to really pop off here today. The young guns, as many people told me from Latin America. So I just hope their mental is still up there, though, because we still got a lot more games ahead of us here at Godspeed and Matchroom.
Yeah, we absolutely do.
Getting LG off to a good start. Godspeed. Do you think that this is going to be the trend? You were talking about how much you really loved the Sonics movement. They didn't have to move too much in the first game, had good solid movement in the second game, but still, it's LG on the top of the leaderboard.
I'm sorry, what was your question? Am I worried about LG?
Are you worried about Sonics? You think that they're going to be able to catch back up with LG, or you think this is already starting to be an LG show?
I think they're going to battle back and forth, and we're also forgetting about STK, who's still putting up some decent points as well. But I mean, Cameron's actually right when he was talking about friendly fire in the sense that these teams don't have a lot of time. So if LG or Sonics continue to maybe not, they haven't had bad games yet, but they have 1 or 2 bad games, there's only 15, right? This is a very small sample size. Being someone who's played a 15-game series before, it's generally smaller than what we get. And so that's very stressful because you think you have another game, right? You mess up one game, you're like, all right, we can afford to make one more mistake. No big deal. Then the next game happens, and then you still can't find your footing. And then the next game, and then all of a sudden it becomes this desperation of like, hey, we only have 3 games left. We really need to make something happen. And that can happen even to really good teams. Do I think that's going to happen to Sonics or LG? No, probably not. But the possibility is definitely always there. I just don't think for them.
You bring up a good point. Usually we have like 2 weekends, right? So you have like a 5-day period to go back and do some research and everything else like that. I mean, Dave, do you think that that's like kind of some of the problem? Like there's some nerves that are kind of coming up. It's going to be so much pressure to go back and do VOD review immediately after finishing because you just don't have that time anymore.
Yeah, this is a great question. And I got a point, and I kind of want to touch on Godspeed too, because he has been in competitive play before in these short sprint tournaments. But I almost feel like, Matchroom, to your point with LG to Sonics, I feel like momentum is almost a little more important than consistency, because teams that start day one with all that momentum, what's going to slow them down here? We only got 3 days. What's stopping them? So, I mean, Godspeed, I know you've been a pro player. Like, what do you think about that?
No, you're absolutely right. The way you start a tournament can often result in how you end a tournament, right? If you're winning the first game, you're getting a lot of points, that relieves a lot of pressure. Someone who's been in that situation, let's say you win the first game, your Sonics, you get another really good second game, even though you get wiped early, you're like, all right, just keep doing what we're doing. It's working. You tend to hit shots better. Your communication seems to be a little crispier. Everyone is firing off the same cylinders, and the team vibe just feels good, right? I imagine for a team like Sonics and LG, their team vibes generally always feel good, especially in regionals, because they just tend to dominate them. But yes, I think Dave's point is very important. In a small, short sprint like this, in a very small sample size tournament, the beginning, the start that you get, and the momentum is incredibly important.
Let me follow up on that, though. It is Matchroom 0-0 Nation, though. Well, come on, the momentum meter for 0-0 Nation, it's not there for me here, Matchroom.
I know Fuma's been kind of like running away with my heart right now in comparison to 0-0 Nation. I do want to give everybody a quick update. The reason why we did a touch of a podcast there is the fact that Third Eye Vox is going to have to step out, and instead we're going to be bringing in Cooler, so that way he can kind of like fight his way through this one. Hopefully the fact that that'll avoid some of the issues because Vox's game kept crashing. So back to your point real fast here, Dave. Latin America, we always have our hearts into them. You know, we know the fact that 0-0 Nation is a crazy good team, but it feels like it's just been Fiumba so often in just that right spot.
Dude, Fiumba has stopped Synergy as well as everyone else around them, and they look to me to be more of a team that is actually starting to adapt more than just like an aggressive playstyle, right? Last year, Fiumba was all about kills. We knew that. They were very aggressive. It was kind of live by the sword, die by the sword. But so far this year, from what I've seen of this team, they're actually much more measured. They're finding more patience. And because of that, they're finding way more success. And I love that for Fiumba. This is one of my favorite teams from Latin America.
It's just like, yeah, okay, we've been super smarty pants for a second, but I gotta say, like, there are a few things that are more fun than the Fiumba meme that they've got going on and leaning into it. So it's always good to see the team doing well, especially Capitan, because I don't know, there's just something about like watching Capitan play, especially DraftKings, and like whenever we're looking at all this other stuff, like this is a squad you know can perform. So it's good to see them kind of, I guess, finding the footing, because it felt like last year they were kind of overshadowed.
Yeah, it's the footing. It's mainly that what you're saying. Like we always knew they were a very scrappy team, right? They were able to get in, get the fights going, get some kills, but they generally wouldn't live very long. And that's something that Troglodyta is also, that is a really wild circle for the most part, is from what we've seen. But yeah, Trog was kind of like that as well. And we do see that trend in Latin American teams. Very aggressive, tend to sending it more, you know, that's just kind of how it's been. But Fiumba, man, they have kind of taken a step back, as you said, found that footing, able to much more carefully analyze their situation, whether it's their edge that they're holding or something else, their rotations, their team fighting. It just seems that everything is coming together much more this year, at least at the start, and that's what we want to see from a team like them.
Well, a couple of teams that we were just talking about now in a good spot inside the circle. Synergy, Fiumba, Decimate, all pretty comfortable on there. FB to their own regards, because Novo is still in there. Don't be surprised if we see them get your boat. But LG, with a Milta power circle. These guys know how to play this. You know that they're going to get the strong positions early, and they are going to exploit rotations. They love playing around this area.
Yeah, and the thing is someone who used to loot this area as well, you have so many good options to pick, whether it's the flat top split with the hill, whether it's mini power, you even have the yellows just above that flat top that I was talking about, where we see Snakers just above him. You could also play the old phase yellows, which are just off to the side. I mean, there's a lot of viable positions. It does tend to, we do tend to see LG pick, you know, kind of mini power or something around that road, but this area, if you're looting here, if you are LG, has so many advantages and so many good positions that you can choose from.
So playing in this area, I see a lot of times that there's a lot of fighting for like the compounds right along the hillside, you know, just where the road runs through, depending on which side or the other, you know, kind of leading into that whole Badland burnt down area. Do you feel like there's more strength in that area or in Milta Minor?
I think mini power is strong, man. You have 4 walls around you. You have really good angles to hold if people are trying to push in. Granted, if you have multiple teams, it does get a little hairy. But again, most people aren't going to be sending it towards mini power, especially if they know a team is there, because it can be very difficult to kind of breach that. On top of the team in mini power, right, Matt? You have teams on the outside trying to take care of you as well. So most teams don't push into that. They'll try to take those positions around it, as you said, as opposed to an option of just trying to push straight in, especially early in the circle. If we're talking later in the circle, 4, 5, 6, generally 5, 6, that's when you start to see teams maybe try to make that push, but it's very difficult.
I'm assuming most of you guys that are watching right now have enjoyed PUBG esports for quite a while. Well, hold on, I was going to walk in something, but it looks like Tater has now found himself some friends in Elevate, but Elevate's probably going to continue on their merry way. It doesn't look like this is a cemented bridge camp by any means in comparison to what's going on the other side with FF. So Tater's job is just to make sure that everything's going to be clear. This is kind of the beginning of what I was wanting to talk about, though, is the pathing into getting in the circle. So you've got like Lumberyard Hill, right? You got Milta itself, but then it's kind of like a north entrance and a like kind of that Milta entrance, and that kind of feels like it. It's kind of a choke point into here that leads into the Hill of Destiny, where it feels like every single one of these games is going to end around Milta Power itself. What are you looking at on trying to rotate through here to make it easier?
Well, that's what you have to prepare for, right? If you're going to take that Lumber Hill, you have to know that you're going to fight. Most of the fights that we see, especially when the circle shifts south, we see a lot of teams dying on that hill, trying to come down towards that road you were talking about, just above Mini Milta. And that's where most of the bottleneck comes. I mean, you can try to come in on the north, generally a little later on that coast, but it's dangerous if another team posts up. So your best bet, honestly, depending on your position, like if I'm a team like FB, for instance, right? If I'm Funny Business, I'm probably just going to play the Milta edge and just wait to rotate in unless I see an opening. Otherwise, there's just too many teams. It's too condensed to try to make it through that area.
Third Eye is going to do that wrap around the northern part of the peninsula.
Yep.
Actually, nope. They're going to stop in what used to be called the Yellows and now has 5,000 different names. Well, actually,
let's call them Phase Yellows. This is where Phase used to play quite a lot back in the day. Very early PUBG, like 2018, 2019.
Changed all the colors of buildings, and now even though that they're no longer yellow, still yellows though. I love it.
There'll always be yellows to me.
Always.
I'm sure the players still, I know some of the players still call them yellows too, but yeah.
So looking through, they've got themselves that kind of gatekeep position right here. What do you feel about a 2-2 split off of this position, though? Because I feel like sometimes the only thing you're kind of doing is forcing people down into the compounds where your other duo is.
Yes and no. I mean, there's a lot of pressure that can be dealt out or doled out, I should say, from those hills, right? And if you're already getting shot from those yellows, you know that it's probably not wise to crash unless you're absolutely forced to, whether one of your members got knocked or your tire went out. But ultimately, this is that bottleneck I was talking about on the north that becomes dangerous. If you're the team that takes it, great. If you're a Third Eye, you love that. But you have to be very careful when you're rotating in that north now, because it's not just them as the threat. Look at where SG is.
Hold on, we got to do a couple of quick updates. So I want to point out what we were just seeing. That was Systematicos that's leaving Zarky. Troglodytes is kind of holding the line, and it looks like they're trying to catch them off guard. We did see a small skirmish kind of break out between Peak and Shoot to Kill, but nothing big. FF is now abandoning their position. Here we go. Here's the trap that has been set. Is it going to be big? Are they letting the first one through? Nope. Not even Zig is going to get away. Nice. He's going to get dropped. Now making a run to that hillside. I don't know, Systematicos. This feels like this was mapped out. Already get the flush onto one of them. Are they going to be able to pick up any more, though? If anything, it looks like they managed to read this quite well.
If I'm Systematicos and I see that, I'm like, all right, we're pulling up in front of this team. We're getting we're getting that back. It's got to be frustrating to be this far outside of circle and have a team still camp you. But I mean, hey, Trog wants their points, so they got one, and now it's going to be just that Dynamic trying to just scoot by, as we see Vinny from Decimate.
Yeah,
on the coast.
Dynamic's trying to stop at crates. The problem with it is the fact that Decimate's also trying to come in at the same time, so Dynamic doesn't really have a place to stop, and now kind of come apart at the seams. That's already going to be Lister going down. Delta's in a world of trouble because that's going to be Sonic shooting on one side. Decimate not even really having to take any shots into this one. These are the two choke points. It's just 5 o'clock traffic, and everybody's lined up waiting for it to come through.
Yeah, and Sonic's now being on this hill poses just another issue, as you can very plainly see, for the teams trying to rotate in from the north. So now I'd say the north is probably cut off as far as that road is concerned. No one's going to be trying to rotate there. If anything, it's going to be a team like Decimate, maybe just trying to push up that Prison Hill and take control from there. But they even have to deal with Sonics to a sense and to a degree there. So this is a rough position. I mean, they're in circle. They don't have to worry anything initially, but as far as future movements, depending on the shift, it might be a little rough for the boys up north.
Spam already just holding down. Doesn't want to have anything to do with anything north of Lippo and just kind of chilling there. Funny business. You can see taking some shots in, as it is going to be FF coming into their western side. A couple of pepper shots, but anything big. I do want to point out that Shoot to Kill is doing a long wrap down into Military Base Island itself. They are going to be hitting that eastern bridge along where we do see Funny Business kind of holding out at. Most of the rest of the teams are in, with the exception of, I guess, Peak and Troglodytes.
Yeah, so for STK, I mean, they're fine. That Funny Business split is actually not on the bridge itself. It's much further up in the compound. So STK should make it across for free. I think the biggest thing that we didn't talk about, Matt, is the fact that there's just so much water, right? If there wasn't this much water in the circle, teams would obviously have much more room to play towards Prison Hill and Shelter as well. But that's kind of the big linchpin. And we have this like little island of Mill to Power in. It just cuts off so much playable area. And the next shift, I mean, we've seen this go back to water on shift 2 and 3. Yeah. So yeah, this is a tough one for the teams rotating in at this point. As far as the teams that are already set, that's fine. Shrimsy's going to find Camberghini, possibly another one, but Sonic's now taking control over Prison Hill is a big trouble sign for all the other teams coming around the rotations here.
Are they leaving that B? Yeah, it looks like they might just be content. I think that Shrimsy was thinking about running down, but this is...
No, they should stay. This is a great, this is a great spot for them to hold. It looks like they're all starting to go towards there. Yep. Let's see what the shift does, Matt.
Okay, where are we going? Just pretty too upset.
Okay.
No, this isn't too crazy. Sure. Really bad news though for teams like Spam, Peak, Systematicos, who are all coming in at roughly the same time.
Well, you have to realize too, if you're rotating in, you have to know that, okay, there's going to be a lot of teams that aren't necessarily going to get in immediately, which is going to cause a big block up on one of the edges. It's kind of difficult to know, even with the plane path, where that is going to be, but this one has definitely gone towards the north, Matt. And so a lot of these teams rotating in, like you said, Spam, Systematicos, Peak, now even coming in, are going to be in a massive fight. And honestly, Sonics might be the one to benefit for just picking off everyone.
Leave Dynamic alone. They're already dead. They're just trying to find somewhere to stop. There have been 6 different teams that have shot at them now. They just can't make it past this. They're like, okay, fine. I guess we just hang out at prison. This is just our thing. Whoop, big drop.
Well, look at Clemson, Matt. Clemson's in Mill to Power proper. So at least if these two go down, they have, an anchor still somewhat alive for the time being. But yeah, Dynamic it's been rough sledding, to say the least.
They are using dynamic positions. We'll put it that way. We do see the Spam's going to try to find some type of, I guess, break point just to the north of this. They are taking shots at Decimate, which is kind of making it easier for Dynamic to make the pathing into this. Peak, I think, is going to wrap around to the west, so at least Dynamic gets some time inside of this to kind of regroup. If anything, it's just got to be nice to not be shot at constantly, because it feels like that's going to last at least 3 or 4 minutes, right?
Yeah, it's nice to get a little reprieve from that for sure, but they're still in a lot of trouble. Again, that split is at least going to keep them somewhat alive. And looking at Peak here, I mean, they actually came in from a very long rotation, and they could make themselves a nice little home here on the other side of prison from Sonics, but they do have to be careful with how they approach that hill, because they are very open, Matt, as we move to Troglodytes.
Sonics did shift to the top of that hillside now to get even more vision, so as all these teams are going to be late wrapping in, they're going to have to probably deal with them. Troglodytes being the next up on that line, they're going to be running right along Mime's pathing. H1's going to be back behind this, so they've got a nice little gauntlet set up for themselves. Mime
Got the vision in, gonna go for shots, and that was close. Now just trying to make sure he doesn't go down. Can he use the car for cover? He does. Follow-up's coming up. H-Win does get the knock onto Rusty. Zera and Troglodytes in some trouble. H-Win taking some damage of his own, though. Troglodytes are managing to pass through as Necro's gonna go down. 2 members still up for Troglodytes, and they managed to make it past the Sonic Gauntlet with at least 2. But now where they're gonna go is their eyes do look like they're set in Third Eye's position.
Yeah, they're going to be just up on those rocks, but they paid the iron price. That's exactly what we were talking about, Matt. Trying to rotate past that hill, especially in prison when you have a team like Sonic's there, is so difficult as they're going to control that entire corridor. And they lost 2. And any other team that would have wanted to rotate past that, hearing those shots, is probably not going to try to rotate. Peak is going to take this much slower now.
Systematicos now wanting to make their pathing, and at roughly the same time, Spam's coming in. Spam does stop because they've got themselves right up next to the crate, but they even spot out Systematicos, so double up good for them. Systematicos now, I guess, just pretty hard up as far as pathing goes, really. They've got Decimate on one side. Spam's going to be regrouping in here back behind this, probably just going to run over this player here. Yep. Oh. Go ahead and pick up that kill point with style.
And this, again, goes to show you, Matt, of knowing like when it's good to rotate early, which circles you can and can't rotate early into, right? So we saw in the last circle, teams were a little more okay with coming in late. They didn't really have that many issues on edge. This is not really one of those circles you do it, especially when Lumberyard is like the only real legitimate way to rotate in a circle. But also look at Third Eye. Look at the way that they've rotated that split from the coast down to these other yellows. I actually really like that from Third Eye, which doesn't surprise me with Adam on that team.
Whenever I talk about the Hill of Destiny, you can see where 0-0 is pathing down at the bottom of the circle. Their second path, their second duo coming in right there. I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be a feature coming up soon. Decimate was trying to do what we saw Troglodytes do a second ago, and now being shooed away. But hey, Troglodytes with their duo still looking back up as Decimate does manage to make landfall very close. Troglodytes, you got to do something about this. It looks like they're just going to try to run in. Posa's going to take a face full of bullets. Kill Demo can't even really do much either. They're just kind of running through. Decimate, though, kudos for finding a path to at least manage to make it to safety and the cover with the rocks.
They have something, which is better than nothing, but they still, as long as they can get rid of Troglodytes, they might be able to survive here a little longer and pick up some more points.
Systematicos is coming in the same path. Are they going to join in on this one? Posa's got to go down. Systematicos probably, and they're going to shift down into Third Eye's location. So this is kind of just
this is send. This is a blind send, Matt, right? Whatever they get is what they get. If they happen to survive, great. But I mean, they're going to get shredded up by multiple teams. But look at this. They have a knock. Decimate 2v1 now with the opportunity to push, take control, get some points, as well as just not have to worry about a team right underneath them, even if it is just a duo. And pushing this hill is so difficult. Go ahead.
Systematicos is doing a good job on being a distraction, running through that so that we can try to run down the hillside. Dynamic still finding some kills out here in the blue zone as Peak having the same problem that they had. Decimate is going to get eliminated, but Dynamic, get the kills when you can, man. And wait, how did
impressive. Trog is the one that Trog is the one that won.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how did you mess that one up, Decimate?
No, Trog held that with a knock and smoke in front of them. They were able to find the angles. Beautiful stuff. Again, you can never count out Trog in a gunfight, even if it's just a duo. These guys are lethal, as Decimate just learned. And now we move on to Spam, who's coming in from the north side. Their position is actually not bad here on this coast side where we see Yato.
Oh, no, they just... yeah, just send it out in the ocean at this point. Swim, man. Live that mermaid lifestyle. It's better. You're just gonna get shot to pieces. Oh no, don't stop at the crate. It's already been taken. That's all she wrote there. We still got some compression coming in as STK is gonna be moving in pretty close to where FF is at the Lumberyards signing. Spam, though, did manage to survive for long enough as they are now, I guess, the harbingers of the north and finding themselves a path then.
Yep, Systematicos tried to send it in between the dip. That's it's just not working out. It's a very difficult dip to play, especially this early in the circle. And Ribeiro, I don't know if he's long for this world at this point, but STK again coming in as I thought they were just gonna slow roll that edge and come in and not deal with all the chaos that is happening in the middle of the north side.
All right, Dynamic. At first you don't succeed, try again, and I believe this is like their 5th time of trying to rotate through this one. Clemson, I feel like you're about to be a solo, buddy.
It is not working out for them, Matt. It is, it's not good. It's not good. Dynamic just getting absolutely shredded, not only by Sonics now, but also by Spam. And Sonics with 8 kills, 4 apiece, Tig and Hwin.
Wow, gosh.
Imagine not having Tig on your fantasy team. It's crazy.
I think everybody has him on their fantasy team.
Nope.
No,
not everybody.
You do. You have him. Right?
I did. I'm talking about
I made the mistake of picking up Tig on an international. Now on an America's level, oh yeah, I'm gonna pick him in there. But
no comment. Tig's been fine in international events. Okay, let's.
Hey, I got ripped on at PGC for almost a month because I put him on my team. I love him. I love him. I'm gonna do it again this time because I'm gonna have faith.
Hey man, it was a bad event. You know, just let it go. It's just a bad event. It happens. Look at this though. 0-0 Nation finally just making it towards an end game, but I think they're still one down, and they have not been able to get anything started. This is a team that we have come in with very high expectations, deservedly so. I mean, these guys are really strong, but they could not get anything going today.
I mean, 0-0 Nation, a team with Sparking in it. Second to last.
Sparking, Gizera, I mean, that whole roster, it's not even just them.
Ooh, Friendly Fire walks in, and Pippo, they're trying to exploit this good defensive line popping off right now. Roth trying to see if he can get some retaliation back into it, but Synergy looks like they're managing to find their way in a couple of these fights now. It hasn't been the most comfortable in the early game for them so far, but looks like Roth does find a good nade angle to play from, but that flash is going to be massive. He was caught out in the open. Now it is just going to be sharp shot. All hopes and dreams rest on him.
And that was a massive flash. Roth potentially had a knock there, but now he is down. Sharp has been so good in the past. But is he going to be able to save from a very strong Synergy? I mean, aside from losing a few, but they have lost few gunfights here. So Sharp with the flash in hand now just has to make a miracle happen. He's got a 1-on-2 situation, so it's definitely not unwinnable.
Playing it slow. I like this. Try to read out what's going on. Using the hillside itself. Elevate has gotten into a fight with 0-0. So now teammates for Sharp Shot trying to feed over.
Look at STK though, Matt. Look at STK. They're slowly starting to come up on this fight.
Oh yeah, they hear this. With everything gotten quiet, they might be able to pounce. I don't know which angles.
There it is.
Preferable. No, they are going to be the ones that pick up Sharp Shot. Now they know exactly how to make the move in, and the weakened Synergy has got to hold back STK.
But the problem is, it's only 2 members of STK. You see Purdy, Curdy, and Vegas there pushing that hill, but the other 2 members are split down at that 2-story house, which, given the circle, is actually a very good position. This split gives them options, especially if it hard shifts. So STK picking up 2 kills, as well as a very strong position for a potential bad shift.
Elevate made the push in this area right next to where we see Milton Power, or Milton Miner, whatever you want to call it over here. Shoot to kill, going to take the harassing shots into them. But this has been just a duel, mostly between Elevate and the remnants of 0-0 Nation. Gats is going to go down, but look at how close Honey Badger is. If he can connect to the big nade, this is going to be massive for them. It looks like it's going to go a bit wide. Run's going to be coming out from
damage.
This one. Can they connect enough? It looks like they're going to make a flank around the outside of that. Gets a sneaky angle to him, a good read back on the other side of it. Finally, 0-0 Nation winning a team fight and picking up some kills.
And what a beautiful flank there from Sparking. They absolutely needed that. As we move over now to Sonics, caught on the edge, fighting 2 different teams. It's actually Trog and Synergy. And with 11 kills between them as well. I mean, they're fighting 2 different fights as we see. Yes, this is correct. It was very risky for them to hold that on 2 fronts. Streams is going to go down, Matt, and now it's just 3, but Quinn is a long way from home.
Yeah, it's Troglodytes making their way back up that hillside. Kill Demo. They feel comfortable playing around these rocks that they've been hiding out for a while. Flash is going to connect. H-Win doesn't have any vision, but he does have teammates that can provide some support. They're hopping inside of a vehicle, and they're roaming down right now. Tig, you got to go ahead and pop one just roaming down this hillside. Says, nah, man, you can't come after my teammates like that. Now Posa, all on his own, while Odalus is sneaking up next to him.
And the fact that they only lost 1 in that exchange between 2 different teams is really well done. And look at this, Posa. Oh, I love Posa. He's such a strong player, such a solid player, able to at least get that last point there. I can't imagine he's going to survive too much longer. Sonics knows he's there, but even still, the fact that Sonics was able to keep 3 alive there after fighting on 2 different fronts is just crazy. It's the 2nd game in a row, Matt. They did that at Plane as well.
I mean, I'm afraid, though, because Posa is just in a sneaky spot over there. STK has to be careful as they still have Synergy up above them. They did manage to regroup mostly, but now 0-0 making a wide wrap over here. They don't have clean pathing into this. It's going to be FB that has a sight line into them. Are they just going to send it into this pathing for STK? I mean, that's like about all they got. What, they're going to stop here and try to foot push into FP? All right, FB?
I mean, that vehicle's done, right? You can't take that vehicle anymore. At this point, they just need to heal up, do what they can, and push forward. But yeah, Funny Business has full sightlines on them, even with smokes. This cross sucks. This cross just sucks. There's no other way to say it. I'd be very surprised if they're able to get through, but look at this. Tig is actually going to knock Penta now as STK from distance is going to get knocked with Synergy breathing right down their necks.
still holding on to those rocks right now. 0-0 running right into STK's position with the distraction of what's been going on with Synergy and LG and Sonics taking the shots into them. He might be able to sneak up. Gizera is going to come up right back behind this one. So we're going to do a quick listen in to all of the chaos that is going on.
Tienen humos.
Tengo 2 humos.
Administren también su humo.
Veo uno fuera del fondo, 2.
Tiré 2
En
humos.
verde.
Agarren
Atrás de un árbol. Lo podemos matar.
Abajo mío.
Vamos, uno lo matamos. En verde.
Rápido. Estamos bien, tranqui.
Le bajaron.
No lo veo,
vale.
Uno
en mi punto. Lo bajan. Murió. ¿Quién era? Es el Calo. Murió todo ese TK de una.
¿Me puedo acercar más a la izquierda? No, estoy en arriba.
Tranqui. Ahora vas a sacar casa garage y vamos a jugar de mi punto azul.
Ok, listo. Tranqui.
Amarillo también pueden bajar. Tienen un auto todavía. Acuérdense shoot to kill de Sonic, amigo. Le va a hacer esto, pues, capaz.
¿No puedo ir bajando? Es que uno de shoot to kill, men. ¿Renovó el humo recién?
No.
Bueno. Sí, renovó el humo recién.
No, de Sonic yo te digo, amigo. Eso, que están disparando.
Hay uno
que
en verde.
igual.
Hay uno que en verde. ¿Me está pillando? En verde.
Nos tiran de la...
¿Verdad?
No bajaron. Lo tiraron. Pudi.
Esto ahora, corto, Esto, a ese humo.
Murió, tranqui.
Me maqué en el US, weón, para que no lo pinchen. Voy, tiro yo.
Fíjate amarillo, Pipa, cómo es. Amarillo. ¿Lo puedes sacar?
Synergy's backs against the wall as Vegas is trying to pry around the side of it, but that little bit of a dip providing enough with Sonics at range, also providing some support, but it's going to be Luminosity low ground looking into Fiumba and FB both as the circle did move into the hillside.
And remember, LG looted here, right? So they've just been big chill in this entire game while, a team like Synergy has actually been doing a really great job of fighting off Sonics and STK, but they're going to have to move up a little bit more in the circle as Penta finds the knock on mine from distance.
It's just everybody with vision on each other right now. FB makes their send across. Rillo just trying to punish it, getting a double up. STK finds a nade, but Ali V finds a nade in return. This is just demolishing each other up here as neither one of these teams capable of moving. Benya still alive, looking down into STK's position. Troglodytes are going to get eliminated from this, finally getting spotted out. But Rillo still trying to punish. Is that nade going to connect? That looked like a pretty good throw. How's the bounce going to go? Connects in, rolls in just a bit too short.
And look at Fiumba now, trapped in that same dip we saw earlier.
Oh, the vehicle!
Oh no, Emmy.
The vehicle bounced and took him down, I think. Fiumba.
I mean, Rebo can try to get up Draft King. He might even be able to get Emmy, who was just burning, but LG might get aggressive on this thing. There it is, the nade. That's Dunzo. Fiumba out in 7th, but what a game from them, honestly.
FB doing a good job on clinging to life and managing to figure this out, though. This is harsh. If you guys are not familiar, this is a mostly open terrain for everybody in front of it. You can kind of see the hillsides themselves. There are a couple of dips and valleys, but with that like high ground still in position, all that's worthless. You can't really move down into them until the circle forces you, and we're still only on circle 6. Now moving into 7, Godspeed.
Well, look at Fiumba. That was my whole point with Fiumba. A hell of a game. They got 1 kill. That whole time they were just trying to survive, and they went through multiple teams. So the effort was there, but it's just such a difficult circle, especially, as I said, if you're coming in later, especially with this shift onto this hill, as you called it. This is Death Hill, right?
Sonic's 13 kills.
Or what did you call it? Sorry, not Death Hill. You call it something else.
Oh, I've been called a whole bunch of stuff. The Burnt Badlands I've heard before. What is it? Cliffhanger. I've also heard it called that before.
Cliffhanger. Okay. Look at this control though from Luminosity here on the south side, Matt. Just absolutely controlling funny business. All 4 members stuck here, and Penta is just trying to survive as long as he can to get that position for his team.
See, the trees don't even have leaves on them to deny sight lines. Is LG going to continue their harassment? Flood just spraying down, and FB, backs against the blue zone. LG at least has some positioning, but Bunt slowly creeping forward right now is starting to carve a path for his teammates to move behind. Keep in mind, Pizza also hears this, could be pathing in, so double trouble for FB at any given moment.
They're back against the blue, and obviously look at LG. They have the circle. They don't have to move, and so this is just a free holdout for them. But they have to be careful now. Is that Penta? Penta's actually shown his hand. He took a shot. He knew he had to move.
Oh, funny.
And this blue ticks. No, there's no way. It's just too strong.
While this is happening, Third Eye did move out and is now trying to assault Sonic's position, wanting to deny them that high ground and finding very good angles to work with. Now, just Tiggleton up. No matter how this goes, 15 kills. Third place for Sonics. They're feeling pretty good about it. He's going to step back, and with the pacing that Third Eye is moving into this one, there should be time for a res. It's going to be Sonics that have to move in. And with this, you can see not quite showing the fact that they can get to a res easily. LG now moving in, going to take control in the center of the circle. Tig's now looking down in. H1's trying to get his health back up, and that is going to be a 16th kill for Sonics as their eyes now set into Third Eye with the blue zone coming in behind them.
And they're in. They actually don't have to move here. They have to be very careful for utility. Nades can absolutely spell the end of their game and their ruin. But if they can just hold on here for Luminosity to push behind and potentially get a kill here on Third Eye, they can potentially swipe second place.
Rello's moving forward right back behind Third Eye's position. LG now gets the strong point in the center. They are trying to dominate this one and pick up all the remaining kills that are going to exist. Taking the shots in, there is no option for Third Eye to move in with this one. Tiggleton now on his own. It's 2 solos versus a full squad of LG. Tig knows this, trying to look down. He's going to go down to Richie B. Now it is just going to be Richie B versus LG with their sights set on that 10th kill as man. Yep, beat it over the blue zone. They're not going to pick it up. And that is even more for Luminosity Gaming to keep their lead going.
I mean, I kind of expected that. It's really hard not to expect a team who gets Mill to win, right? Given that they at least get the shifts that they want. And yeah, LG got every shift. Their positioning was obviously on point. They knew exactly where they needed to play from. But holy cow, 16 kills, 2,600 damage, and the majority of those kills, in fact, all of those kills came out of 2 players, Tig and Hwin.
We were talking
ridiculous
before this about how much we like what H1's been bringing, dude. Now,
or just fracking IGLs, right? I mean,
loving it, loving every second of it. But LG, they didn't have to
LG they got double-digit kills, man. I'm pretty sure. So LG,
I think that they got. I mean, didn't the last kill get fed over to the zone? I think that's
they got it. Maybe not, but still a big kill win for them as well. And our team's at the top. Just keep getting more points, Matt.
Feast and famine all over the place.
Yep, it's every time.
If you're wondering why we're talking about 0-0 Nation and why it's hard to find kills, well, I guess maybe it's just because Sonics are just taking them all inside that game. Because God, that was a brutal game so early. We're gonna need I just need a second off that one. My voice is gonna be burnt out. We still got Miramar ahead of this, and while I love Miramar games and prefer them more often than not over Erangel, they've got to keep up with these early 3 matches. These things were fire. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
Ethan from Elevate. Ethan, first of all, man, congrats on getting picked up from Elevate here this season. How's the team feeling?
We're feeling pretty good. We've had some good weeks leading up to the tournament. You know, still a little bit rusty in some ways, but we're getting back into the feel of things.
Yeah, the team is pretty new when it comes to working together. If you don't mind kind of going into detail, how has Elevate been preparing for this weekend?
We've been just scrimming every day that we can. We've been VOD reviewing a lot, reviewing our comms, how we communicate with each other. We've just been putting in a lot of work outside of the game as our main focus.
Heck yeah, I love to hear it. And last but not least, any shout outs to the Elevate fans here cheering from the sidelines watching tonight?
Thank you for all your support. It's really cool to see all of the new fans that we're getting, and as well as all of the old Dodge fans that we've retained. It's the community in PUBG is really awesome, so it's nice to see you guys supporting us.
Heck yeah, Ethan from Elevate. We'll catch you on the battlefield here tonight.
Thank you.
shots in. There is no option for Third Eye to move in with this one. Tickleton now on his own. It's 2 solos versus a full squad of LG. Tig knows this, trying to look down. He's going to go down to Richie B. Now it is just going to be Richie B versus LG with their sights set on that 10th kill as man, yep, beat it over the blue zone. They're not going to pick it up, and that is
Welcome back. That is it for Orango for the day, and another big win for Luminosity. These guys are setting themselves up for a legendary run. My name is Topics. I'm joined by Matchroom and Godspeed on the desk. I pulled you out of game, so you now have a chance to talk about what you saw. Let's put up that dinner winner screen and go over to you, Godspeed. How do you stop Luminosity? I assume while they're sleeping with a stick, but other than that, how do you beat them?
It's very difficult, specifically because they just play so fundamentally sound, right? Their decision making, we've obviously talked about how their timing is probably their greatest weapon. I mean, granted, when you see teams win from a Milta power circle like that, when they loot Milta power, they're not really getting a lot of kills, right? They're in a good position. They're just kind of hanging out, making sure other teams are coming close. But Luminosity, as you know, will go out, they'll find those kills when they know the timing is right. They found 9. They would have had 10 if it wasn't for that slick deny. And it's just so difficult to beat a team that is just so strong everywhere. Their rotations, their team fighting skills, their timing. I mean, it is tough to beat this team.
I will say, as I watched that, Matt, though, it felt like it's got to be stressful to be Rello, because Snakers and Kickstart felt like all they wanted to do was go out there and look for kills from a really safe spot.
Yeah, I think that they were probably watching Sonics picking up a lot of kills up that hillside, and it was getting kind of annoying for them. You can tell the fact that they were trying to maneuver around and pick up some more kills here or there. Specifically in the later game sections of that one, they wanted to make the rush for the kills instead of the victory itself. But I like the mindset and the control. Even if it's what you want to do, stick to the game plan, and the game plan paid off for him in that game.
It did, but I mean, for teams like Spam and Dynamic, I really want to see these guys be more proactive, right? Like we're seeing these teams die and get caught on the edge or chasing circle a lot, which is generally what does happen to the teams who are on the bottom half of the leaderboard, especially when these games go on, because momentum, as Dave was talking about, confidence tends to go down. Like if you're Dynamic, how many times, Steve, did we watch them try to rotate up that hill only to get pushed back? So
exactly,
it can be frustrating. It definitely can be frustrating, and I just hope that they're able to just kind of reset, new mental, new game, and go forward.
And take some risks. The bottom halfers, like, you know, that compound below Luminosity was empty for most of the game because no one wanted to take the risk of going for it. So maybe they'll start to do that as the event progresses. Either way, Sonics does come out without the chicken dinner, but the most points, because while Luminosity played great from their position, the Sonics were insane, and we will talk about that, I guarantee you, because they played that game the opposite of Luminosity. They scrapped from start to finish. Third Eye comes in third, shoot to kill looking pretty good. And if we go to the overall leaderboard, it should is this enough for a swap? It is not. Luminosity will continue in first, Sonics right behind, SDK in third, but the gap is beginning to widen. Let's get into that Sonics play there, Matt and Godspeed, because I know you were watching it. It was like every time that the observers even tried to go somewhere else, you just had to rush on back to the Sonics, because these guys, it was like the early days of UFC when you were just taking fight after fight after fight all in the same night. Yeah. These guys were bruised. They were bloody. They lost Shrimsy early, and you should have heard Puro scream back here because it was rough. But they kept on going, and that kill count was wild.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, we can see that. Milta Power games, whenever we see the circle go this way, one of two things happens, right? It feels like everybody either wraps to the north or they make that beach approach. Just due to how the circles came in, it was just the north, so good read on Sonics to get in the position to just farm for days. I mean, everybody else out here was playing a battle royale, but they were playing like a harvest simulator or something.
And that circle, Godspeed, I know you've been in the competitive realm. You've seen situations like that, but that was circle 2. 30%, and I'm pulling it out of my backside, but I'm pretty sure it's accurate. 30% of the map was feasibly playable. So, like, what do you do as a team if you aren't Luminosity who spawns in that area? Like, what's the plan when 30% of the map's available in round 2?
I mean, when you see that, right, and you look at that call, look what the Sonics did. The call was made. There obviously wasn't a lot of playable there, and they were able to take that hill and basically just... The team knew at that point that they were just holding out rotations and they were fighting. And when you're in that position, right, and you are a player like Tig, you are a player like Quinn, and even when you're a duo and you're down to 2 and you're getting all those kills, that's just feeding you more confidence, pushing you into more fights. And if you're continuously winning those fights, or you're getting kills from distance, you're stealing kills and knocks, like, it just... that's the place to hold it, and that's where they were able to capitalize, right? And if you see that in another team and you're coming in and rotating late, you got to look in that and be like, look, maybe for these circles, especially with so much water, as you're saying, it was only like 30-40% playable. Maybe we should rotate in a little earlier so that we can be the team holding them out instead of being the ones held out.
Let's see, other teams that have kind of put up. I think there's some teams that are shocking me. I'm surprised to see Friendly Fire down there at the bottom of the boards right now. But I'm pleasantly surprised to see Trogloditas up in fourth place, Matt. What is it that they are doing so well right now?
They're actually taking their firefights together with some type of synergy. I felt like that was kind of the problem last time with Fiumba. I don't know what was going on. They just felt like they weren't clicking together. That's kind of what Godspeed and I were talking about, was that while they're a team that we know can frag and they've got a historic nature to themselves, one of the things that I loved about the team was their like more carefree nature to it. Like the way that they would come in with confidence and just some gusto behind it. They just like, we're going to win this and we know. Then it just kind of felt like suddenly they lost that. It got a lot more technical and it got almost a more frayed style of play.
And that's Fiumba that you're speaking about there, right?
Oh, sorry. Yes. Sorry. Fiumba. So I thought we were talking about that one for a second. Trogloditas. I had a point that I was going to make on them, so my brain got sidetracked on it.
That's fine.
Sorry.
I just want to make sure I'm with you, because when we talk about Fiumba, they have been phenomenal, and especially Capitan Godspeed. He is just wild right now.
To be fair, last year he was also like towards the end, like PCS7. Capitan is such a strong player, man, and this squad is a very strong squad. And the fact that they haven't made any changes and they're still the same team and they're just as strong and they're actually making strides forward as far as the evolution of their gameplay makes me really, really excited for this team.
So I'm just kind of curious about this. With the last game and the way that it was set up, it was LG's background, but everybody was playing along the edge. It almost feels like that whole game was just a respect play to LG, because we didn't see much fighting down in the buildings.
I say yes, but I also think it's a respect play. I think a lot of teams seem tentative on day one, and I will say, if you're going into that spot where Luminosity was, it's a full commit, right? I mean, there's no ifs, ands, buts, or survival. It's like you either commit or you don't.
If anything, I almost wish teams would take more of a risk because it's day one, right? Because they have a few games, like I was talking about earlier, to play with. Because when you go later in the tournament, and let's say you're behind or you're just off the cue ball as far as where you need to be in qualification, you're probably not going to take those risks. I know generally we didn't when we were playing. We tried to play a little more safe, or if we absolutely had to, we'd go for those risks late. But generally, we try to get all that out early, make sure we had our foundation on how we wanted to play that lobby, and then move forward.
All right, it's time for us to move forward into the penultimate match of the day. Let's head to the Sands with Porosaurus and the Kamedy.
What's up? What's up? What's up? Trickle in to the arena, my friends. We are here for the final 2 games of the day here on the dusty dunes of Miramar. My name is Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Cameron. And Cameron, again, Fiumba pulling off the hot drop.
Yeah, listen, I was kind of hoping that they would commit to the hot drop with Third Eye for just a round or two, just to see how that would shake out. But I know you're a fan of either full committing or leaving. That's fine. It is this hot drop that I am curious about. We're finally going to see if ST are going to keep up the pressure onto STK. It didn't serve them well in scrims this week, and it seems that they have finally gotten the memo. They did not scare STK away, so they're just going to cordially share Los Leones.
Which they should do and are well able to do. I think maybe the early game fighting during scrims in Los Leones was only serving as a mild irritant on the part of Synergy, but we see our circle does pop, and we are going hard up to the northeast, centering on Crude Valle. Fiumba already sending Emmy up in that direction, and it looks like Synergy will avoid STK for the most part here. But I gotta say, Cameron, STK was favoring the northwest and hard west of Los Leones this time, landing a little bit more centrally, maybe trying to bully back Synergy a little bit.
My only guess is that they just beat SG so hard in scrims, and then still ended up placing high despite dealing with their nonsense on half of the maps played, that they can just go for that ego.
It was
push,
nonsense, wasn't it? It did feel like nonsense a little bit, didn't it? I mean, we know after all these years that you can easily split Los Leones between 2 teams and never have to look at each other. And yet Synergy kept trying to take those fights in scrims against STK. As you said, STK coming out the victor more often than not. So maybe Synergy just saying, I honestly don't think they ever intended that to be a hot drop battle, but more just to get in the heads of STK, to say, look, we are more than willing to do this.
Yeah, exactly. Sort of slow down their looting, slow down their rotation, potentially just, yeah, as you said, get in their heads. But away from all that, because it's not happening, we can look at a couple of the other teams. Looking at Troglodytas right now, they are kind of in the midst of friendly fire territory, but Spam, they have actually gotten in front of Fiumba. I looked away from the map for 1 second, and we have another team who's actually taken over Krudavaye, like, before Fiumba could rotate everyone there.
Yeah, credit to Spam. They got in their vehicles, they got their loot, light as it may be. As you can see, Yato was just nothing in terms of utility, armor, helmet, anything. Spam prioritizing position over that looting time. So we see Meisner eyes up on the hill, maybe has spotted out DraftKings. I think DraftKings, they had to have heard the vehicles push through, and DraftKings maybe just trying to get an idea of what is ahead of Fiumba right now.
Yeah, the rest of the team is looting up, but as you can see in the distance, we have a third team. We have Decimate also coming into the mix, and this is really good timing for the rest of Fiumba to get here, because already you can see Decimate are pulling away from this. They don't want to take this send. They still have good timing on their own rotation because of where they drop, that they can loop up and around and take a little, you know, slightly more northern position. This is not a fight that they need to take, and I'm glad to see them pull away from that.
All right. Certain things that have changed a little bit now that we've headed over to Miramar, obviously with the plane going more towards the south, getting everybody spread out here, avoiding some early game confrontation, which is great news if you're a Haven owner, wink wink Toffees, to see him alive and well here about 4.5 minutes in. Decimate look like they are just making their way to the north side of Krudavaye here. Spam still split. They've taken a very wide split throughout the city, and
yeah,
that could be dangerous here if they try to stick that for too long.
Kind of ballsy, especially with Fiumba on the high ground overlooking them. If they can isolate a player, take them out, they can easily just put themselves in a strong position in the hard cover of the city itself, and Spam have lost a member. But Sonic's also on the rotate right now, finally coming in, just breaking past the border of phase number 1, but most assuredly they're going to keep going towards the center, at least over the next crossroads, and then maybe even try and poke Krudavaye. The thing is that there was the city of Cruz, and then there was kind of not exactly a field, but it's not unlike a field surrounding it, especially towards the west. So it's almost this idea of you either have to contest dead center early on, or just commit to playing hard, soft edge.
And I think you're absolutely right. And the fact that we see Sonics making such a late rotation, a late push into this circle, they stuck around Picado, they took their time, they looted up as much as they possibly could. So I think you're right. They had this idea that, okay, we're not going to go for center. We have somewhere that we would prefer to play that we think we can get free now that it's a little bit later on. We'll see where that ends up being here as we check in with STK and the rest of the boys here. Vegas just peeking over the top of that La Bendita crater. He's going to see LG's tail lights just off in the distance as Sonic's getting a little bit close to third eye. Looks like they know it too.
Yeah, pulling away from that, timing for third eye just a little bit better. They had that high ground they could peek over. Sonics, they're just going to stop here. A few of these little compounds surrounded by the field. I was eyeing this. I was eyeing Elevate. They were coming in from the west side, and they have a bit of a spread of their own. But Honey Badger, we know how he likes to get down and dirty with it. And if Spam, you know, leave their heads in the line of sight for just a second too long, it's going to get taken out. But I guess he just was told to pull away, because I can't imagine that Honey Badger would make this decision on his own.
Yeah, maybe a little auditory scouting there on the part of Honey Badger. He did have some backup from range in the form of Ethan, but yes, as you mentioned, just pulling away here as we check in with 0-0 Nation. Rough day so far for this. I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, a Brazilian super team that we were expecting to kind of come in here and just put on a show. And so far, at least through 3 games on Erangel, it's kind of been a little bit of a flop.
Yeah, only 7 kills, 0 placement points. It just hasn't been working out for them. But it's a super team. We know how good these individual players can frag out. They just got to get it all working together at the same time.
Yes, and as time has told us, the map swap usually ends up working out very well for certain teams. Anything that they were missing on the first map, they find a little bit more motivation, a little bit more things going their way once we make the swap. So we see if 0-0 Nation will be one of those, as you can see them sending one in early, basically right where Honey Badger was just moments ago. Third Eye, it looked like they may have been thinking about the same thing. Izera, the rest of the boys pulling in. Meisner will get a little bit of damage into the back of LFP, but LFP just sending it right through Crew to Valle. This is tenuous at best here for 0-0 Nation. Now Third Eye gonna crash on to Decimate.
We have a lot of crashing. Even Sonics aren't too far away from this. Everyone is actually trying to get into the city already. Haven, though, he's getting isolated down to 19 HP, able to hop out the window, but he's surely going to get taken down. Olis is able to find the angle, but And1, what can you do in return?
Oh, the curse comes through. I'm sorry, Toffees. Haven going down pre-10 minutes, and now And1 FPS looking like he might not be much longer as Third Eye make the crash on the compound, and it is very, very effective. They will now check out 0-0 Nation. They pulled into this spam split. We were worried about how split the spam boys were. So far, they seem to be holding well, even though they have lost Meisner.
They've gotten 2 from 0-0 down in trades, however, but Zero, that's a Groza! That's a Groza in hand! Oh, but he gets Flash. Great utility. Great team play there. And that's going to be 0-0 Nation basically removed. There's one player hiding off somewhere.
Oh, he's hiding in the midst of Sonics, so we'll see if maybe he can get a point off of Sonics, or if Sonic spots him out. Meanwhile, Decimate still moving around on the high ground here on these hills, trying to find what they can see. Oh, LFP! No, Tiggleton's going to win that one. And that is it for 0-0 Nation. The map swap not serving any purpose for them as they go down early once again. Still in 10th place. We'll see if they can hold it right around there. But going into this game, Cameron, half the lobby in single-digit points. That is the power of this top 3 that we're seeing so far.
Yeah, it's insane how top-heavy everything is. Everything still is after all this time. We talk about the Tier 2 teams from both Latin America as well as North America getting better, but Sonics, LG, and then at the moment STK still like just making everyone have to work that much more harder if they want to stay reasonably competitive at all. Phase number 2 is going to swing towards the north. It's going to pull a little bit of pressure off that southern sort of hilly area just east of Kusavaya that we see so many teams contesting over right now. A lot of open area around Toria Humada. That could be problematic for teams that are having to come in late, looking at LG, STK, Chocolatitas to be really bad victims of that.
Well, Friendly Fire, we see Maji, they're making their way around north. Adam will find T-Sock, and that will do it. The story of Corey is that he has been sent back to the lobby. In funny business, we'll have to play this one out as 3. But as we mentioned, Friendly Fire making the long wrap up to the north. They have everything up north of Tori to themselves here, really, to play around. Funny business making their way in. Trog trying to send it that way as well. Sonics, though, they are just playing tower defense here. Rusty Zera hiding behind the pickup will heal up, but I'm not sure if he can take the risk of getting back in there to make his move. And Decimate, they're going to spot out LG.
Yeah, these rotations from the south, very, very brutal, very, very rough. I will say it's a bit ambitious to just try and drive straight through Kusavaya, but LG, they sort of tried to wrap around the east side, use the cover of those hills, but you can't really do a long wrapping rotation either east or west, though, because the terrain doesn't allow for it all that much. So I guess it's the best option that any of these teams have. They just have to be prepared to fight super early on this round.
Yeah, it's asking for a lot, and they're not in the best spot here. 3 deep in the Murado. They've already lost 1. They'll see Pippa making his way past them, just go right through Synergy. Good timing on that. Getting a little bit lucky as they make their way through Tierra Branca. Systematicos was taking a few wayward shots towards LG, but it looks like they may be in the clear now, and they can find a spot on this northeastern side of the circle to play.
Yeah, this was definitely a heartbeat send for them, just thumping in their chest. They even spotted another vehicle, but decided not to take it because they didn't want to slow down. Just go, 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 go. We'll figure out the game plan once we're safe, once we have cover. And it seems to be the case. They only lose 1. Still 3 alive, and they can start to reconfigure their approach this round. STK, the last team to arrive inside phase number 2, following up a similar path. But the question is, what has changed? SG are still holding up in Tierra Branca and not in the middle of a rotation, which is what LG were able to use to break through their hold.
It doesn't appear that STK is wanting to go too deep into this circle past what they were able to scout out. Instead, they'll stop here right on the edge, take that high ground, and look for the next move. LG, meanwhile, now pushing around on foot to see what they can find, and they're going to find a nice little hard cover here, nice little compound that they can work around should they so choose to do so. And Kickstart going to feed that information over to the rest of the boys, let them know it's free, and they can play this one out. Although it's not ideal having lost Flood, but 3 up for LG is still a very, very dangerous proposition.
Especially after that rotation. I'm shocked that we're still seeing so many teams around this area where Troglodytes are, around Cruz de Valle. A lot of teams still to the east on those ridge. I get that there's not a lot of space to play towards the north, but these are teams that are just committing to the fight over these hills. And if we see another hard shift on this next circle shift, it's going to be rough sledding to try and get off of that into the open area. It is going to be relatively center, slightly southwest. No big decision one way or the other away from Cruz de Valle. So we still have space to play for the north and the south teams.
Sonic's in a little bit of a tough spot here as they a little bit not surrounded by Fiumba, but they are starting to make their rotation right through Fiumba. Ribo XD had the low side angle, and actually one of Fiumba going to get knocked. Emmy going to get spotted out by Penta, so that might actually open the door for Sonics here, although you can see they're just kind of leapfrogging. They're taking their time. They're not just sending it blindly. They knew that Fiumba was holding an angle here, so they'll stop down on this hill, spot out what they can see. LG on the move once again, 3 deep in the Murado. Where are they going to go? As he said, you start looking north of Cruz de Valle inside this circle, the amount of hard cover starts to go really, really low, and you might end up in the hills. Rello going to get picked out by Sharp Shot, and LG just going to have to leave him behind.
I thought for a second that they would stick to play around that area, but they're going to keep going into the middle of a field. That just shows how few places there are to go. Necro dropping a smoke, though, because he's getting pressured by Spam, or rather, they might be doing the pressuring in return. Oh, God. Oh, spotted.
Oh, Necro, you only had 2 shells, and he missed both of them. Fortunate stuff there for Spam to get away there. Now Necro posts them both down. It's left down to Kill Demo and Rusty Zera. Kill Demo going to get knocked back by Jabreri, and that is going to be Troglodytes pulling off Rusty Zera. Nice little angle. Will push him back, defend his fallen teammate, at least for now. I don't know if they can go for that res onto Necro, though. He is in no man's land.
That would be an ambitious send. Demo wanted to make that run. Rusty is at least reviving Posa, so they can at least continue to play on with 3, but this push getting completely stalled out, losing any sort of priority that they could have gained into the rest of this match if this takes too much longer, because that high ground that's overlooking them to the east is going to be able to continue to lock them out.
And now we see Third Eye finding an angle. He's going to re-knock Posa as Kildemo all on his own here. But fortunately for him, Spam not really in a position to come support this man that Kildemo is dancing around. Rusty Zera going to have to go back, get the res onto Posa once again. So Kildemo just going to have to play it close, play it by ear. Sonics, meanwhile, they were pressured by Fiumba, weren't able to continue their wrap to the east. So instead, they make their way up on foot.
Ooh. Okay, SDK, they're eyeing this as well. Trimsy got revived, so SQ can still continue to play. They're in a bit of a 3-1. Mime out isolated. We know how much Mime likes to create moments and create opportunities, but perhaps a little bit too far. I was wondering if STK would be looking at this and perhaps salivating at the opportunity to push onto the Sonics, but they are going to back away. They have a nice little split themselves, and the circle's going to shift opposite direction of them. It's going to center up on Third Eye, which they're going to be super happy with, especially considering it's kind of a moat surrounding their compound.
Yeah, Third Eye in fantastic position right now. I mean, they've got nothing but clear landscape around them to defend their territory, all 4 up. So they are in the driver's seat. Meanwhile, Fiumba already going to hop into vehicles, start making their way north. So Sonic should hear that. They should have a fairly clear route into this next zone, although they do have to worry about STK as well. Meanwhile, back in Cruz de Valle, Troglodytes and Spam still trying to figure each other out here, as Posa has gotten rezzed and they're back on the move. Kildemo, though, sneaky walking. He hears the footsteps. He knows what's going on just above him.
He's got to go for a moment. He's got to go for an attempt there. But here on the north side, Elevate and Friendly Fire. Elevate are trying to push onto Friendly Fire territory, which is the best path for them to break into this zone. Sharpshot gets dropped by a great nade from Honey Badger.
Really
nice
Maji, grenade.
Is he going to try and go for the revive? Going to try and get the trade first?
Oh, Maji's going to spot the head, but just misses. We'll send the Molotovs over towards the tree, force them away from that hard cover. And here comes Honey Badger with the push. Maji gets taken very, very low, but he will get the knock onto Badger, and that will give Friendly Fire a little bit of chance here to reconvene, get themselves back together. 2 knocks for Elevate will force that push to go on pause for the time being. Sharp Shot should be able to get revived here as well. Maji holding the line for Friendly Fire.
Yeah, revives happening on both sides. Ethan and Honey Badger both getting picked up. That Molotov does not quite hit the smoke where the revive is happening, and that Elevator all grouping up on the same location, trying to avoid the eventual blue. It's actually going to be a swing in to try and find that angle.
That's an aggressive push from Elevate there. They try to do the seat swap. Maji holding strong, gets one, gets Ethan down to next to nothing. Will get traded down by Hikerman. And now Corsac, the last player up. He's got Ethan with 1 HP, but Ethan gets the heal off and Elevate win the fight.
Did that heal tick in right when the bullet hit him? It looked for a second that Corsac would have had that. But no, Friendly Fire do go down, but not after dealing a lot of damage to Elevate. Only 2 of them remain, but here should kill versus Sonics. It did happen eventually as they both try and push on in, but STK get eliminated.
That is a big feather in the cap of Sonics there. They clean out STK without losing a single member. That has got to feel real good right now. Sonics now own the entire south side of this circle. They do have Decimate just off to their east, as well as the, well, whatever's going on left in Crudavalle here. Spam. Troglodytes has managed to disengage, but now Spam has to turn their attention towards Peak.
I don't know how Peak, why Peak, how Peak got in here, but Spam, they're trying to push onto them. They have the Groza picked up from Gizera. Oh, that car is blocking the entrance in, but they're just going to be looping on through. Oh, the shots do eventually come on in. It looked a little close there, but Spam are able to stay alive. This does give Troglodytes the opportunity to push forward ahead of that while the revive is happening. Get out of the city because the circle did finally officially pull away.
Spam doing a good job of survival here as they've been crashed and pushed from every which way as they were the first team to send it to Crudavalle. And now they have 3 up, but now they've got to make their way into this next zone. Sonics pushing into Decimate. They've already taken a knock in the form of Mime. Not slowing down to go for the heal. Instead, they're turning their attention towards the rest of this team. The Molotovs are coming out, trying to force their hand. Shrimsy going to go down as well as Decimate holding the line very well here. They're getting a little bit of assistance here from Luminosity in the form of Snakers and Kickstart. Remember, they were knocked down to 2 very early, and they have been just hiding out here, waiting for something to come their way.
Yeah. This is, it's really good defense against Sonic's push, and we have Spam also coming in from the west side, so Sonics are getting pinched on from multiple different directions, only have the cover of smoke to try and get the few revives that they're able to.
Oh, the Molotovs are just destroying them right now, and there it is. Win will be the last one to go down to Ethan from range, actually. Elevate picking himself up a nice point there. Now Decimate can turn their attention towards Spam, but I think they're also more focused on Luminosity here. So Decimate now in the sandwiched position as they take a few shots over towards Benya, the last player for Synergy.
Really, Synergy want to get involved in this as well, but no, if anything, it just shows that this is one of the only really playable areas. Everyone's fighting for it so early on in the game. Back over towards the north, or rather the northeast. Hikerman trying to post a one-man army defense, but it's not going to happen. Elevate got quite a few number of points themselves. 5 kills, but they do go out.
Nice performance by them. Spam still 3 up, now up to 9 kills. They are climbing as the map swaps seem to have done wonders for them, but keep in mind, Third Eye still in that driver's seat position. They may have to make their way across the road. They're already going to send Richie B now as Spam just going to let the smokes bloom, see if they can play around the edges of it, maybe spot out somebody from Decimate, but Decimate not giving them anything to play here, not giving them any free knocks. So it's going to slow down for the time being as we are down to 19 alive, our top 8 teams.
Gotten a bit quiet here. Hazelton's still looking for the scalps of Spam, but he's gonna be his scalp that's actually found. Good shotting from Theras. The rest of Decimate immediately trying to regroup to answer, try and get a revive and to stop any potential push.
Oh, funny business. Third party from range here is going to put a pause on Spam's push. They had the right idea. They got the initial knock on a Decimate. They wanted to make the push, but funny business had a beautiful angle. Will get the knock. It looks like they should be able to get the res, but Decimate can thank funny business there because it looked like Spam wanted that fight.
Yeah, now the circle keeps Decimate in play, but Spam need to make a move. Do they go towards Funny Business, or do they rather just focus them down now as revenge? Because Funny Business need to try and get themselves out of this little corner themselves.
Fiumba gonna go down in 18th or 8th place rather. Camberghini with the bolty shot. Dynamic 3 up on that north side. They're collecting themselves some points here as well in this very wide open circle here on our first game on Miramar. Spam, they've got some moving to do. Decimate wants to try to hold the edge of this circle, and they're landing some good utility. And then you're gonna, oh, but Benya will find one, but the trade comes in immediately.
Still, none of these fights are clean in terms of them being just isolated engagement. There's always someone with a side angle. And so even Spam trying to push up, still able to get a bunch of knocks, but Benya is still there. Benya is making it hurt, even though Spam are dealing massive damage to Decimate. Eliminate them. That gives an opening with Benya's damage for Funny Business to loop up and try and backfill them. Overtake them if they can.
Beautiful work from Funny Business, from Tater and Keegan here. They had to go somewhere, and they picked the perfect time to push onto Spam. Thera's now the last player alive. Those smokes, the only thing between him and certain death, as Tater and Keegan get the wrap on. And keep in mind, Kickstart and Snakers still up for LG right now.
Yeah, still surviving. And because they have the cliff to their back, they can just focus down Benya, last remaining member of SG, but now Funny Business able to isolate Theros. Spam is eliminated in 6th place. Funny Business still up, still surviving, but they have a few more feet to push if they want to get inside phase number 6. And Delta is pushing down towards the south. They are trying to grab as much of this land as they can. This is potentially fighting multiple fights on multiple fronts, however.
Well, Camberghini is doing God's work right now. He got the knock on the back, the trailing member of Third Eye. So they had to leave one behind to go for that res. So Third Eye has not been able to make their full push across the road. Camberghini essentially holding him at bay by himself, while Delta starting to push forward, gets that initial knock on the kickstart. Snakers now will be left to defend, as there you go. Delta will finish out that kill. 7 kills now for Dynamic, as they are looking fantastic. Let's listen in to hear what their comms sound like as they push this fight.
He's got 3 nades. More to the left.
He's knocked. No, he's not. He's not. He's one HP.
No, wait. No, it's a good nade now. Listen.
There's another team peek in the back.
I've got a guy on me. I'm dead. They had one on my hill.
We're fucked. The rest of Richie.
I knocked compound again, but they're on my hill.
We're fucked now. You guys can play low ground. Fine.
Well, there you have it. A blunt assertion of what Dynamic think of their own chances here, as Camberghini did everything he could to keep Third Eye at bay, but eventually does end up going down. So now it's down to Delta and Clemson. Let's see what they can do, as Funny Business doing a fantastic job here of pushing over.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how many times Camberghini's going to knock someone. It's one person versus an entire team of 4. And now Adam has the space in the ground and the angle to continue to deal even more damage.
Oh, Keegan, they don't exactly know. I mean, they know that somebody from Dynamics. Okay, I think Tater spotted him out, maybe spotted the footsies. Delta tries to pop up to go for the shot. Tater will finish him off. Another kill in the pocket for Funny Business, as it is down to a 4v2. Third Eye with the great foresight, the Third Eye vision to take that compound early, and it is paying off dividends right now. 6 kills and the driver's seat towards a victory.
And they clean up these last 2. The angle is found, but a lot of damage. Richie gets slapped across the face while trying to peek Tater. And Tater's going to continue to push this ground even further, because the map control is like 90% in the favor of a Third Eye. They need to just keep on pushing and try and find these isolated angles.
Good night. Big shots from Tater. He's going to see that flashbang fall right before his eyes. Would love to finish out this kill and make sure they get that point. Will do so. 5 kills now for Tater, as he may have missed the first game for a baby shower, but he is blessing Third Eye right now.
He's backing away. He understands that Third Eye could swing onto that single position. 2 versus 3 is a lot easier than a 2 versus 4. And they're slowing it down. They're cutting noise. They're waiting for Third Eye to try and peek out and perhaps make a mistake that they can capitalize on.
Not sure what Keegan's secondary weapon is here. There we go. The mini is going to come out. He has this high ground spot, and he can hold on to it for a while here. His Third Eye, they look like they may be second guessing their plan here, as Tater getting that kill kind of put Third Eye behind the 8 ball. You see Adam is just holding the line, waiting for Tater to make a push, waiting for them to make a mistake, rather than Third Eye just taking the initiative here.
Circle centers up, so Third Eye still have the advantage there. And Adam playing low and slow here could catch Tater off guard, and I think footsteps and jumps might have been heard. Adam's going to Lancy. Spotted helmet. Going to be backing away, though. Doesn't want to get hit by a stray grenade. But they don't come, so might be trying to re-push that location.
Yeah, I think they may have spotted each other. Either way, funny business. I like this, getting both of them together and trying to make this wrap around, seeing if they can just turn this into a series of 2v1s. And Adam, I think that's an experienced veteran right there. He knows what to expect, as he's going to try to pull away from it. He's going to get some support from his teammates, and Tater will go down to Adam. And now it's just down to Keegan. The push coming through from Third Eye, and just like that, 1 victory for Third Eye, 8 kills.
Yeah, really good there. And Adam, spotted 2, holding away, was essentially the winning move there. If he tried to stick around, maybe get a little antsy, try and take that fight, there was a real chance for Funny Business to take that away, to try and clutch that. What started off as a 2 versus 4 out, but Adam plays it like a rock. That is what you have Adam on your roster for, to get the solid foundation, calming to his teammates, backed away, didn't give anything up to secure that win.
Yeah, a little bit of a game of chicken there between Tater and Adam, and both of them kind of started pulling away, but then both of them spotted each other towards the end, and it looks like Tater, the call was made for Keegan to come support. They thought they could maybe get Adam in a 2v1, but as we said, the wily veteran, he knew what to expect, called his teammates over, and once that first knock came in, they collapsed immediately onto that final kill. So fantastic stuff from Third Eye. Again, they got a little bit of compound luck, sure, but you got to win the games that you're supposed to win, right?
Yeah, they did just that. But after watching that game through, it makes sense why so many teams were trying to go for Cruz of IA even so early on in that game, just because of how little there was to play surrounding it, and especially in there towards the north, which means got to give an extra shout out to LG for surviving as long as they did. They went a full 360, 480, 720 around the circle in a loop-de-loop fashion, and they were able to leave with a couple of kills.
Yeah, I mean, a couple kills, some placement points as well. You got to give a shout out to Spam as well. I mean, first, the original Foresight just descended to the city as it was, but then they were able to kind of take on or hold off all comers. I mean, they managed to hold off 0-0 Nation. They managed to hold off Trogloditas, make a couple of points off of them, and come out of that with 12 kills and rocket up the leaderboard for themselves. So fantastic job by them. But guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have our analyst desk get ready for our final game of the day.
Welcome back. The first match of Miramar is done, and it was nothing but fun for Third Eye as they come out with a big win. And not only do they take the win, but they do it in style with their coach standing in for one of their starting players. Vox got subbed out at the last minute to take care of some technical issues, and they still came out with the win. You gotta love it. My name is Thomas. I'm joined by Matchroom and Godspeed to break down all the action. And that game, interesting circle, a lot of open space, but these teams knew how to capitalize on it, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, you got to say the fact that whenever we're moving into the end game, we lost a couple of usual suspects that we saw in the earlier sections of Erangel. But Third Eye, even losing out somebody, has some type of semi-charmed life, finding a way to make sure that they can hold out the end there and pick up 4 kills out of the whole thing.
They were able to step back from that edge.
Or 8 kills.
Adam and really make it work.
Yeah, and you know what? We talk about Third Eye, we talk about Adam and all the amazing calls he makes now, but you know, Oldest as well coming into his own as an IGL and helping with those calls or just taking over that role from Adam. It obviously shows that this team is very dynamic, and even though they only got 8 kills, it's still pretty solid, and that's what they needed. They needed that game. They needed to get bumped up on the leaderboard because the first couple games, although they didn't play poorly, I don't think they did. They were in good position. They didn't win those fights, right? And so even though they got a few kills, this was a big game for them.
It was a massive game, and I think we'll take a look back at those highlights in just a minute, Matt, to see exactly how they got there. But it all started here with this fight.
Yeah, I mean, Spam has been a very interesting team to watch, specifically their growth over the last couple of games, Godspeed. It feels like they're starting to feel more comfortable and kind of not as afraid as they were in those earlier fights, and really starting to kind of find ways to manipulate the teams around them, which is a key to success.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that they haven't been getting these really flashy kills or wins, right? But they're climbing the leaderboard slowly and surely, right? And this is kind of proving that. This hold against 2 separate LATAM teams, one of those being 0-0 Nation at the beginning, they took out 3 of those. They only had 3 left, and then defended from a second Latin American team coming in, which I believe was either Trog or Fumba, and they were able to push out and get even more kills. And then on the other side of that, Steve and I were talking about it, is Dynamic. That team also had a very solid game for themselves here.
Yeah, as well as FB making it to the end sections. We saw the fact that they did manage to fight under duress in a couple of these games. So good on them for finding a way to find their way up there. But Third Eye up at the top, Toffees, that's how it's going to be.
I mean, I don't know. It's a massive jumper for them up this board, no matter how you look at it. When we get to that overall leaderboard, it's going to be impressive. For me, it's a standout here as we saw Third Eye, Spam, Funny Business, Dynamic. Teams that needed to make moves did so on this one. So after we take a look at the overall leaderboard, I do want to dig more into some of these teams that were a little on the struggle bus to start. It was the Luminosity Sonics show. It will continue to be as Luminosity is in front. But Third Eye does manage to climb into 3rd place with this one. And Godspeed, in that interview at the start of the day from Dave with Adam, he talked about their strengths and weaknesses. He said the biggest issue we have is if this hot drop continues in Miramar, and it looked like they pulled off of that. So I guess this is what they can do when they're not contested.
Well, we know what they can do when they're not contested, right? Sure. They're able to push forward, get good position, and hold out teams and get kills. But yeah, I as I said at the start of the cast, I don't really like hot drops. I understand why they happen. I know these teams don't want to just give up their spot or set that precedent. But at the same time, when you're running a tournament of only 15 games, do you really want to spend the first 5 hot dropping and just not getting any points? And so I'm actually really glad that they made that decision. And that's a decision I feel like they probably didn't make lightly, as maybe they wanted to fight, but it was the correct one.
Awesome. And now remember, guys, I'm going to remind you real quick, stick around after this game because we are going to be giving away a code for G-Coin. So if you like free stuff, your chance is coming up. Now, another team I want to talk about, this is my excuse to say, I love Spam. I grew up in Hawaii. It's our favorite food, but apparently it's now one of our favorite teams. Talk to me more about this team that was absolutely sizzling in that last match, Matchroom.
Well, it's one of these things. Again, the slow growth. We saw them trying to fight their way through a couple of these early things on Erangel, but on Miramar, they're just so much more comfortable. They were getting pinched, capable of realizing what was going on back behind them, still managing to get kills on what was going on in front. FB did a good job off that. The Tater Keegan combination showing up finally for Funny Business, so pretty happy about that. But Spam, I think, is the takeaway from that one, is the fact that it doesn't matter how you cook them right now, it feels like it's going to end up pretty good.
And I think you're on the right track. From Spam to Tater Tots, congratulations, Tater. Godspeed, Funny Business has been really strong for a team that got out of the open qualifiers on a technicality. Essentially, we brought up 9 because of a regional move by a team that was already in. They're making the most of this.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're staying consistent. That's the most important thing. Sometimes when we see these open teams come through, they'll have like 1 or 2 good games and then they kind of taper off. But it doesn't seem to be the case at all with Funny Business. I mean, that roster, obviously very strong. Tater being the star standout, but Keegan and the rest of them also. T-Sock has experience as well. Bunt has been putting in his work, and this is just a fun team to watch right now. And I really hope they can continue with the consistency. But also one thing I want to point out really quick that we didn't really talk about kind of at the top of the show. You have to remember, Sonics being in the top 4, that is a dead slot. So essentially, if they're taking a top 4 slot, some of these teams could still very much be fighting for 5th as we go into day 2 and 3, which would be a qualifying spot considering how well Sonics is playing.
It's true, and that does open a door, and I'm sure number 1 Tater would love to bring home $25,000 for number 2 Tater. I do want to give a quick shout out, though, Match from Dynamic. Also, an amazing game. Before this one starts up, I do want to give them some flowers.
Yeah, I mean, this was a game you mentioned at the top. Teams that desperately needed to find something there. This is the 2nd game in a row for Third Eye, so that's how they're managing to get their climb. But now starting to see some life from the opposite side of the leaderboard, really starting to make some assaults in. And whenever we've only got 3 days in a tournament, every big game is going to be huge at the end of this for money.
Every big game is going to be massive, and it's our last game of the night. It is going to be the biggest. You need to set the standard as you go back tonight to plan with the team. This is it. Let's get in right now. The Cammy D and Porosaurus, take it away.
Big games only, Toffees. Big games only, Cameron Davis, as we are getting ready to head into our final game of the day. The plane is north to south. The hot drops have cooled off. And to be honest, our top teams cooled off a little bit in that last one. Are they going to pick it up here in the final game, Cam?
I imagine so. That area, that terrain was incredibly rough, incredibly difficult. But already, I mean, talk about hot drops being cooled off. Yumba are so cooled off, and I suppose even frightened by Third Eye having just won the match, that they drop out of the plane as quickly as they could, and are even going to be looting up Protea Humada, of all places.
Yeah, it ain't great. It ain't great. I don't think they're too terribly concerned about Third Eye getting that dub. But look at all the space actually. Third Eye. It's like after they got the hot drop on Power Grid, they just spread out everywhere. Now do we have another one? A friendly fire, rather? Okay, no. Friendly fire, they're just going for a vehicle. They'll be fine.
Ah! Ooh, get in.
Maybe.
Or not.
Maybe they'll be fine.
Yeah. Hopefully, I assume that this was more vehicles, but if they're sticking around here, then maybe not. But let's look at circle number 1. Oh my god, they actually won. Oh my god, Necro action. That scared me. I didn't expect to hear that. That's Sharpshot taken down immediately. So, nope. I guess Struggle is just... something must have been said in all chat or in the group chat or something to light Troglodytas up like this.
I think that might have just been a little bit of an ambitious car drop from Sharpshot, maybe thinking that Trog would go to Chuma high ground or drop right in the city, and he thought he could get away with it. I think he was trying to pull a fast one there and steal the car away. Unfortunately, Troglodytas was on their P's and Q's. They take out Sharpshot and they gain themselves a point. Meanwhile, Friendly Fire, they're just off to the east, and we see our circle. A lot of water, Cam.
Not as much as game number 3.
Not as much as game number 3.
Built a Power Peninsula, but this is still a fair bit of water in and very, very south. So for Friendly Fire, despite losing 1, they still have a good opportunity to try and get in a premier spot. And for a team that doesn't have any placement points, that might be a move that they want to look for. I mean, we saw during scrims or in the Maestro Invitational that they started off very active, trying to go for kills, and then sort of shored that up, went for a more control placement style. We might be seeing the same transition for them this time around as well.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it before coming into today's games that Friendly Fire, they had a strategy that was working for them throughout the North American regional qualifiers, and that was just full send, W key, take the fights, get your kill points, make your way through on kill points if you have to. And then throughout this week, through scrims, through the Maestro Invitational, it seemed like they had started pulling back a little bit. They started trying to go for a little bit more position, try to add a little bit more depth to their game, and so far today is whatever luck they were having, I guess, throughout scrims and everything preparing for this weekend, they have just lost it. Like, it is just not there for them so far. So we'll see if they can rally here in the final game of the day. I wouldn't put anything past that squad. They are really, really good.
Yeah, there's one thing to be said about the playstyle that they sort of fell into for Maestro, is that it seemed very feast-famine, and it's been famine, but hopefully for game number 5, they can feast. That's always a possibility. In fact, their fight last game against Elevate got really close to going their way. It's not like they completely just folded when someone looked at them. Let's look at a couple of other teams.
It was down to a 1v1, wasn't it?
Oh,
I mean, if he, and it was actually down to a 1v1 with the one guy having next to no HP, but kudos to Elevate, managed to get the heal off and win the fight and get everybody back up and get a little bit more place points, kills in their pocket as we see Sonics making their way into the north side of Los Leones. This is, yeah, I guess, actually, I gotta say, man, I've been watching a lot of Sonics, and I don't ever remember them coming into Los Leones like this. This might be a new strat.
It seems to be the case. Looking at what is west of Los Leones, and it actually makes a lot of sense. But STK, having just looted up that city, now down in the midst of the center of the zone. Angles on Systematicos. Vegas can't quite hit the shots. Finally gets one tag in the butt, but not enough time before the line of sight is broken to get that knock. Are they going to send it down, or rather just reconfigure their vehicles? That pressure alone at least gave them some space to try and grab some landmass, and Friendly Fire seems to be taking advantage of that pressure as well.
You know, normally on circles like this, we tend to see everybody has their own little spots that they like to play. They have their rotation paths pretty much locked down. We see a lot of circles that end up here. But, Cameron, the thing that's throwing this one off a little bit is that plane. The north to south plane has spread everybody out all across the map and kind of thrown a little bit of a wrench into the whole thing and made things a little bit more complicated. So it's going to be interesting to see if we see a little bit more early game fighting than we might usually be used to seeing on this kind of circle.
It seems like a lot of teams really want the area that Systematicos dropped and looted up, and Systematicos, with the widespread that they do have, they could be getting themselves into even more trouble than just Friendly Fire and SDK coming in from the west. Trogloditas are about to hit that very same part of the map. SG, 00 Nation, not too far behind them either. It's only Los Leones that could potentially have its own little pocket of sort of combat congestion. Costa's peeking out right now. He heard the vehicles come on in. Going to see if he can't find an angle. Not great weaponry or even scopes for that. That only means that just send out some shots, try and pressure them away, peacock yourself a little bit, hope that they don't crash you. And that seems to have worked.
Hush your mouth, good sir. The M16 is a wonderful gun, fantastic gun. Although you already
it's no mini. It's no mini. Yeah, the scopes was the important thing.
That is primarily the concern as of right now, as we see Trogloditas doing a little bit of repositioning after getting that withering fire from Systematicos, but it looks like they have found themselves a nice little spot to play, although 00 Nation, they do have that high ground. No shots coming through just yet, and this is what I was looking at. LG making that wrap through Los Leones. They're coming right through Sonics. H-Win will spot out Kickstart. The shots come through. The knock will find its way as well. Shrimsy gonna get it. Kickstart's gonna go down pre-10 minutes, and fantasy odors everywhere cry. -3.
At least the rest of LG can avoid that. But no, this actually is, it's a bit towards the east, but it is a very, very popular spot for Sonics to hold out at. So LG perhaps maybe brain farting themselves,
I don't know,
expecting it to be free. I've seen them play this spot a couple of different times. You're right, maybe not in Circle 1, but they're no strangers to it.
But again, this is going back to that plane. The plane going from north to south on this circle is throwing everything off. So Sonics does not, like Sonics usually plays around where Third Eye is right now, around where Oldless is. And this time they now cut through Los Leones. They actually position themselves perfectly to cut LG's rotation path off. So this might just be, I'm gonna go ahead and give Machine Gunner USMC all the credit here and say that Sonics did a little bit of their researching and coaching, led them to a big kill on a Kickstart right there as we check in with Friendly Fire.
You think it was targeted though?
I'm not gonna say it wasn't targeted.
Okay, all right. Mr. Bet hedging right now. Peak versus Spam. Spam's still in the middle of a fight in an urban area once again, trying to throw the momentum further, and What an aggressive, ambitious push, and it's going to work out. Can Selfish try and trade? That's a grenade! Or I thought it was. Oh, okay, it was. It just wasn't cooked at all.
Okay. Yeah, a little bit of a raw grenade there, but Selfish really taking the initiative there, not wasting any time, going there, pushing. Didn't get the flush, though. So Spam still has hopes here, although that's not going to help.
Yeah, that was the wrong grenade. Someone that was supposed to be a smoke, I think.
I think maybe he thought he was going to try to angle it through the door, and unfortunately that was just a little too ambitious. So no harm. They got to turn around and now focus on the rest of Peak, although it looks like they may have spotted out the other two. I don't think they know about Selfish, so Selfish could have this timed beautifully. Goes through. Oh, got him just as Yato left that room. So the happy feet on Yato keeping him alive there.
Selfish, this is a rough push back over to the hilltop, but if he's able to get here and stabilize himself, that's a nice high ground angle to continue to set up this crossfire versus Spam. HVZ also looking out. Spray comes out. Selfish is able to drop one from that angle.
Oh, can't get the flush though, as Yato is ready for the repeak. And that's going to be a trade of knocks, although the grenade will flush out the kill. And now Yato going to go down again. MV08PS. I got to imagine that's short for something, but I can't for the life of me tell you what it is right now, Cameron. As Peak FA going to take this moment to get the res on their fallen teammate. You can see HVZ just looking to see if anything will peak, although it looks like Thoreau's was able to get to his fallen teammate freely to get that res off. And so now we're back up to a 2v2.
But this is not in the circle. It's not in the circle. Whatever the numbers are, this is taking way too long. Whoever survives this, if anyone really, is going to be coming to the next zone so late. It's almost like this fight wouldn't even matter. The kill points would be basically all that they can rely on here. And now that HVZ goes down, Selfish once again finds another great angle for another knock. But can they actually confirm this fight to get on the move?
Clean sprays coming out from both sides, as Selfish will try to finish things off with a grenade, or the flashbang actually. He's trying to make the push here. You got to be careful. You're pushing as a solo. They do get the res off, and it looks like Selfish is going to put things on pause, wait for the rest of his teammates to come and provide him some support, but they know they have to finish this off, as you said, quickly. The circle has moved down to the south, and they have to get on the move once again. Fortunately, they do have vehicles here, though.
So MV looking for the angle. They have Spam boxed in. They're just surrounding them like a pack of wolves. He got the windows, gonna get spotted, but no real damage traded either way. But it is still information gained for both sides.
He was waiting on it too. You could see, just is expecting that peek from that second floor window. Unfortunately, they're Oz quick on the Q&E. See Jiggle peeks right back in. Selfish gets there just too late, as they are trying to reposition themselves once again. Careful. That is your own player. Doesn't get the knocks though, so no harm, no foul, as Selfish now working around the outside of the wall. And there you go, he's gonna find Yato with that Molotov.
Really good in what you saw in him. The second that the knock went, they're gonna push 3 versus 1. Just put the pressure on and play for the trades. But Theros is able to get HVZ. This is starting to be a bit hairier than they were hoping for. Down very, very low HP. One straight bullet is all that they need.
He's got the fanciest feet on earth right now, Theros. He's staying alive somehow, someway.
How?
He is just not going down, and the blue has arrived. Theros might actually go down to the blue here, but not before he takes out another one of Peak. Selfish now has to pull away. Theros will go for that heal. No, he's going for the points.
Does he not have any meds left? Oh, popped the gun out at the last second. But Selfish is still the only one alive. They got 4 kills. Selfish, all 4 kills himself, but that is it. So far away from the zone. The blue's not doing enough damage that he still can't get there, but it's going to be no expectations here on out. But let's look at the rest of the circle here on the south side. Dynamic finally rotating in from the east right into a compound held by Fiuba. A couple of trades back and forth. Revives happening on the side of Dynamic.
It looks like Emmy Just away from, okay, they can't get the res. Oh, Capitan heard the footsteps. He's going to go for the res once again. The grenade, pops just a little bit of damage on him. The Molotov not going to fall as well. Dynamic, they know that this res is happening. They just don't know where, and it will come through. Emmy will get his heel off in the smoke as Dynamic has taken the long building. Now, Fiumba has a big decision to make. This is outside of circle, as you mentioned. Do they want to take this fight, or do you want to try to take your losses, get your res, and run?
This one's not so far away that you can't stick around for a little bit, but I understand why Fiumba are trying to dismantle themselves from it either way, put themselves in a better position to gatekeep them while they themselves are also in the circle. And because look on the left, Elevate have the angles, a bunch of angles over this, could easily deal damage. And there it is, the retreat is being called, is being executed. They are trying to leave, but where can they go? That compound in front of them, barely in the circle, if you can even call it, and it's just Elevate and Sonic's angles held.
It may be enough just to reset, and that might be all they need here. Is 0-0 Nation taking care of Funny Business. Bunt has been flushed out. I believe Funny Business still has 2 alive. Yep, Tater and Keegan, our duo from the end game last game. But 0-0 Nation finding themselves in a nice spot here. Rybo looks like he got left behind, and Dynamic still pushing out. Delta actually getting the call to come back here, and I think that might have, from what you were saying, Sonic's Elevate all have angles onto this, and that might be what's pushing Dynamic back.
The only safe spot is in the driver's seat. Down to 2 HP. And Dynamic, yeah, they're not chasing, and that actually does give people the opportunity to pop out and get some trade shots in return to try and get another knock to help get some points. But they're not going to go his way, and now the question is, how can you get to the rest of your team while getting shot at by Elevate and Sonics?
Oh, yeah, I think Rybo, realizing that Murano was a little bit too damaged, didn't want to take the chance of getting focus fired down and exploded. So he's going to pull away and see if he can find something else here. Meanwhile, our hero for Peak, Selfish, 4 kills, does manage to find a spot inside circle. But he has a few teams that know exactly where he is. In particular, that was Friendly Fire taking those shots, and it looks like Troglodytes maybe with the high ground looking down onto him as well.
Yeah, I think 0-0 Nation too, but they're caught up in an engagement with Funny Business. Dynamic looped up for the east, got north of Fiumba, but they're going to be running into a similar situation. Sonics and LG both with a number of guns trained right onto their position, and well, if a gun doesn't work, a grenade surely will do the trick.
Just imagine a line here with Sonics and LG. Dynamic in a very rough position. LG did lose kickstart earlier, but it does not look like that's slowing them down at all, as the grenade will find Lister, Snakers will find Delta. Dynamic down to 2. LG have to reposition just a little bit to avoid the line of sight of Sonics. They'll find Clemson now as well, and Luminosity trying to make the hard push. You can see the fire coming from range from Shrimsy. Camberghini, the last one up. He's trying to hold the line. Rello will find the angle though, and that's 4 kills in the pocket of Luminosity.
They lose 1, they gain 4. That's a good trade. I'll take it. And now they have their attention pulled immediately north. And with the circle shift favoring them away from water, they can continue to play on this edge position and try and control what they can. No reason to contest the center, which is still basically open field where STK are.
A lot of open real estate in the middle of that field, and STK has vision over all of it. Sonics as well have a little bit of high ground, so they would have vision over that as well. So LG, knowing that Sonics is where they are, will probably just hold on to their edge position here, maybe turn their attention back towards the north. As you said, Decimate started to creep down that direction, but have pulled off since. And they have kind of been distracted here by Third Eye, by Friendly Fire. All these other teams that are making their way through north. Is that Selfish up there taking on Troglodytes by himself? He sure is. But in the end, Posa will be the one that takes him down.
Yeah, shift was rough for him, but he got 4 kills. He got an entire squad in his bank already. Why not go for another squad wipe? Not gonna work out though. Can't blame him for that ending there.
Not at all, man. That's a heat check right there for Selfish, and unfortunately, he does end up going down. Now, Troglodytes might have spent a little bit too long messing around with that solo player, getting that point. They are kissing the blue right now, and if you look towards the northeast, or I'm sorry, the northwest of this circle, the north side of this circle, there are very few avenues into this next zone. So we'll see what they decide to do. Third Eye, they're going to hear the vehicles moving off to just off to their west. Oldest looks like he may have thought about stopping down and taking a few shots, but he's going to get the call back.
Yeah, just in time as well. Struggleaditas could have had a really bad angle on him. They're having to take their own time to heal on up before they can peek over that ridge, and that's only if Decimate would let them, but oh, this is still not in the zone. They got a little bit of scouting done, but they're still gonna have to send it blind. Without 0-0 Nation pushing up on to SG. Only 2 of them are here. A bit of a 2-2 spread for this squad. They're gonna be backing away. They know that Utility's gonna be flying on in, and they gotta put themselves in a position for the Southern pair to give them some covering fire.
Yeah, there's no reason for Synergy to overcommit to this. They know how much real estate they control on the southwestern side. They can pull back and force 0-0 Nation to push into them. And if they're lucky, they may get Systematicos give them a little bit of assistance here, as unfortunately Troglodytes will get spotted out, and that will do it for them, as Rusty Zero will be the one who goes down to the blue zone. Now Friendly Fire is getting a little bit of pressure from Systematicos and from Third Eye. Corsac is down. Broth and Magi now on the clock.
Oh, and they're getting shot by a couple of other teams as well. This circle, we haven't seen the map yet, but it is going to be a pretty hard shift towards the east and all these western teams. So they have a big transition ahead of them if they can survive this all-out brawl. She's set on fire. He's going to have to heal up, and this is giving Third Eye all the space that they need to take this ridge, eventually take him out, and then try and slingshot themselves into the zone.
Just no good angles for Friendly Fire to hold. Nothing is safe. Magi dancing around the one piece of hard cover in that bowl he can find, and he is doing some damage, but Third Eye in the end will make short work, as looks like 0-0 Nation also taking care of Systematicos. Systematicos just quick 3v4 there. Very well played here for 0-0 Nation, as they're showing up in the final game of the day.
Yeah, 8 kills, and none of them are on Gizera. None of them are on their star player. You went down pretty early, and the rest of the team is here to pick up what needs to be done. This is the wide send that I'm worried about, however. What cover can they find? This compound has yet to be taken, so they are able to get it for free and try and gatekeep Third Eye out. But it's still going to be playing up on edge, which this late into the game is very, very risky.
This is 3/4 of Team Brazil. We saw what they could do at PNC. Let's see what they could do here in the final game of the PUBG America series here on day number 1. They do have that hard cover, as you said, but now the fight going on between Synergy and Elevate on the south side. Synergy, once again, just still very split up. They ran into Elevate. I'm not sure if they were the ones that pushed in or if Elevate was the one doing the pushing, but all of a sudden, Ali RV, the final player remaining for his team, Honey Badger, will go for the res onto Ethan while Hikerman holds off the final player in pink.
SG reviving, but they're reviving in the blue, and they're going to have a long run themselves. It might be curtains for them, and yeah, whether they intended to or not, they are going to be going down to the blue. The last few members, they're eliminated in 9th place. Top 8 placement points are kicking in, and Third Eye, all 4 deep in a single Jeep, like they're going on a camping trip, but there's nowhere to go to pitch their tent.
This is what we were worried about for all of these teams on the north side. Everything has been clogged up on this north and western side, and just like that, Third Eye gets eliminated. LFP going to be the one to get the last bullet into Adam, and LG still 3 up. They still have control over this northeastern side. Sonics, they actually have the lion's share of control over the hard cover in the center of this circle, so things looking really good for Sonics. STK still 4 up as well, just off to their west. New circle pops and will hug the western side. Not many people will have to move except for those on the north. 0-0 Nation, they've got to figure out what they want to do about this wide open field just off to their south.
0-0 Nation might just want to try and control the north side, take out Decimate, potentially take out LG if they want to go that direction, but then eventually going to have to slingshot themselves down towards where Vegas and the rest of SDK are holding. For Sonics, though, they've been sitting pretty in the compound, haven't been challenged, haven't had to do much. They only have 2 kills. But right now, they can pick up a lot more as they gatekeep the east side, but it's in Luminosity that have been continuing to farm up with 6 kills of their own.
Yeah, Sonics are just dictating everything that's going on the south side here, as we are going to take a quick listen into Luminosity to hear how they want to play out this late game.
Are we sure?
I don't think this compound's hard though. Like green line is a fight.
But there's just no cars there.
Okay, if you think you're gonna live and get there without dying, then it's fine.
Come with me.
We're gonna die out of this.
Let's go.
Let me hop in, brother.
Just don't fucking die to green, bro. Whatever line you drive, do not die to green.
I'm gonna check my line real quick. Okay, we literally just drive straight over this road.
I swear this warehouse
just follow
is clear,
me. Just follow me.
No, it's not. The guy was on the ridge recently.
Yeah, do the shot.
Just don't die to the shock when you're right.
I'm dead, probably. Just hit this wall, I'm dead.
Get in the cubby. The cubby's the best spot. There's a guy in it.
Oh, there's a guy. It's SDK riding.
Get in the
SDK
cubby.
riding.
Get in the cubby, Drake. Get in the cubby.
Get in the cubby. Get in the cubby. It's gonna be one of compound. It's gonna be one of compound, 100%.
Oh, I'm not safe in the cubby.
NT.
Fuck. That's so
it's gonna be one of
stupid.
compound.
Oh, unfortunate stuff there for Snakers and the rest of LG as they tried to make the push. They found the solo from STK and Purdy Curdy holding strong with a little bit of support off the north side from 0-0 Nation.
Yeah, good hold, the grenade and just back away, the fadeaway, just deleting the survivors of LG. You got to give it up to LG, though. There wasn't a lot of options for them because everyone at some point is going to have to go into that field.
Actually, Decimate, the one giving them support. I'm sorry, get a little confused there. And now they're turning their attention over towards the aforementioned 0-0 Nation, who is down to just LFP. But you can see Haven has zeroed in on his team, or former teammate, I believe, is. That will do it for 0-0 Nation, but a big game for them and a big come up, 11 kills as they climb up the leaderboard.
Yeah. Still 9th place, and they might not be holding on to that for much longer because Decimate and Elevator are knocking at their doorstep. But definitely a good return to hopefully better form into tomorrow and Sunday. But now we have 5 teams remaining. And again, we have Sonics with good position on the east side, but they are going to eventually have to leave this. They have a couple of little blocks that they can use, almost like roadblocks or Minecraft, peppered out the west of their compound. Maybe they can pick up a couple more kills from there, but really it's just STK's 1-1-2. It used to be a 1-3, but Penta has extended towards the north, and that's going to potentially give them a lot of control if they can hold on to it.
Yeah, I actually love that move from Penta. Going up high, getting a little bit of a different angle. And I think that angle might have been taken to provide Purdy Curdy with a little bit more support. And as I say that, Purdy Curdy actually leaving that building that he was in and pulling back towards his teammate. Meanwhile, Decimate going to have to try to send it through the open fields. And this is the last thing you want to do. They will lose one, but it looks like, oh, I speak too soon. Decimate is out in 5th place. We are down to your top 4.
Yeah, Penta with that position that he just found, holding the line, getting the first knock in. If, well, Sonics didn't get the kill, that grenade likely would have. Purdy does get knocked. Alo, I think, is going for the revival. Penta's giving some covering fire. Can't land too many shots, but it's still providing pressure and hopefully giving the room and the timing for the revive to come on in. But what are Elevate going to do? They've had 2 players of theirs removed, but maybe they can try and slowly sneak up while STK are distracted.
I mean, Sonics had such great position on that high ground. STK selling out and sending Alo to go get the revive onto Purdy Curdy. They want to have 4 up in this late game. It was a very risky play, but they end up pulling it off here as Sonics turn their attention back towards their south side. Fiumba trying to escape the last round will miss. And Capitan and Fiumba, they're going to clean up Ethan. One more up for Elevate. Hikerman hiding in the smoke. He's got next to no HP left. Capitan just waiting for him to show his face. The flashbang comes through. It's going to be a little too far. Capitan gets the kill. One more in the bag for Fiumba. He could actually get this res on the Emmy, I think. And yeah, he's going to go for it. There it is.
If he sticks it, he's got the cover of the smoke with the blues coming in. They're going to have to push just a little bit forward. So I don't know if they can get any more points off of that, but it was still a really, really good show by Capitan. Saw the flash come out, knew he just needed to hold that angle. He wasn't going to be blinded, but what can he do now? Running out to the open. Who's going to pick this kill up? It's going to be Shrimsy once again. SQ up to 7 kills.
And now the battle of heavyweights. It's not Sonics and LG this time. It's STK and Sonics. Tale as old as time. 4v4 for the final victory here in day number 1 of the grand finals. Sonics, they have a spot inside circle. STK has to move. And you can see there is just no real cover to work with here, Cameron.
Yeah, Purdy left that compound that Sonics are now holding ground in. That's because he would have gotten overrun by a number of different teams, but by playing safe, that means that now there's only 2 teams remaining. It just got taken by the opposing side. So they're going to have to try and retake over that area. They have a good north-south spread, but they need to push forward, and Sonics with a really good line. Shrimps, you can see they're on the back with the Overwatch. It's going to make it hard for them to push back in.
A knock here for either squad could open up everything, as Sonics will send Mime forward, the bulldog of this Sonic squad, to try to take over as much position as he can. This is the role that Mime plays so well. It's not one that always shows up on the stat sheet, but it is one that has served Sonics in such a big way in so many games. He just dictates what the other team will have to do, forces their hand, forces them to position themselves in bad spots so that the rest of his squad can take advantage. Right now, Mime holding down that hard cover that's closest to Kurt, and Kurt is taking so much damage.
Oh, yeah, and that damage was called because Mime pulls out a grenade to try and finish that off. It's going to be Kurt going down, which means Sonics now with a 4 versus 3 advantage. It is looking even stronger in their favor, and not only that, Curdy being down gives Mime even more space to be a huge nuisance.
Oh, and a fresh smoke for Mime. Shrimsy will find Penta as he tries to peek around the edge. Mime will get knocked low. STK. Vegas will get knocked. It's all down to Alo. He's got a tree to his name. He's got the blue in his back. He will lie on his belly to see if he can maybe get 1 point off of this, but the grenades are going to get him low, and Shrimsy will wrap it up. Sonics clutches their fist and finishes off Shoot to Kill.
11 kills at the end there. They didn't have too many going into, I think it was phase 6 or so. They only had 2 sitting in that compound, but when everyone else started to get funneled into that field, they were just picking up frag after frag after frag. And the timing of knowing when they would be safe to push out and take the space, like, they didn't lose a single individual. 4 alive at the very end is the oldest win condition in the book.
And you could talk about the, just unbelievable fragging power of Tiggleton. You talk about Shrimsy, who has been stepping up in a big way. H-Win has been stepping up as well. But for my money, Cameron, Mime was the reason that Sonics was able to clean that up so cleanly, being able to make his way to that hard cover to kind of force Curdy's hand, to force him into a bad position, and to not really allow the rest of the team to do anything. Yep. They couldn't find anything. They had smokes laid down. They were trying to make a move forward, trying to gain some position, but Mime being there was such a threat that STK really couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Mime being completely fantastic, but that is going to be it for us for game number 5. We're going to be going to a break, I believe, before we come back with more content before we wrap up the day.
And LG making that wrap through Los Leones. They're coming right through Sonics. H-Win will spot out Kickstart. The shots come through. The knock will find its way as well. Shrimsy going to get it. Kickstart's going to go down pre-10 minutes. And Fantasy Odors everywhere cry. way, Vegas will get knocked. It's all down to Alo. He's got a tree to his name. He's got the blue in his back. He will lie on his belly to see if he can maybe get 1 point off of this, but the grenades are going to get him low, and Shrimsy will wrap it up.
Welcome back. The game is done, and Sonics could not let Luminosity finish the day with the most chicken dinners, so they get another for themselves. And now I've got something for you guys at home. It's time for your G-Coin code, so get ready to type this in right now. The code is RPVG34PFEQ3D. RPVG34PFEQ3D. Put it in, get some G-Coin. Welcome back. All right, let me bring the rest of my crew into here so we can talk about that game while you guys are cashing in on the sweet G-Coin. It's me, Toffees. I'm joined by Matchup and Godspeed as we keep breaking down the action, and that was it. It was a bookend. While Luminosity likes to win back-to-backs, Godspeed, Sonics likes to start and end their day just right.
Yeah, and again, what this does to that top 4 is it essentially just pushes down the slot to the top 5 finish. So this, if anything, Sonics actually might be helping some of the teams struggling out by topping the leaderboard.
Matt, Sonics pushed in there. I mean, they got those shacks, and then it was a winner's story from that moment on.
It was so much edge fighting while we saw that LG, Sonics, and STK took control over the center where there was minimal cover, and then Sonics just had a high ground sight line into everything that was going on, and it was just pretty much everywhere that the sun touched, they were trying to harass, and you can see with 2,210 damage, tons of kills coming out of this one, there's a reason it feels good. Now, question is about that in game, because I know we're going to be talking about that one in a minute.
Yeah. I say we just talk about it. In a second, we're going to get the highlights, but I do want to get into that because it brought up some questions, right? We had Purdy Curdy in the shacks that ultimately Sonics won out of, Godspeed, and he chooses to leave it to go join his team in the open field. Now, I'm sure there's all kinds of, questions in the air about what the choices are, but Sonics won from there.
I think you asked Kurt exactly what was going on, why the decision was made. If I still think they should have probably just fought for that shack in the center, right? Because by backing up, even if Kurt didn't get knocked there, they essentially pushed themselves against the circle, and the circle was essentially going to, cause them to fight Sonics regardless, right? So is it the greatest compound to hold from? No, absolutely not. But I think that was potentially a better alternative to backing up and then just getting basically edge screwed by Sonics.
Yeah, because they retreated, then because Purdy's holding that area, they retreat, Purdy goes down, they have to go res Purdy, and then they retreated to the back of the wall. So they just handed the end game over to the Sonics. And while yes, Sonics do have an approach into the compound, surely some cover is better than none.
There's also counter utility and stuff too. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Steve.
Purdy messaged me, and I asked him, and he did say that it felt like it was a free push for Sonics with no windows, and they had the crates to cover them, and 2 mollies would wipe out the team if all 4 were clustered in there. So he decided to just try to make something work from the field. I can respect that. Making decisions in the moment can be tricky. So right decision, wrong decision, not my job to figure out, but I got to tell you guys why the decision was made, which is always kind of fun. Let's look at the match leaderboard. Sonics 21 points coming off the back of that game. These guys know how to put it up there. 0-0 Nation and Decimate do manage to show up. Thank goodness Decimate's finally making a move, Matt, because I put Haven on my team and it has been a rough morning.
Yeah, Decimate and 0-0 Nation finally finding some points. That's going to feel pretty good for a lot of fantasy rosters out there. And I know the fact that Sonic's walking away with the win's going to look pretty good for probably the other half of them. Let's be honest. If you probably don't have a Sonics player, you probably got a 0-0 Nation player on your team, right?
Yep. I'll say Luminosity was in the lead when we went into this game, and with that, Sonics manages to pull out the win. They're going back and forth here. It is the story of North America right now is Sonics and Luminosity fighting for first and second, but shoot to kill. This is not where I expected to see that. I know I expected Sonics and Luminosity Godspeed to have a big day one. I thought STK would be a lot closer.
Yeah, the fall off is actually quite vast. I mean, even from second to third, right? And then even moving from there, the fall off to 7th is only 10 points. So it's really just the top 2 spots that are holding and cannibalizing all those points. And yeah, I knew STK, or excuse me, I knew Luminosity and Sonics would be competitive and towards the top, but this is just, I mean, this is just crazy. It's just a crazy gap after only one day of play.
It is a crazy gap. And honestly, I was hoping that Dave would get this, because Dave said he was going to go out and try to find the reason that this was happening, and he did. So I just got word that Dave was able to get the coach, the old coach from STK, to maybe give us some insights into why the game's working so well from Sonics, and maybe can even get some insight into why some of the other teams are struggling out there. Let's go to Dave now, where he's talking to the Sonics coach. I still got to get used to that. Gunner.
Yeah.
It's so weird. It's so long.
So different.
Hey, Machine Gunner, coach of Sonics, my man, long time. I was looking at our DMs. It's been a hot minute, but I want you to open up the coach book here. First of all, if you don't mind kind of talking us through the scripted camp on LG.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I got word that I think Poro may have noticed that we took a little different route through Leonis there. But I mean, obviously, you know, the cat's out of the bag on that one. Like, if you want to be the best team in, obviously, America, you want to be the best team in the world, you need to, you know, really study the teams around you, study your competitors. You know, and it's obviously something that we did right there, you know, prior, you know, to today. Like, we just talked about, you know, what teams like to do around us. How can we punish them? How can we take advantage of, you know, taking out one of the best players who happens to be on my fantasy roster, thanks to that -3 kicky, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, you had to get put down is what it is. But it's all love. But no, I mean, you know, obviously the team, like, coming into the Sonics, like, they are so, like, they're so smart. Like, they, you know, without, you know, me even, you know, trying to take credit for that, like, that's what these guys do anyway. Like, they're just constantly studying. They're constantly in the VODs. Like, hey, guys, like, you know, I think LG will go here. SDK should be here. Like, they just know, you know, and, like, even in scrims, if I'm observing, I could see how accurate they are. And, you know, if you guys like listening to our comms, there's so many times where they could just pinpoint teams around them based off of kill feed, or just based off of, like, you know, the VOD review that Atron's, like, really, really good with. And, like, you know, he instills on the team to just, like, study and stuff. So it's yeah, it was pretty it was pretty fun.
200 IQ. And real quick, shout out for making the bed, man. That thing's looking nice behind you. But we're kind of talking about strategy. I know the team. I know you've been kind of grinding the other regions when it comes to VOD review. I kind of see a little inspiration on the squad here tonight. But let me ask you real quick as we wind this down. I know it's early on, but I want to get your take as a coach. I want you to rank the NA teams compared to the rest of the world. Like, how do you think we're going to do here this year?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you go into internationals, it's a whole different ball game. You know, you may have to loot other spots. You know, there's a lot of randomness that goes on. But, you know, as far as the NA teams, I think we have a good chance. I think obviously my team has a good chance. I think LG has a great chance. I think STK has a great chance. But yeah, I mean, that's, you know, one of the reasons why I came on to you know, the Sonics, was to obviously challenge myself a little bit. Like, and obviously I talked with the CEO and the GM and then the team of the Sonics, and, you know, they kind of liked my outlook on the game and, like, what I could bring to that team, you know, specifically, you know, helping out with, like, comms and, like, you know, obviously things like we just did right there. And yeah, I mean, it's been working well so far. So I think North America has the best chances of ever to do well internationally this year.
Heck yeah, couldn't agree more. And I just want to say my opinion, NA ranks higher than EU this year for sure, confirmed. But last question for me.
Yeah, EU is crazy right now.
When you taking me fishing, man? Come on, Gunner, when are you taking me fishing?
I mean, hopefully you're at PGS, you know, maybe we'll get a day off and, you know, we'll go out there and do some fishing. I mean, if anything, where you're from, you got the best fishing out there. I need to come down to see you. So whenever you invite me and we have some time off, you know, maybe I'll hop on a flight, fly down there. We'll get some fishing in. But, you know, I mean, if I'm not at my desk, that's where I am. I'm fishing.
Heck yeah, fishing with the boys. You heard it here first. Well, thanks, Gunner. I'll catch you tomorrow, man. I'm going to bring back the other boys from the desk. little jealous. I got the invite for fishing. What do you think about that, fellas?
It sounds to me like he said you got to bring him to Florida to do some fishing, and I want to come too. So I'm just going to go ahead and invite myself on this charter fishing ship that is building up. So we're going to do that together, I promise you, at some point. Awesome interview. Welcome back, everybody. I loved what he said about analyze your opponents. That is the Gunner way. I remember when he first started coaching SDK, I was sitting next to him, and he had this notepad, and it was moment-to-moment timing of every single team in the lobby, when they rotated, where they rotated from, where they stopped. And it seems like that's what he does well. And is that, I mean, Godspeed, when you talk about having a coach at the pro level, what do you think Gunner brings? Is it that organization? What drives a good coach at this level?
Well, to be fair, I've only ever had one coach, and it was Poro.
Oh my!
And it was for stock. It was stock of GLL, right? And unfortunately,
Slam, right?
We didn't really use. To be fair to him, we did not use him the way that we should have, right? But so I'm speaking of someone who hasn't really had a coach, but a coach can bring a lot of wonderful things, a wealth of not only opportunity but just knowledge, right? The most important thing is an outside perspective. When you're playing and you're in the server, there's a lot of things that you obviously have to keep track of, a lot of things that you're thinking about, and there may be some other things that you're not thinking about. As a coach, you're able to relay that to the team. You're able to break down communication, see exactly how the team is operating, and then if there's fixes to be made, there's fixes to be made. I think Owen is an incredible coach simply because of the fact that he immediately gives credit to his players. It's not about him, it's about the players. And he even said it himself. I mean, and I said it during game 1 or game 2 when we heard Sonic's comms. Their ability to pinpoint where teams are is almost second to none. It's incredible. LG also very good at this. But Sonic specifically, I mean, Huynh knew exactly what team was on the south side. He knew how many players were left. And, when you're a coach, it makes it so easy to come in and coach a team like that. And I think Owen is a wonderful coach. He has a great mind for the game, as Sonics has obviously realized. And he adds a lot. It's not just, oh, guys, this is what happened this game, that game. There's a lot of strategy as well involved. So coaches can be very helpful, especially someone like Owen.
Or someone like Poro, because they don't cut the pizza in Sweden. And
Dude,
somebody's got to do it.
I feel so bad. He really got shafted, man. He would have been an incredible coach if we had used him better, and we probably would have placed better than 8th if we actually used him. So
I agree with that, but it was still fun to watch that. All right, now it's fun for us to watch a sort of recap of the day. It's time for the top 5 plays of the day. Number 5.
Ooh, I wonder how many of these are going to be peak versus spam, because, man, we saw those a lot today coming in. And, oh, no, then no surprise on this one.
Ooh, this was clean. Sparky.
0-0 finally finding themselves something. 0-0 coming in, finally picking up some kills. As you can see, they were sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Number
they needed
4.
That.
Yeah, that swing was beautiful. And then this play right here, as you said, knowing Sonics and knowing the fact that LG is around them, trying to figure out the teams around them, crippling one of the best teams in the lobby or the other best team in the lobby is absolutely a play you want to make. And this was good because this sets a precedent now for the future of their games and rotations.
Number 3.
I absolutely love that we saw Luminosity and Sonics kind of duking it out all day long. But when we're looking at Latin America, Fumba, the only teams to really show up here on the top 5, super surprised 0-0 Nation is at that midway point on the overall leaderboard, because to me, that was like the shining star of Latin America.
Oh no, Tater coming.
Speaking of a shining spud.
Yeah, I know. Like, dude, you could tell. Like, this is kind of what we were expecting. Like, Tater is one of those guys that you don't sleep on him. There's going to be a lot of growth as we continue to watch what's going to be happening here. Managed to pick up a big kill. Unfortunately, doesn't manage to push more than that.
Yeah, this play, dude, Snaker's Ferrari peeking out of this Dacia, just swinging around the corner, was incredible. And the fact that LG lived here, to me, with the help of Sonics, obviously, but this peak, that clean Ferrari peak gets around. They actually recover against 0-0 Nation because of Sonics. Ended up getting, what was it, like second or third, as well as a boatload of kills.
Exactly. Snaker's jumping out of that already pre-frying Ray expected somebody to be at, and then realizing he was getting shot and jumping the car was so big there. Just getting back into cover alone, man.
Yeah, no, very impressive stuff. The one thing I will say about the second play that we talked about with Tater, I really am just worried that they start to get something going and that team really starts to keep the consistency up, and then Tater gets poached, which he deserves to go to any great team. But I really like Funny Business. I really like the way these guys are playing together. And that's I mean, when you're a player as talented as Tater, he's coming up and he's clearly very good. That's all, you know, that's kind of something that can happen. And so I just worry because I really like Funny Business. I hope that squad stays together.
I mean, that's the reality of being a team stuck sort of in that 10th and below, 7th and below position is you either got to make a big move or you start to lose people. And Tater is strong. I'm not saying he can see everything because of all the eyes, but he is definitely playing out of his mind. All right, now let's remind you guys of what we're doing tomorrow. We are back with even more PUBG action. So we'll be back for tomorrow with some more grand final play. We're going to start off at the same bat time in the same bat place right after our friends over at EMEA wrap up their broadcast. So make sure you come back for your chance to maybe get some more G-Coin, maybe see some more amazing PUBG. I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow for more action. That's about all the time that we have for our broadcast tonight, but you know how much I love final thoughts. So I got to do it again. I'm going to go around the horn and ask each and every one of you final thoughts at the end of day one. 10 games left to play to crown a champion. Matchroom, final thoughts.
Gotta say, Godspeed, my boy down there. Same fantasy team, holding down first and second repeatedly. Yeah.
Oh, I'm looking the wrong way. Sure.
I know. I had to look like the opposite direction that you are.
I looked real dumb. It's all right. It's
okay.
Right. We got there. We got it done. And our fantasy team is kicking ass. So, you know, who's that?
Godspeed, final thoughts?
I just want to see some of the teams on the bottom really make a push. There's only 10 games left. And at this point, day one is already gone. Why not go for some risks? Because the opportunities are going to close fast. So let's go, boys. Everyone on the bottom half. Let's see it.
Push Mustache Dave, final thoughts?
Yes, sir. I'm looking forward to the return of Kickstart at the top of player kills on day number 2. And also, real quick, shout out to Spam, man. They were popping off here tonight. One thing I do want to see from them tomorrow, though, is to try to get some placement points with the kills, you know, to balance out their points per game here.
I think Troglodyta's similar boat. Get that placement, take some risks early on. Guys, that's it for us. Thank you so much for watching. On behalf of everyone here, Crafton, everyone at PUBG, myself, Matchroom, Godspeed, Mustache Dave, Porosaurus, and Cammy, thank you so much for watching. And until we see you tomorrow, play more PUBG.
It's just always so logical, so clean. You can tell he knows every single dip and corner.
Survive it depending on where they go. I imagine they're going to try to wrap around a little bit and just go through the smokes.
Oh no, they're pushing the solo member of Fiumba.
Yep.
Looks like they scouted this well. They just jump out, going for the spray into it.
Comms. Wonderful. Love it.
Oh, Nate's got right on top. Sharp shot. FF in some trouble as third eye. Oldest just trying to survive. He's just bouncing around all over the place. He's going to get taken down. Enough. Looks like they're going to make a flank around the outside. That gets a sneaky angle to him. A good read back on the other side of it. Finally, 0-0 Nation winning.
He's going to see that flashbang fall right before his eyes. Would love to finish out this kill and make sure they get that.
By Capitan. Saw the flash come out, knew he just needed to hold that angle. He wasn't going to be blinded, but what can he do now? Running out to the open. Who's going to pick this kill up? It's going to be Shrimsy once again. As